Back in the building. Wagwan. What's going on? My name is Brother Legend. Welcome to my live. If you're watching on TikTok or YouTube, I appreciate you watching the live, tuning into the show. What's going on? Thank y'all for subscribing to the YouTube. Feel free to engage with us on TikTok. Bigbrolgnd, Bigbrolgnd. That's my TikTok name. I like to start conversations with people, get them to think a little bit more about certain things going on around us. It's a Sunday. I hope you're well hydrated. What it do, Bobby? Hope everybody's melanin had a chance to sit in the sun. You know what I'm saying? Hope you've been drinking water. Hope you smell good, look good. What's going on, Jaja? Appreciate you. Everybody's showing love in the comments. Mad love to y'all. Descendants of my ancient mother. Much love to you. What it do, Ra? We up here on a Sunday. You know what I'm saying? We got some things we're going to talk about. I encourage everybody to keep tapping like. I'm going to bring someone up here to talk with me when we get to 2K likes. Absolutely. You need that vitamin D. Do black and white Christians worship the same God? Are white people inherently racist? My wife is kicking my stand. We grown. I'm sorry, she funny. Bye-bye. She's scared to kiss me. All right. On camera, like we little children. All right, you drive safe. But yeah, do black and white Christians worship the same God? Are white people inherently racist? These questions and many more, y'all feel free to answer in the comments. I'll be down there reading them off. It's crazy. Folks still ask these questions as if it doesn't exist. What doesn't exist? What are you talking about? What doesn't exist? Hashtag free to Congo. Absolutely. Thank you, Kira. Hashtag free Congo, everybody. If you want to show love to the live, just put hashtag free Congo, hashtag free Haiti, hashtag free Sudan. Absolutely. Somebody said yes to the first question, yes to the second question, no to the last question. I think that's interesting. I'm getting a lot of yeses to that first question. Black and white Christians worship the same God? Let me know what y'all think about the first question. Y'all know I ask these questions for a reason. No, we don't. And most black Christians don't worship the same God. Well, that's interesting. I don't know. I don't believe in God. Yes, no. Tupac worshiped Black Jesus. There's no such thing as Black Jesus, y'all. There's Yeshua. He was the black man that they call Jesus, but Jesus is a Greek word. So by the time they named him Jesus, he had become white, if you know what I mean. They all worshiping the same thing. Interesting. Getting a lot of yeses on that first one. Don't let it stump you. Do you think Tupac did great for the black community? I don't think about Tupac in terms of the black community. He did great for himself. Tupac is Tupac. He did great for Tupac. Exactly why I said most black Christians don't worship the same God. I don't know why. I don't know what that's about. What does Michael Jordan have to do with anything? Let me know. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Can't be the same God. I would say that. How do you worship the same God as your oppressor? And whose prayers does he answer? Let me know. Let me know. Some people want to sing, how great is our God? He's so great and He gave us so much. He gave us this rich land, and he gave me all these nice things, my job. My child was born, and they were able to give me pain medications because the doctors believed in me saying I had pain and all these great things. I didn't get pulled over by any police. I'm actually friends with the police. Oh, thank you, God. And then the other one where it's like, Jesus, they locked my son up in jail. My wife is pregnant. I don't know how you know, somehow we made it. It's one of the spirituals black people sing in church. Somehow we made it. Somehow we made it. So there's another one, how I got over. How I got over. My soul looked back and wondered how I got over. And we're going to mix that in and say that's the same thing as how great is our God. He's so great. Everything's great. Yay. Oppression. Anyway, let's go to this guest. It's Trash. Give us your age.
It's Trash Can Sam.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm Sam. I've been watching for a while. I'm 24, mestizo, indigenous. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else? They, them
Pronouns.
pronouns. Sorry. Yeah. So I do like what you're talking about today. I believe, no, they do not worship the same God because, especially in the Bible, when the Bible that white people believe in and that people assimilating to white culture, you know what I mean,
Mm-hmm.
is that Bible is nowhere near beneficial. Like it does not, it's not inclusive for Black
Mm-hmm.
people. It's not inclusive for anyone, any people of color, in my opinion, because there's literal scripture that they use to reference in this Bible that they think is so accurate that
Mm-hmm.
says that like I was taught like throughout like childhood that like Black people were cursed and that's why like which yeah I know this is
Yeah,
extreme
yeah.
but
The
I
curse
believe
of Ham. I know.
yeah. Yeah,
Cursed be
and
Canaan. The curse of Canaan. Yeah.
yeah, saying we can't
Right.
even like date like Black people, we can't be associated with them. Like that's
Mm-hmm.
wild. And then my dad is like I said, he's indigenous. So the fact that like it even has him in a chokehold is wild to me. Like
Wow.
yeah, I don't think that it happens. And I think that that is a big issue as to why those cultures can't coexist is because
Mm-hmm.
like Christianity, modern Christianity like that has infiltrated so hard. And
Yeah.
I do agree that white people are inherently racist.
Mm-hmm.
I've listened to you give your takes and like discuss with other people, and I do agree with you. And yeah, I think that white culture in general, even like from people like POC or like indigenous people like my family who have tried so hard to assimilate, even with that, um, they are like they're in the same class for me sometimes. In the way that like you might as well be white just because like you're pushing the same narrative, pushing like the same like issues onto other people, to more like to other like clear like POC, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so yeah, those are my answers, I guess.
Okay. All right. I ain't mad at you. I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna go ahead and give you the first A of the day.
Thank you. I'm so excited. I love your live stream.
Mad at you.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to thank you for this space. Yeah, and all the education I've gotten from you.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for coming up. I'm gonna go to the next guest. Cajun, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
Uh, I'm 62 years old. I'm black. I'm Cajun. I'm a human being, and I am a man. First, let me just say, thank God Aaron ain't in here again today. That brother flew into your live the other night and just tore it up.
Ooh.
But Aaron,
Oh, Aaron. I don't
yeah.
remember, but yeah, I remember the name. I just don't remember what he said.
Oh, he came in hot, man. He
Mm.
came in real hot. Let me say this: are are white people racist? First, is there a book that they give to white folks when they are first born and tell them this is how you live life and coexist with black people because they all seem, every one of them that are racist seem to do it and say the same things. I mean, one of the ways that I determine if you're racist and you're just playing it off is don't tell me, oh, some of my best friends are black,
Mm.
or my best friend is black, things like that. No, you don't even know a black person saying something like that because you wouldn't have to take and try to make us feel comfortable around you by saying something like that. Another thing is that if you ever had a white person in your home, whether it be business or just friendship, first thing comes out of their mouth is, "Oh, this is a really nice place," as if they expected you to live in a cage like a monkey. No, that don't happen, and that ball just don't roll with me. You know, we all live. I wouldn't say the same. Some better than others, but that is by choice. That is not by design. I think what needs to happen in order for white people and black people to coexist is for not for black people to act white and not white people to act black, but for us all to act ourselves. And if you don't like some, well, like my son says, and I should have never said it to him because he's only in fourth grade right now. And I used to tell him, man, I could tell when there's somebody white around without even seeing them. And he would say, how? I say, because white folks smell like wet chickens. My son come home.
All right, yeah, we can't do that. I'm sorry, Malik. You a OG, and that's cool. You're not ready for TikTok yet, man. You're not ready for TikTok yet. I'm gonna be honest. We cannot talk like that up here. So I'm not even mad at not mad at you, OG. Everyone, could y'all put F1 in the comments, man? Um, he was just doing too much. He's doing too much. I don't know. He was doing too much for me. Um, I ain't mad at you, OG. It's just you can't do that. You can't do that on here. Like if we was having a conversation in the barbershop, you know what I'm saying? Then that'd be different. You know what I'm saying? We just can't do that on TikTok. Can't do that up here. That might have been a different conversation for a different day. Shout out to all the wet chickens, man. So anyway, we're talking about what we're talking about up here. We're talking about God, we're talking about racism, and we're talking about culture. So let's try to stay on topic. Let's talk about it, you know. Do black and white Christians worship the same God? Do they worship the same? I would even say, is black and white Christianity the same religion? And people are going to be like, there's no such thing as black and white Christianity. There's just Christianity. Malcolm X said that the most segregated time in America is Sunday at high noon. The reason he said that is because you go to church, you either go to a black church, mostly black church, or mostly white church. That's how it is in America and around the world. People tend to worship with people that look like them. And so those that say they're not racist and say, that they're Christian, why do you still go to a church where everyone tends to look like you? No, it was Malcolm that said that. It's Trash Can. I see you came back up. What's good?
Yeah, I just wanted to come back up here because I heard you mention like churches specifically and like Christianity specifically.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and from like observing, like I've been to multiple different churches, like it used to be like an issue, I guess, with some churches, but like the fact that like messages are like in majority like black churches, like I feel like the messages are so much different and like I don't even know how they're like reading from the same text because they're so much different and like for me, I enjoy them so much more and like I connect with it so much more because it feels like a lot. I don't know what I can't tell you like exactly what the difference is because like
I
looking
can't.
into like their texts and stuff, like it seems to be the same Bible, but I have come to find out like I don't think I think their interpretation, I think it's the actual interpretation of scripture that like I just feel like they got the they got their head on like so much more securely
When
and understand so much more. And I just really appreciate that. And I also yeah, again, I appreciate these topics. I think these are good topics to push. So, but yeah,
when
that's all I
the
wanted to comment on.
when the European missionaries came to the Americas and wanted to convert the indigenous people to Christianity, they would use the name of their God and say that their God had a son, and that the son was born of a virgin, and kind of use the name of the indigenous people's God to kind of get them to see things through a Christian perspective. Um, and so basically the indigenous people kind of added Christianity to their spiritual practices and how they was already. Hold on, please mute when you come up. Please mute when you come up. It's really loud. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so um, Africans did the same thing. They were told that at least up until 1619, anyone that was enslaved and brought to America, if they confessed and said that Jesus was their Lord and Savior, they would no longer be enslaved. And even on the African continent, the uncivilized tribes were the ones that were not Christian. So um, what what Africans did was they took their spiritual practices, which are the spiritual practices that created Christianity. We get into that another time. That's history. But um, they took their spiritual beliefs and practices and applied that to Christianity. So a lot of the ways that the Black church, even today, worships God is literally taken from our ancestors thousands of years ago. And yeah, so that's the difference.
I feel like I've heard about this. Like I've heard about the idea that they like are flipping scripture, like people who are into like I guess different religion. I don't know, is like I don't know if they're like religions or not, but like they use scripture as a way to like avoid like to like protect themselves or whatever. I don't know much about it, but I have heard about that and how that's like practiced in modern churches and stuff. And also getting into the Quran has been really interesting. And I don't, sometimes I don't understand how it's anything but cognitive dissonance what like white people are practicing through the Bible because the Quran just makes so much more sense to me. And even not like going strictly by the Quran, just like comparing it to the Bible, it's just wild to me. It's just wild how they even like how they can stick by the Bible at all is the thing.
Yeah. Yeah. If you watch the opening scene in the movie Emancipation with Will Smith, the one that he bopped Chris Rock for, the opening scene, he's washing his wife's feet. That's part of communion that our ancestors would do while they were in bondage, and it's in reference to a Bible passage where Mary Magdalene washes Jesus' feet before the Last Supper, and it's something that is once again an African tradition. To this day, they wash their feet when they come in the house. So it's part of our, once again, part of our traditions going back thousands of years that we still practiced even in bondage on the plantation to this day in our churches. So, it's just, yeah, it's interesting how many of us don't know, but we are worshiping two different gods.
That's interesting. Do you feel like white Christianity
One
is
God, though.
essentially just like oh sorry.
Hold
Do you
It's
on.
think it's
only one.
appropriation across the board?
I'm sorry?
Do you think it's like appropriation across the board the way white people have adopted Christianity?
Yeah, definitely. The earliest Christians were Africans. We know that the Ethiopian church made Christianity their official religion, although it was in part because of a European that came to Ethiopia. But we know that predating that all the way back to ancient Kemet, well, yeah, like, post Jesus, but I think it was first century AD. There was Christians in Egypt, so we know that's in Africa. And Jesus practiced it, like the idea of having a spirit is an African idea. Like African spirituality predates Christianity by 4,000 years minimum. We know it existed before that, but the oldest archaeological evidence we have of that dates back 4,000 years. So, I mean, 4,000 years before, it's 6,000 years today, but 4,000 years before Christianity.
Also, I'm going to sit down and keep listening to you talk about this. I like these topics.
All right. Thank you. What's your name? What's your name? Marva, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Hi, I'm Martha from England. I'm a female and I'm over 25. Is that okay?
Uh, Female is not a pronoun, so I'm gonna assume she, her.
I'm a she.
All right, talk to us. Oh, wait, did you say your race?
I'm Jamaican but British.
Those are
Born in
two.
Jamaica but
Those are two
British.
nationalities.
Well, they say I'm British, but I'm Jamaican born.
Neither of those are not like those are not races. Those are places.
I'm black.
Okay,
Is that
talk
right?
to it.
You've got me. Yeah, I was listening in about the Bible and whether it, in the black church is different from the white church, and I can say it's completely different because I know the black people, myself personally, when I was baptized Christian. When I was in a black church, baptized Christian, I felt myself get into spirit. And at that time, we was thinking it's the Holy Ghost or the Holy whatever coming in.
Hmm.
But you
Mm-hmm.
just felt something like, for me, when I got in spirit, it felt like a white light coming in. And they say you was talking in tongues and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
When you're
Yep.
in spirit, you don't know what you're doing. My personal experience. And
That's also an
obviously,
African practice. Yeah. Speaking
yeah.
in tongues. Yep.
And obviously, when you get in spirit, because they were like calling down the Holy Spirit or whatever they were calling down when you was in the church. Sorry if I'm speaking fast. Um, you just felt elated and light and everything like that. But you never got no. Well, I never saw any vision or anything like that. I just blacked out. Now, so then leaving that kind of religion, it was Pentecostal and going into the Roman Catholic Church, all they do is, pray, tell you that you've got sin, stuff like that. Everything is all external, whereas in the Black Church, it was all internal.
Yeah.
So now that you're talking about it and I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking, yes, there's a big difference.
Yeah.
Since then, I'm not practicing any religion because since then, when they say the Bible and the Adam and Eve story, and then when you look into it, you see a lot of all the other religion mixing into this one religion, Christianity. So
Mm-hmm.
with that, I do believe in the Most High God. I'm a Rasta now, got Rastafarian, and I believe in the Most High God. I believe in heaven and her. I don't believe so much in the devil because devil is in everything. Devil is in me, devil is in you, the yin and yang, good and bad. So I don't believe, in the devil per se. I know there's people can do wickedness to you, but I think it's what you allow. I don't know if that's right, but that's how I feel.
Yeah.
If you allow it, it
Well,
happens.
that's everything you're saying is part of African spirituality.
Yeah,
Um, yeah. They don't believe in the devil. They believe God resides within.
yeah,
So God is the absence of nothing. The creator. in African spirituality, God is a verb, not a noun. So
Yeah,
God is, if you need water, God gives you water. God is a
yeah,
rainmaker. God is
yeah,
the creator, So that's the thing. The idea of God being a man in the sky judging you is part of what our colonizers added to the mix. But
yeah.
you know, so yeah,
So I'd agree with all that. So yeah, I'm just listening at the moment, but I'm glad that I came up forward because, as I said, I've experienced it from both sides, losing faith in one part and then going over to the other part and then losing absolute faith in the other part. So now I'm just believing in, as I said, the Most High God and the God that's within me and the natural laws of doing good and good will follow me,
yeah,
you know?
yeah, yeah. Well, thank you
Thank
for
you.
sharing that.
Thank you for listening as well.
Absolutely, one love.
Okay. One love.
Um,
Okay. I can come down now. You can take me down. How do I come
oh, okay.
down? Thank
All
you.
right, sister,
Bless
I got
you.
you. All right.
Bye.
Um, I'll go to the next guest, Ruthie. Could you give us
Hey,
your age, race, and pronouns?
my name's Ruth. I am a she, her, and I'm white British.
Thank you, Ruthie. And talk to us. What brings you up?
I suppose like we were just listening to what you guys were saying about God, really, and I think what the last person said, and I'm an atheist, but I believe in morals, and I believe in like if you give good, you get good,
Hmm.
and I believe that if you, I mean, I don't always think that, like the last guest said about how there's I think sometimes evil just does find you, and then you have to kind of learn from that experience, however that experience may be. I'm sure in all of our lives we've all had parts of evil finding us, and it's either nearly broken us or we've learned from it and we've grown from it. Um, but yeah, it was just interesting what she was saying about that, really, because I do think, like, say, for example, when you're in relationships that have gone really badly wrong and it's turned out abusive, or if you're in a situation where, yeah, things like that. And I don't think that people can always know when evil is coming. I think sometimes evil just appears and you kind of um, grow to kind of accept what you don't realize is bad. Does that make sense?
I don't know what you mean by evil appears. Like,
Well, for example, right, if you're in an abusive relationship, right, and this person comes across as someone that is amazing, the love bombing, all that kind of stuff, which my friend's actually coming out of one at the moment, which is why I'm bringing this subject up. And she's having a really hard time because she didn't realize that this person just suddenly became. It was a shock to her that this came out, and his personality has completely changed. And that, I suppose, that's what I'm trying to make. That's what I'm trying to go. That's what I'm trying to say, really. And it was just what that
oh,
woman was saying.
change into like an evil person. You mean?
No, I think he's not an evil person. I think that he's essentially been he's seen abuse at home through seeing abuse, that's how he believes that you treat people. Um, and I think that sometimes, because you learn from what you see, essentially.
Well, here's the thing. I hear what you're saying. I want to get back to the topics though, because we're talking about
Yeah.
the differences in how black and white people worship God. Do they worship the same God? What is your take on that? Black and white Christianity.
I'm an atheist, so I'm probably coming on the wrong chat. I don't believe in God.
All right. Do you believe white people are inherently racist?
It's an interesting
Long
question.
pause,
I
Ruthie.
believe I believe that. Sorry?
I said that's a long pause, Ruthie.
I was trying to figure it out. Like, I believe that some white people, yeah, I think in some ways, I think that sometimes people say things that they shouldn't say because there's a lack of understanding. But I don't know if all white people are inherently racist. I think it boils down to the fact that um, people. Sorry, 1 minute. My son's calling me.
Okay.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, go to. I love you, darling. Get some sleep. In a minute.
Everybody down there, please tap like. Let's get to 20K likes. Everybody in here, we got 217 people in here. Tap like as you listen along to help the algorithm out. If you get value from the live, send a little rose, a little gift somewhere. Let the algorithm know you're getting value. And we're just gonna keep on going. Keep tapping like, tapping like. I'm probably gonna change the topic when we get to 50K likes. So to find out what the next topic is, keep tapping like as you listen along. Appreciate you, Ruthie. Could you,
Yeah, I feel
yeah,
like
okay.
I feel like I live in London, and where I live it's Catford, and you don't see it here because it's so. I don't see it,
Hmm.
and
You
I've
don't see
got
what?
yeah. I don't see it. Probably exists, but I don't
What
see
is
it.
this? I don't know what it is. What do you mean?
You said racism.
Oh,
It's definitely around. You can see it when you walk down the road. You know, you can see it, but I think because of the multiculturalism, and it's everyone is just there together and walking past each other, and everyone's just there. And I don't know, is it inherently racist? Are white people? I hope not. I hope not.
so
I
to
mean,
me, to me, when I talk about this topic with someone that's white, um, it's kind of like trying to tell a fish that water is wet. It's like they swim in it all day and they don't even know. Um,
no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I do know it is around. Of course, it's around. It's been around for centuries, and it's never going to stop being around. I'm saying that because of where I live, and I've seen it in other. I've been to Yorkshire, and it's extremely racist in that area, and it's very much on the streets, and you do see it with the way the police treat black men and black women, and you do see it with the way that the police treat, different black boys and girls when they're standing around McDonald's, and they are more than the police are more than likely to go up to them. And I think that's personally, I think it's disgusting, but it does happen. So we know that happens, and we know it's in things like the police in London. It's definitely there, and there are some sectors when you get some extremely narrow-minded, stupid people that don't understand that actually what you're talking about, why are you behaving like that, why have you got the right to be like that? Are you more special than anyone else? No, you're not. You just think you are because you have this headspace in your head that you are more important, when actually who gives. Do you know what I mean?
mm.
It makes me angry. Whether or not that is an anger that I'm not aware that is somewhere in me, I'm not aware of my own perceptions sometimes, or something like that, my own judgments. I hope I don't think I do. And maybe I'm not aware of that. Maybe that's something I need to work on in my life. And I think that those people that do have those stupid ways of believing and thinking, and you can see it. I remember walking past McDonald's in Catford, and there was this big group of black kids, and the next week there was a big group of white kids. Do you think the group of white kids got the police called on them? No, the group of black kids did, because there are stupid people around, and there are people that are gonna. And I don't see it as the right. It makes me really angry. I hope.
All right,
It makes.
we know you're mad. All right. So
But
here's the thing.
yeah.
No matter where you at, it's a worldwide system that operates. When's the last time you were in a room full of white people? Can you remember? When you were in a
I
room,
went over to my mum today, and she was white. My mum's white.
Your room full of white people, and next time you are, just think to yourself, would I be as comfortable in this room if I look like Brother Legend?
I mean, yeah, I would be,
I'm a
because
6'4" black man. Would everyone treat me with the same respect, the same
probably
assumption of innocence?
no, probably not. Not in all cases. You're absolutely right. Not in all cases, they wouldn't. That's. You're absolutely right that it's the way of the world.
Right. And so that being the case, even in your corner of the world, there's still racism. It's just, it's harder to see, like I said, when
Yeah.
you're a fish swimming in water. So
But that's what I meant when I said that. That's what I meant when I said you don't see it as much, because there is so many different cultures all into one. So no, you are absolutely right.
you don't see it as much. Is that you don't see it as much? That's what you mean, like
No, that's
you
what I
don't.
meant. I
'Cause
meant
I would
I
definitely
was
see
told
it.
that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course you do.
I'm a fairly tall black man with long dreadlocks. I'm sure I would see it. I'm sure I would see something. Somebody would look at me a little crazy. Some little kid will point at me. Something. I've dealt with microaggressions my entire life. But thanks for answering. What about the last question? Then I'll go to the next guest. Can black and white cultures peacefully coexist?
Yeah, I hope so. And I think they do in some corners of the world. But I think it's difficult because people have
Where?
it. You can see it in the school that my son goes to. You can see it in, he has mixed race friends. He has Chinese friends. He has black friends.
Say, can black and white people peacefully coexist? Cultures peacefully coexist. Can black culture and white culture peacefully coexist in the same space? Coexisting doesn't mean that I put on a uniform and go to the same school as white people and talk in their language and do things that are, you understand, peacefully coexisting means.
Yeah, and I think they can. Maybe that's the wrong opinion. Maybe you disagree with me, and that's absolutely fine. I do think they can. I've seen it. I've experienced it, and I'm not a black person. I'm
I
not.
know, but I'm saying when? When did you experience it?
Oh, I experienced it when I went to school in Balham. I've experienced it, and I'm not
So
lying.
you experienced black people participating in black culture in a British school,
Yeah.
and they were not vilified, looked at less than, or experienced any racism in experiencing their own culture.
Oh,
Did they
I'm
have?
sure no, you're right. You're right. I'm sure you're right with that. They probably did
This is taken
experience
away
racism.
peacefully. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah. Get it.
we're talking about peaceful coexistence, meaning they can just be in full expression, have their hair long,
Oh yeah, yeah,
talk
yeah.
how
I
they
mean,
want to talk.
if we were to having a conversation, right, round here, and I was to take you on a trip round my area, you would see women and black women do have their hair, and black men do have their hair with braids
And
and with.
they're more than 3 times more likely to be pulled over by a police officer because of it.
Absolutely.
Black women are. You see what I'm saying? So that's not peacefully. So again, that's not
Yeah.
peaceful. Me being in my culture should not be endangering my safety. I can
No,
do
you're
it
right.
as a form of love towards myself, but even me doing it is not an act of peace. It's almost an act of aggression against whiteness, which implies and requires uniformity. Whiteness requires everyone get on the same page, act a certain way, and look a certain way. So if I were to fit into some of these schools you're talking about, I'd have to shave off my beard,
No, you
talk
wouldn't. Not
talk with a
no.
certain proper accent, and
No.
I would have to act a certain way to not risk having being discriminated against, and being vilified in different ways. And I'm saying that from the point of view of a black man. I'm talking about black people and our
Yeah.
point of view. You can't tell me that. You can't tell me any different.
No, you're right. I can't. I can't. You're absolutely right. I can't. You're absolutely right.
If
I
I may,
can't.
I think that when you see us outside and you see us wear our hair long and you see us participate in our own culture, it is us we have to display that. We have to do that just so we're surviving while doing that. It's not just like he said, we're still under threat. When I walk outside,
Absolutely. I'm not
we're still
denying that.
under threat. So
I'm not
when you see
denying.
that, when you observe that, that's not peaceful.
I'm not
That's
denying that. I'm not denying that black men and black women are pulled over more. I'm not denying that at all. And you're right. That isn't peaceful existence. It's
yeah.
disgusting. Not peaceful existence.
So that's why when we ask the question, can black and white cultures exist
No,
peacefully,
I get it.
we gotta
I do.
recognize that the side of the fence that you're on
It's
have
completely
not
different.
done
Yeah.
the necessary work to undo so we can peacefully coexist. People live in suppression of their cultures.
Absolutely. You're right.
You don't see Muslims in the street praying. Not in America. You don't
I
see
mean, but you don't see. I mean, I'm Jewish, and I'm not comparing it, but I'm Jewish, and we have been got family members that were killed in Auschwitz. I've got all of that sort of stuff,
but I
and
mean, let's keep on
it's
talking.
not
But
the
yeah.
same. I'm not saying that it's the same. I'm saying no. I'm comparing, and I shouldn't compare.
Yeah, that's a deep dark rabbit hole because we're talking
Yeah,
about 6 years versus 400 years, and
yeah,
a lot more bodies.
yeah. You're right. Guys, it's been really nice, but I've got my kids and they're both wandering around because they can hear me on the phone.
All right,
But it's been really nice
thanks for
chatting.
coming up, Ruthie.
Okay, bye.
Bye bye. Rashad, what's good, brother? You hanging out with me or what? What were you doing?
Yeah, I'm chilling, man. It's just she's trying. Why did she even try to compare the World War II events to this grand scheme of things we talking about? This isn't oppression Olympics. We're not trying to one up each other on how much we were tortured. Like it. Come on now.
I mean, the reason it's not oppression Olympics is because we got the gold medal a long time ago. Like the World
Yeah,
War
like
II, the World
let
War
it
II
come.
stuff wouldn't have even happened if it wasn't happening to us first. That's what the man that's planned the whole thing said. Like he studied what we was going through here in America first. So
Facts.
like
Facts.
like we
Facts.
won right there. Like that's it. That's the end of the Olympics. We Usain bolted it. Like it's done. But yeah, that's another thing, you know.
And while I'm up here, man, I wanna do black and white Christians worship the same God? What an interesting question. And I messed with your video today. It was a good video. But do we worship the same God? Wow. It is a distinct group of people that have used the Bible and have used Jesus Christ and God to do some very, very inhumane, ungodly things, man. So when you talk about Europe, man, and Catholicism and holy wars, and I don't want to buzzword off, so I don't want to get your live taken, but it's just the history of it all. And then when you go into the transatlantic, just using the book to justify, and I grew up Church of Christ.
Oh wow, Kojic. Church of God in Christ, or
No,
Church of
just
Christ?
Church of Christ. Just Church of Christ.
Just Church of Christ.
Yeah.
Dang, I grew up Church
Alabama.
of Christ, Disciples of Christ, which is a branch off of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's from the trenches, right?
Yeah, Alabama, man.
Yeah, that's what the ancestors on the plantation was on. Like that's deep rooted. Yeah, that's from the South. Like, yeah, I know about it.
So, yeah, when you think about the justification of it all and quoting scripture, man, at one point, it's just you don't really think that the answer to the question is yes, right? And it's just so telling and evident, man. Evidence is evidence. Like when people, why are you bringing up the past? Do you hear what they were saying? Using scripture to justify devilish is all I'm gonna say. It doesn't seem like yes. Just how, and I mean when we talk about religion and history, we say Christians, Judaism, and Islam worship the same God, but man, so when we make this cultural distinction in the way we worship and the way we go about actually applying scripture to our daily life, I think it's a clear justification. Now we talking about people that have the opportunity to do these things, right? So, because Christianity hasn't in particular helped Black people, in my opinion. The answer is you got to formulate your own opinion. That's all I'll say.
Yeah. Well, when it comes to Christianity, and movements like Ethiopianism, which gave birth to Pan-Africanism. Ethiopianism was a Black or an Afrocentric telling of the Bible, where they started to see the connections between African spirituality and Christianity, and started to see themselves in the Bible, and it became Ethiopianism, which led to the AME Church here in the West. So that was Africans like Nat Turner, you know what I'm saying, taking the Bible and adding our sauce back into it, because it was originally there. They took it out, and so we put it back in. And then the same thing with Islam in West Africa. The Muslims of West Africa, because Islam is patriarchal, so is Christianity. But in West Africa, they reintroduced the matrilineal system.
Precisely.
And then they also stood up against the Islamic oppressors with their kind of like Ethiopianism was like a revolutionized version of Islam. So you see what I'm saying? Like whatever, like we would take on the religion and then bring back the spirituality. And that's where a lot of us get confused, is because we believe in things in their purest form. Even if it's a tool meant to be wielded against us, we'll look at it definitely and still say it's a fair fight, because we believe in, like democracy, like I was saying in my video, like that's something that's being used against us. But we will sit here and believe in democracy so much that we believe if we just get enough votes, y'all, we gonna be all right. Like we just gotta vote the right person in, and we get together and we vote the right person in, not understanding that there's a system in place to make sure that you are not gonna have your way, Black people. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because we believe in things in their purest, truest form, and that's never been the case in the West. There has never been democracy, and there's never been Christianity in the West. I'm gonna leave Islam out of it because I'm still unpacking some of that nuance that I just gave
Uh-huh.
you. So that nuance that I just gave you is what I'm learning. I'm watching videos. John Hurt Clark break that down, but when we talk about Christianity, I know that in and out. And America and Europe have never operated on Christianity. If that were the case, you can't hang someone from a tree on one day and go for church the next morning.
Yeah.
There's no way to do that. So, you know, we know that they were doing that for a long time.
We definitely got some unpacking to do.
Right. Absolutely.
That's the goal, man.
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna go to the next guest. I appreciate you, Rashad.
Yeah.
Hang out with me if you can. I'll go to Peter Henderson. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
There you go, mate. Age 35 plus, race Caucasian, and I'm male, so pronouns are he, him.
Okay.
But
Talk to it.
good discussion, by the way, host, and thank you for having this.
Mm-hmm.
So your first question there is, do black and white tea Christians worship the same God? No, they don't. Now, I come from the Christian religion, and I can tell you that the different churches do not teach the same God. So and I've been to every church and I've studied every religion. So, for example, I went to an African church here in Sydney, Australia, and the way they teach about God and the Bible is different. Then I went to a Church of Jesus Christ. It was so different, I got confused. And when I asked the pastors of both churches, I said, how come your church is different, your church is different? What I found out is that the Church of Jesus Christ was teaching out of a founder's book, was not teaching out of the Bible. So they do not teach the same God at all. Your second question, white sea people inherently racist? Yes, they are inherently racist because a lot of the times, and inherent two things. Genetically, we're not inherently racist, but we're also taught to be inherently racist. So, for example, my grandfather was taught to be racist by his grandfather. My father was also taught to be racist by his father. But luckily with me, my mother said, don't be racist. Stop that ideology, stop that thinking pattern, and don't listen to your elders. So it is inherently taught in a lot of white culture. So that's the problem right there. And because of that, can black and white cultures peacefully coexist? No, they can't. Because white culture is a constructed culture which is designed to be like the way it is. Now, the only time that, in my opinion, that white people can coexist peacefully with other ethnic races is when you decolonize that constructed culture and go back to your original culture. So my original culture is Prussia, and that's the German culture before it became Germany. And in Prussian culture, we're very accepting. We love everybody. We accept, we learn. That's what people have got to do. And only when they can do that, then can a culture which is not constructed, which is basically grassroots cultures, can it then peacefully coexist? 100% it can. But not under this westernized constructed culture. It would never coexist.
All right.
So,
well, I'll give you. We grade people here. I'll give you a C, man.
thank you, brother. Well, I'm going to peacefully drop down. But thank you so much for having me up here, and thank you for doing the lives, mate, because they're really good.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming up. Have a good day.
Take care, bro.
Black Voice, what's good?
Hello, sir. I am Black Voice. I'm 25 plus and female.
All right.
Your first question on, do black and whitey Christians worship the same God? My answers are in agreement with the previous panelists, but I just structure them slightly differently. Yes, in the first instance, you would say that. However, when it comes to the practicing of teachings, it's very, very different, to the point where within the white community, or from the whitey community, excuse me, it's been damaging to the black community. I won't go into detail. Are white people inherently racist? Yes, they are. Now, this is not genetic. This is something that is taught. Again, agreeing with the previous panelists, it is taught. Whether it's sitting down your child and saying, just don't talk to black people, or from actually being unaware that is actually a part of your culture, of institution, of statue, the building blocks of um, of society in which we live in today, which manifests, propagates, and festers racism. Following on to your third question, can black and white tea cultures coexist peacefully? Sure. However, because of that structure and the base that it presents and provides, it cannot. It will support a system in which black people will be at the bottom, and will perpetuate a harmful, continuously system in where we will always find ourselves fatally affected. So that's my answers. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for that. I'll give my sister that. Yeah, she black, y'all. She been coming up here for a long time. Appreciate you, sister. And
Thank you.
yep, and I'll go to the next guest. Everybody, don't forget to keep tapping like. Let's get to 35K. Keep tapping like. We can do it. I have faith in y'all. Thank you, Leisha, for modding for me. And Molly, Black Lovely Rose Pels. I'm not sure if she's in here yet. Rob, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
How's it going? I'm 36. He, him, and I'm black, obviously, if you can't tell by the picture. But so I'm just going to skip over the first two questions simply because Black Voice and the panelists before her actually mentioned the same exact things that I was going to say.
Okay.
So I'm going to go straight into a deeper dive on the last question. And can black and white cultures peacefully coexist? The answer is kind of weird because we first have to find out what exactly is white culture in America. Considering how most of everything that white culture, as you want to say, is now, is basically stolen from other cultures. So therefore, how can we technically coexist with something that's not real or is borrowed from others? It's kind of like coexisting with ourselves, but then being told that we can't do what we do.
Borrow is a very, very nice word.
Yeah, I'm trying to be nice, okay? So that would be my deeper dive to the question for the last one. It's kind of like, how can we coexist with something that, in layman's terms, was stolen from other people? Mm-hmm. We have our own things where we started country music, we started rock and roll, we started pop, we started jazz, we started
walking
we started all these other things. We have certain foods. Granted, they can sit there and cry and say, oh, we have hamburgers, that's from Germany. We have this, that's from other places. Yeah. Those are either German, French, Italian, whatever culture. It's not necessarily white culture.
Right.
So therefore, what exactly would white culture be for us to actually coexist with it? Mm-hmm. That would have to be my question and answer for the other one. So therefore, can it coexist? No, because what are we coexisting with? Besides thievery.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I heard that, man. I heard that. I think this brother's on point.
So that's where my stance is.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, thank you for adding that value to the live, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, feel free to come back up another time. We're going to change the topic soon. You want to come back up then, feel free.
Oh, definitely.
Yep. I'm going to go to the next guest. Y'all keep tapping like. I'll change the topic when we get to 40K likes. We get to 40K, I'm gonna change the topic. We'll talk about I guess I don't know. We can do interracial relationships. Y'all like to come to me like a relationship guru, but I'm really not. But we can talk about stuff. Um, I'll go to my brother, African Advice. What's going on?
What's going on, brother? How you doing?
I'm well, brother. How you been?
I'm good, I'm good. You know what? Let me just start by saying you hit the nail on the head when you say that Europeans never practiced Christianity. That couldn't have been more true. And you know what? Even looking at the history, for example, of how when Christianity got to Europe and the difference of when it got to Africa, because they got to both continents at roughly the same time, right? But the thing is, though, in Africa, it never changed how it was practiced. You know how it was done for the thousands of years that's been in Eastern Africa. However, in Europe, it's been changed over and over again, hundreds of times, for different reasons, mainly political, right? And also, how they greeted Christianity when it got to Europe, it was met with hatred, non-acceptance. I mean, they put this guy Jesus on a cross, right? So I mean, that should tell you enough. And then when they thought it would be useful to them and their devious purposes, then they tried to twist it, right? Even the most popular Bible in Europe and the most popular Bible in Africa are not the same.
Yeah, right.
That already tells you all you need to know, right? And a lot of their culture, and you also, I think someone else was saying it, but similar to this, it's like religions, they usually adapt to the cultures they come in contact with, not the other way around, right? So with that being said, a lot of the immorality, the hatred, the backwardness that existed in European culture, they integrated that into their version of Christianity. Just a complete corruption of the religion, right? So no, I'd say so. That's a definite no. We don't worship the same gods at all. All right, whatever. They're a very corrupt. I mean, I might try to be nice, but they are. They practice Christianity very dishonestly. We can see from history, dating back from when it first got to Europe all the way till today. And as for the other two questions, you already know. Yes, they are, and no, we can't. So, yeah,
Appreciate it. Yeah.
yeah,
John Emmett Clark says that Africans believe in things in their purest form. We believe,
exactly.
we see the religion and we believe in the spirituality because the spirituality came from us, our ancestors.
Yes.
But we believe in the spirituality. They use it purely for political reasons. That is
Oh,
it.
yeah, of
Yeah,
course. They're
that is
not
it.
Christians. If it weren't useful, if they couldn't twist it in some way, none of them would follow it.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah,
And
right.
that's why even today you see that despite Christianity being strong in the African continent, right? Not only is it not as strong in the European continent, but it's also changing to adapt to a lot of their political and social engineering work,
Yeah.
right? And I won't go into that because I don't want to get the live taken down, but yeah, because certain there's a certain community that if you talk too much about them, they'll
Yeah.
come for you. So I won't go
Sure
down
will.
that road. Yeah,
I appreciate you. Thank you for
yeah.
adding the value to the live. Trace, you got a lot of noise. I'm gonna mute you. Can y'all please? I don't know what's going on. That's a loud sound. It's not letting me mute. Okay, there we go. All right, Lex, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
I am, and I'm black. And can you please do me a favor and let the white girls go first, so in case they act up, I can read them after?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Please?
Okay, Lex.
All right.
Um, Tiffany, are you one of
Yeah, how you doing?
are
If
you
I
one
wouldn't
of the
consider myself white, I wouldn't consider myself white. Now, see, that's a fair
so you
assessment.
black? I can't tell.
Part,
Are
part, and
you a
part.
black woman?
Yes, part.
Okay.
I'm 65 Italian, 35 black.
There's no such thing.
Yes, there is.
No, there's no such thing. There's no such thing as 65 Italian. You're either Italian or you're not.
I'm Italian and black. I claim both mine. How can you not claim?
I'm gonna wing. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. I'm not even gonna say that. Okay. So
But I
Italian
would say I'm more black than anything. I
is a
look black.
nationality. There are black people in Italy. You understand that? So
Yeah.
black and Italian are not mutually exclusive. You're not one or the other, and then sometimes you're both. Like there are black Italians. So your race, when I
Yes.
see your race, and you tell me the name of a country, I'm gonna look at you like you don't know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So
That's
yeah,
then I'm black.
there you go.
Okay.
Let me go to the
How you
next.
doing, brother?
I'm well. I'm well. Let me go to the next
Oh,
since Lex is saying she wants. Actually, I'll go to you, and then I'll go to the next guest, and then I'll go back to Lex. Go ahead, talk to us. Answer the question.
what do you mean asking questions?
There's no
There's not really
question.
much to ask.
Turn your TV down, Tiffany.
What happened?
Can you turn your TV down? We all watching TV with you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Grilled with cumin, oregano, and coriander. Finished with fresh lime and hand-chopped cilantro. Carne asada. This is our best steak ever.
Motherfucker.
If you're a Medicare beneficiary.
Hold on.
Tiffany. I don't know. She got to get it together. Trace, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
I am really old and I'm beige with freckles in the summer, but I'm pretty rice colored skinned right now. And female.
That's not a race. Whatever you just said is not a race. So,
I'm okay. I'm white.
okay, there we go. Um, Talk to us. What brings you up?
I really think that a lot of the issues that arise and it's a people's lack of understanding. And I think that comes through education, and poverty is the reason. If I'm serious, I really think that poverty is the basis for ignorance, especially here in the U.S. The people that have things, the haves and the have not, the haves don't understand the haves not, and the have nots don't have access to the things to change their position. And there are some people that don't want to buy into it, but I think the people that don't buy into it purposely don't buy into it. They educate themselves and go after, their living off the land and free living and all that good stuff. Grow their own food. That's great. But I think there's a lack of accessibility to a lot of people, to the majority of, there's a lot of people. I mean, we know the one percenters are the
Mm.
haves, so they live a completely different world than we do.
Hello? Can y'all hear me?
I can.
Okay. All right, cool. All right. I had to switch mics. Okay, so when we're talking about race and people that don't enjoy the sun as much as African and black people do come up and they say things about capitalism. It's a little bit disingenuous because capitalism is your struggle, not mine. The only thing that might hold thin-lipped person back in life is the fact that they're not a rich thin-lipped person. Thin-lipped people, when they're born into poverty, they are the only ones that feel like this shouldn't be happening to them. So they get really upset and focus their efforts on alleviating the burden of being poor. Meanwhile, I don't care if we rich or poor. I just want to be able to walk down my street without having to worry about police, harassing me if I don't have my wallet on me. I just want to be able to, have my wife get pregnant and not worry that she's 6 times more likely to be unalived because the doctor doesn't believe she's human enough to have pain. I really don't. I really don't. Give a damn about who has and who has not. Because I know we don't got shit. So we trying to figure out how to just live. To be honest, we just want our lives to just matter. To just be able to live. So.
And I that's what I'm talking about. I think there's ignorance there. I think there's some separation of reality in all of that. And trust me, yeah, I was born poor and I didn't want to stay poor. I wanted to have children and provide them with the things that I couldn't have, and I got an education. And so I've just read and study and try to be empathetic and see from a different view.
Right, but capitalism is not a race problem. Capitalism is a white problem. Capitalism is not the reason that I'm in the position that I'm in financially. Our people are not in the position that they're in because of capitalism. Capitalism is used against us. If everything were free right now and you could just walk into Walmart and get things for free, please mute when y'all come up here. You could just walk into Walmart and get things for free. Think of the racist people you know. Don't tell me you don't know any.
Oh, I know them.
Okay. Do you think they would stop being racist if everything was free? You think they would?
No,
Right.
I don't. That's why
Exactly.
I said
So that's why capitalism is
with
not
knowledge
changing
and
anything.
education.
No, but I mean, even with knowledge and education, there are knowledgeable, educated racists. So,
Yeah, but
anti-racism is the solution to racism.
I agree, 100%. But
All right, so
I think there's some people that you can say that are knowledgeable. Well, you could say a kindergartner's knowledgeable. They've learned to say their ABCs, but that's not a broadening knowledge of. I guess it's just an ideology of purpose in life. The purpose that we're here. And I don't look at it as a religious standpoint. I'm agnostic, so I don't categorize people in, they're going to hell if they don't believe, that kind of thing. I'm not there. It's about your actions and your behaviors. And the purpose that you're here is to make people in a better place than they were before, whatever they choose to be. And like I said, it could be someone that just lives out on the land and they're not in a capitalist. They're not buying into capitalist society. That's fine. And I just hope that if they.
But I'm saying, to what end? Like, what are we talking about right now? You know what I'm
saying it's poverty.
What's poverty?
And lack of equity.
Lack of education and poverty. And what is all of this to solve? Like, what are you getting at here?
I think that knowledge and lack of poverty opens doors and puts people in situations where they're more knowledgeable, can make better decisions. And you're right. Anti-racism has to be stopped with racism has to be stopped with anti-racism. But I think it has to start with. So if you're talking about poor white people and they want to buy into that capitalism, right? They want to buy into that. If they weren't poor white, maybe they wouldn't buy into racism. You see what I'm saying?
No, because rich white people buy into racism too. They actually buy into it more.
Oh, I know.
So
But it's not being rich. It's being in a place that you feel comfortable and you feel good and that you are among and diverse and appreciate other people's opinion and know that diversity enriches us. It doesn't hinder us. But I know the super wealthy, we're just all ants. It doesn't matter what color, even white people. But they push,
No, it matters what
agenda
color.
on white people
It does
to
matter what
push
color.
racism.
It does matter what color, because not many my color are part of the rich ants. So they're making sure we don't make it to be rich.
Exactly.
But they're making, but what do you mean exactly?
That's
You just said that they're racist, that they're not racist, and they're equally oppressing everyone. Yet
exactly.
they make sure that black people don't make it to be rich like them. They don't stop other white people from getting rich. They make sure that black people don't get to where they are. So we just seen Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, two people that were regular old Joes 30 years ago, are now the richest people on the planet. So they can make it. They don't allow us to make it. So that clearly shows that those that are, the elites at the top don't really look at us all the same. Otherwise, everyone at the top would all be the same.
I'm saying they look at us as a moneymaker. And yes, there are different positions that they put us in, but we're all pushed to make them profit. I get that. But I'm saying that if poverty wasn't...
No, it's not the same. You're painting poor white people with the same brush as black people.
Oh, no.
It's not the same.
I'm not to do that. What I'm saying is, I'm saying that if people had access to their daily needs, right? They weren't hungry. They had...
It wouldn't change a damn thing. There would still be racism. I just told you, if your friend that is racist knew that he could get everything for free at Walmart and didn't have to buy a thing in a day in his life, would he be excited, overjoyed that his daughter is marrying a black man, or that a black person cut him off? He wouldn't think of a racial slur in his head. You see what I'm saying? Like,
no, that they're hand in hand is what I'm saying. There's an education part of it, and there's wealthy people
there's educated racists. There's rich racists. There's poor racists. There's uneducated racists. None of what you're saying is a solution to anything we're talking about up here. None of this it's not been proven to. The only answer to racism is anti-racism. That's it. Dismantling racism is the only answer.
All I'm trying to say is that if you're not subjected to diverse
Thank
people,
God for the gifts, by the way.
If you're not subjected to diversity, you won't ever learn. You won't ever understand. You will never see the humanity. So what I'm trying to say is that if we could wipe out that basic poverty, that food, transportation, and access to an equitable
then we would have a lot more rich racist people.
Oh.
You're not answering nothing. That don't answer nothing. That doesn't solve a thing. It just, now, instead of poor racist people, if we could just have, even though the average white household is 15 times more wealthy than the average black household, if we could just bring the people that are 15 times richer than black people, if we could just bring them up a little bit higher, racism wouldn't be such a big deal. That is bullshit, because there are people who are much higher and much richer, and they're still racist. They have education. They travel the world. They got the best doctors and lawyers and teachers. They got all the time in the world because they don't have to go to work every day, and they're still racist. I've met 2 billionaires in my lifetime. Some of the most racist people I've ever met. I've also met a whole bunch of regular schmegular Joe Dirts, and they were racist too. So I didn't give a damn how much was in their bank account when they were both being racist towards me.
You're killing my faith in humanity. I'm trying
to restore your faith in humanity. You're just focused in the wrong direction. The reason that capitalism is The obstacle that you're focusing on is because that's the obstacle that affects you. And so you think your problems are all black people's problems too. I know, white people are used to that. They tell us to wear sunblock. White people tell us to wear sunblock. My ancestors been on this planet for 300,000 years, way before there was sunblock, and we was just fine. All of a sudden, white tea folks came around 8,000 years ago, and now the doctor's telling us in the commercials that everyone should be wearing sunblock. What
That's
in the reason that they say it is because they are so used to white people's problems being everyone's problems. Y'all have a problem with the sun. Now I'm supposed to act like I have a problem with the sun. And so that's just a small example, but capitalism is your problem. That's the only thing, that's the only way that you feel oppression. So that is why you're trying to say it's everyone's problem.
but I
Because
don't.
what's wrong, what's happening to me must be happening to everyone else. So we should all come together and solve the only issue I have so that now I'll be in a better position to still be racist because they're still racist.
I was thinking that the lack of access to equity through education, and when I mean equity is to good jobs, education, where the money is would make a difference. But you're saying that's not it. I'm thinking everybody would want that, just
No.
access to that.
You know why I don't want your access? You know why I don't want educate? You know why I don't want your miseducation from white tea teachers in white tea school books that don't teach me my history and tell me a whitewashed version of my own history. I don't want that.
No.
I don't want someone that's going to tell me Christopher Columbus discovered America. I don't want somebody telling me that Thanksgiving was just some big feast between the natives. I don't want people telling me that my ancestors benefited from being kidnapped and brought here. I don't want that. I don't want that education. I don't want a dollar with a white man's face on it that was a slave owner. I don't want your slave owner painted portrait dollars that are used to trade and steal resources from Africa that are worth way more than those dollars. You give Africans a few pennies for resources that you're going to make billions off of. And somehow, and you do this with a pew pew pointed to their head. So it's like, I don't want those dollars. I don't want more of those dollars washed in the blood of people that look like me in Africa. Hashtag free Congo, everybody. I don't want that. I don't want that education. I don't want more of those dollars. In fact, me not wanting that, I want to dismantle the systems that make that education and that make those dollars. I want to dismantle all of that. And that is not something that's going to make any white tea person comfortable. And that is the reason why there aren't many anti-racist people, because they know that it's going to take away your comfort, and y'all are still fighting for more comfort. And so that's the problem.
I hear you. I don't have anything to say to that. I thought my thoughts were a pathway, but you're saying that's not what yours is. Your pathway is a different pathway than I thought.
Yeah.
Know
Well,
how to help you
I
get there.
understand. I understand, and I thank you for allowing us to have this discussion up here, man. That was
Appreciate it.
great. All right, one love. Let's go to the next guest. Who we got? Sister Alicia, Mia. Oh snap! I gotta change the topic soon. Mia, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Say what you said again. I didn't hear you.
Age, race, and pronouns, please.
Okay. 18, black, and pronouns she, her.
Okay.
I just been like listening in and out. I agree with everything that you're saying. And the lady that was on here before, I was gonna disagree with some stuff that she's saying, like the whole it's a poverty problem. Like, yes, those are issues on its own, but I feel like where we go wrong is combining those things into the whole racism thing, because it's just like it's just, these are all issues on its own, and although sometimes they do play a part into what's going on, there's still issues, and we go so wrong combining them together, making it seem like it's just all one big thing, when reality, the only way to defeat racism is anti-racism.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's facts. I mean, Stokely Carmichael talks about this. When the Black Panthers were advocating for communism and socialism. Stokely Carmichael, who was one of the founding members, actually pushed back against that and said that until we have a system or an economy that's built around repairing the damage done by racism, we're not going to have uh, something equitable for Black people. So in
Yeah.
place, you know.
And
Yeah.
it's sad because racism, it's taught. Like anybody that disagrees with that is blatantly wrong. Like it's taught. It's not anything that's like just there. It's taught. Like people are teaching it down to their kids because people can't. Americans are afraid of change, especially white Americans. They're afraid of change, and America was literally built on racism. So it's hard for them to move on from it, and that's the problem.
Yeah. I would say I want to say it's taught, but even if it isn't taught, the system will still see them as
Doesn't have to be taught.
privileged. Yeah. So yeah, it doesn't have to be taught like in a class or your parents teaching you anything. They don't have to teach you anything. The
It's
world,
noticeable. You can just see it.
yeah,
See
the
it.
world will show you
Mm-hmm.
that you are white, you are privileged, you are not like them. And what needs to be taught is anti-racism.
Right.
You know. And so, what is your take on um, Black and white cultures coexisting?
I feel like it's possible, but it's most definitely going to be hard. It would be nice for black and white cultures to like exist together peacefully and there not be peace, but there's always going to be that one, especially white people, there's always going to be that one white person with a problem. It's always going to be them, and not even one person, just a collective group. And we see that so many times in history, even today. Like today, past history, we just see it so many times of just white groups just being mad, just being mad about anything, honestly.
Yeah, I would say. Well, it sounds like your question is more geared towards people, and I'm talking about cultures. Um, did you mean cultures?
Yeah, like, yeah.
Because we know Black and white people can coexist. We've been here for 400 years. Um, would I call it peaceful coexistence? Absolutely not. We were brought here through violence, so there's no way that's peaceful. Um, Cultures peacefully coexisting. I don't know. I don't see it. Like Black and Jewish culture can coexist. I know some Black Jewish people. Shout out to my brothers and sisters that practice Judaism. That's cool. I guess. I'm not really religious, but do your thing. And then Black and Italian culture can coexist. Kobe Bryant was actually Italian. Um, there's different cultures that can coexist with Black culture. I would challenge anyone to name a culture that has coexisted with white culture peacefully.
Yeah. Okay, well, this is a question. What do you consider like white culture? Just for like a little bit of clarification.
White is a category in a caste system of oppression and world
Mm-hmm.
domination. So the goal of creating white and Black, two unnatural categories in classifying human beings, was literally to oppress and subjugate Africans and colonize indigenous people's land. So that was the purpose of white culture. Culture is defined by different things like art, for example, the music they make or dance to. Um, the food is another thing that's a staple in someone's culture. How they speak, different things. Land is another one. There's geographical ethnicities. White culture has stolen land. So that's not peaceful. It's stolen music, and it's stolen food. They put Colonel Sanders, a white man's face on a fried chicken box. Fried chicken is a black dish. At least it was popularized here in America by black people. Specifically, seasoned fried chicken is a black dish. There was fried chicken in Europe, but when it got here, our ancestors seasoned it. It was not seasoned. Can you imagine plain fried chicken? That must taste crazy. But anyway, yeah. So that's white culture stealing shit and
Okay,
stealing
yeah,
people.
I agree. Do you feel like the media also plays a part in that? Like we see on TikTok, for example, since we're on here right now, there's just so many examples of like a black creator doing something or starting a trend, and then it just getting like labeled under as a white person like starting it. How do you think like media goes into it?
It's interesting that you asked that. Well, beyond TikTok, right? The glaring example for me as I was a producer in Hollywood for like 10 years in the music industry, and one thing I noticed was the first hip hop song ever had a long legal battle because they sued a song called Chic. Have you ever heard that song? I said a hip hop,
Yeah.
a hippie to the hip. So they sampled that song, and white folks felt like they owned it, and they didn't want it being sampled. So, before Elvis Presley stole his whole sound from black people, the Rolling Stones stole their whole sound from Muddy Waters. Basically, rock and roll was just white tea folks stealing black people's music over and over. The blues. What's that guy? Ray Vaughn. Not Ray Vaughn. Dang, what's that guy that played the guitar? A white dude. Someone named. I forgot his name. Something Ray. Somebody knows who I'm talking about. Not Ray. Stevie Ray. I think it was Stevie Ray. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Anyway, they were stealing our music and calling us the Chitlin Circuit. And then when black people started sampling their music, all of a sudden legal battles became a thing. They came up with copyright laws, and I just think it's funny. That's American as hell. They steal and steal and steal and steal our music, and then when we start sampling, even to this day, I think Kanye's getting sued for some samples right now. Yeah, it's funny. That's white culture. We can steal, but you can't.
Someone said, does culture include clothing? Yeah.
Yeah, it does. But we can get into all that. Did you have anything else you wanted to add?
That's basically about it. I'm just reading the chat, and when you were talking, someone said like, "Oh, that's just influence," and I feel like we get that mixed up, like being influenced and then just stealing something. Like I feel like we get those two terms mixed up. Sometimes people are influenced to do something, but other times it's just blatantly just stealing.
Yes. Yeah. It's stealing when it comes to black people because we were stolen from our land. So I can't lock you in my basement and then just kind of like your style and just take from your style and just call it consensual. I was influenced. I'm not speaking English because my ancestors sat down in a class and said, "Hey guys, let's go to America and learn English." I'm speaking English because it was whipped into one of my ancestors' backside. Um, this is not my last name is the last name of the man that owned my family. I think when without context, I can see how someone can make that point, but the more conscious you become, the more you start to see the context everywhere. So, but I appreciate you, Mia. I'm gonna go to the next guest. Lex, what's going on? You've been quiet for a while.
I wanted to read Trace. I wanted to basically say to her that I understood what she was trying to get across, and she was on the borderline there, almost saying, she was almost pulling the pull yourself up by the bootstraps thing
Yeah.
there. I basically just wanted to say, a poor black person and a white person are not the same thing.
Mm.
A poor white person can be poor and not have money and not have nice things and not have their basic needs met. But a poor black person does not have nice things, does not have their basic needs met.
Yeah.
And they're also profiled and murdered by police. They're also denied housing and jobs because of the color of their skin. So you can be a poor white person, but you are not poor because of the color of your skin. And then she was bringing up education, like black women are not the most educated group in the United States of
True.
America. And then she was bringing up money, like black entrepreneurs aren't the fastest growing group of entrepreneurs according to Forbes magazine.
Mm.
And she was saying, "Oh, if people were educated." And I have a special talent that I want to let you know about. It is a special talent that when these white people come up here, they have taken our lingo, they weaponize our lingo against us, and they attempt to sound as if they're woke. And every single time I see them, I can trigger them into going full racist on the live, okay? Because they will come up and say, "I recognize my privilege. I recognize my place in white supremacy." And I promise you, when I am finished with them, they are one step from saying the N-word, because no ally would ever enter a space like this.
That's interesting. Yeah. I think I understand what you're talking about. I mean, I don't really come up here to mess with them people, but I do hope that those that are watching can get some value from it. I would love to see you to put that in practice. Um, but yeah, that's interesting.
That's why. I mean, if you see a request, it
Mm.
is because I want to read someone, and I know that's not your style. You kind of bring someone up, you let them say their piece, then you kind of destroy their argument, and then they go. But I would love if somebody came up and they said something that I could just take them, because they come in here pretending that they understand the struggle, that they understand racism, that they're the good white person that we don't need to worry about. And I promise you, if they're in your panel, they absolutely 100% are not. And I can get them, I can trigger them to the point where they show who they really are. Because real allies are not in here talking to black people. Real allies are out there talking to their own people. They are talking to their own people, trying to get them to stop discriminating against us. Real allies understand this is not the platform for them. So if they're in here and you see me send a request, it's because I want to come for their throat. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Thanks for having me.
All right. Thanks for coming up.
Bye.
All right. Who's next? Leisha.
She kind of ate with that last part.
Yeah, I mean that's a given to be honest. But I don't think they're real allies. So I would say, you know, I kind of see people as that are inherently racist, all as racist. To be honest, I don't, I don't, I don't. The ones that come up here are not allies, and the ones that don't are also not allies. Y'all stay away from these people trying to trust them to be your ally right now. But Miss K, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns? I know you've been up here before, sister.
Yes. I'm almost 60. I'm a woman and I'm black.
Thank you, and welcome back. Talk to us.
I just wanted to touch on, do black and YT people worship the same God? Of course not. because they gave us a YT Jesus that they do every atrocity under the sun under, and he says is okay. Okay,
Right.
please. No, sir, we don't say the same God. No, we don't. And then I laugh when they know 3 scriptures, but all 3 scriptures that they read always end up being in a where God is talking to the Israelites and not them. So I don't
Yeah.
understand who included them in the Bible, because the Bible was actually for all the people that are dark races, the dark race. It was
Yeah.
not for them. So you can't Karen your way into heaven, okay? And he do not care about no white tears. He don't, okay?
Right.
He don't. As far as can black people, no, we can't coexist together because they keep telling us to leave, and then when we say we want to go, they say we racist. You need to pick a struggle and stay with it, okay? They really funny to me. When they come on my page, I be eating them up, sir. You know me,
Uh-huh.
okay? So this my thing. Pick a struggle. This the thing about watching people. If they just mind their own business, they don't know how to do that. That is impossible for them to be doing. They hate and love us at the same time. I ain't
Yeah.
never met nobody like that.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yes, so that's
Thank you
all
for
I
that
had to
word.
say.
Thank you for that word, Auntie. We appreciate you.
All right, sweetie. See you later. Thank you.
All right. One love. Um, she ain't lying. She ain't lying. The next guest. Actually, I think we did Rob already. Rob, did you want to say something?
Hear what Christ Bearer has to say, because he mentioned something which I actually kind of want to speak on, but I want to hear his take on it first.
Okay. We got
Take
one
on what?
more. We got
What
one more. We
what
got
got you
one
want me
more
to take a
guest
take
before
on,
you.
Rob?
Wait, hold on. We got one more guest before you, Christ.
Okay.
Beer. Um,
Just call me
William.
Chris.
Okay, thank you, Chris. William, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
29, white, and he, or a guy, I don't know,
All
man.
right. Yep.
Yeah. So honestly, I was kind of struck aback for a second when the first sentence, and I just heard the other lady speak. I honestly, I just want to be a little educated on that part, because I'm not Christian myself, but when you said, do BLAK and white Christians worship the same God, I feel like if you were a Christian, you guys would worship the same God. But I was kind of, I mean, I heard what she said, but I was kind of interested on that aspect. I would imagine y'all do. However, I'm not informed in the whole Christianity realm anymore. Are white people inherently racist? I would say yes. I would definitely say yes on that aspect. And then, can BLK and white cultures peacefully coexist? Ooh, that's a tough one, man. That's a tough one.
Well,
That's a
if I,
tough one.
I
What
I
makes it
answer
so
this
tough? I
one.
need to know. I just want to
Yes.
know what
Okay,
makes it
my
tough.
roommate in college, my sophomore year of college, he went to FAMU, HBCU,
Yeah.
and we're still friends to this day. I mean, that's just a small example. But as you've mentioned, I think you would agree with this. I think some other people.
If you needed something in the middle of the night and you
He was the
called
one
him,
that
do you think?
actually, it's funny you say that. So I had
Yeah.
moved out. I was this is my next year in college. I'm living with an Arab from Kuwait, and a bunch of his, I don't know, cousins, friends, whatever, busted into my door, not my bedroom door, but like the apartment door, and they're just like beating. It sounds like they're beating the hell out of my roommate, Basil. And the first person I called was Vincent, and he's the one who went to FAMU. He was the first one I called. So when I'm saying I think it's difficult,
You
can we
called on
peacefully
him. Did he
coexist?
show up?
He did. He showed
All
up.
right.
We
All
both
right.
walked out with our knives out.
Has has he ever called on you in a situation like that?
Yeah, he has. Yeah, he has. He has.
Okay. And did
Similar
you show up?
situations as with somebody else, but yeah, I did show up. Yeah,
Interesting.
definitely did show up. But in the grand scheme, because that's just a specific occurrence. I do live in a black neighborhood here in Houston. So I mean, my take's probably different than a lot of other white people. Being as most
Your
of them.
anecdote is probably different,
You said the
but
what?
your anecdote, meaning
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
your
No, I understand.
personal situation level of
Yeah, my
awareness
experience. Yeah.
might be different. But Um, I'm sorry. There's like one like fruit
You're
fly or
good.
something buzzing around me right
You're
now.
good. You're good.
But yeah. So
So I
all right,
mean,
it
in
doesn't
my
change
opinion,
anything. All right. So here's the thing. We're talking about can black and white cultures fully coexist? Not can two roommates be best of pals? Because even in order to be your friend, he has to put aside a lot of historical context by which he was brought to this country, put into a situation where he would even meet you. And then it takes a lot of cognitive dissonance and Stockholm syndrome on his part to dismiss all of that and still trust you in a dangerous situation. I think when you said yes to that second question I asked you, that showed me how brainwashed that man is. Cause me, listen, I'm in a jam, something
and
like
to answer
that.
the
I'm
third
not
part,
inviting no white people. Y'all gonna y'all gonna call the police or something. Things gonna escalate. Like, nah, I'm good. I'm not gonna even invite that. Cause then if something does happen to you, I could go to jail. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want no type of confusion. We're in Texas. Hell no. This man, your
no.
friend,
In college, I lived in Florida.
doesn't. Your friend has no regard for his own life. Okay, but that's cool. You know what I'm saying? If y'all want to show up for each other, we're talking about cultures. However,
Overall, and I'm trying to answer that question. I would say,
yeah.
can BLK and white cultures peacefully coexist? To answer your question, which I think is what you're looking for, and which I think you agree with, I would say no. I don't think so. And it depends on what white culture you're talking about and what
No,
BLK
no, no.
culture.
There's only one white culture, but there are
Uh,
cultures
if
with
you're talking
white
about
people in it.
Americans, that's different.
No, there's
There's
only one
multiple
white
white
culture.
cultures. There's Jewish white culture. There's
No,
white
that's not
supremacy
culture. That's not
culture,
Jewish
and then
white
there's
culture. That's Jewish culture. So
it's still
Ashkenazi
mostly white.
is a.
Primarily white is Jewish.
It doesn't matter if it's primarily white. It doesn't mean the same thing as white. Someone says they're Jewish, that does not mean they're automatically white because there are primarily Ashkenazi Jewish people that are white because there are other people that are not, like the Mizrahi Jews are not white. So,
Lenny
um,
Kravitz is Jewish.
Lenny Kravitz is Jewish. Doja Cat is Jewish. Drake is Jewish. Tracy Ellis Ross is Jewish. Like
Only way
there's
to be Jewish is your mother was born as a Jew. Is the
Drake's
definition of
mother was a
Jewish.
Jew. I'm pretty sure Doja Cat's mother, and
And
then
we're not talking about Jews because Jews are a whole nother topic.
yeah, but
I
yeah,
think
right.
black
Let's not go down the rabbit hole. This man is confusing white culture with an ethno-religious group that white people also did not peacefully coexist with in Germany. So,
Okay, why are you talking about my country now?
what?
Why are you talking about my country now? Like
uh,
I'm not even American. I mean, I'm dual citizen now, but yeah, I live in Germany. Like I'm from Germany, but yeah.
I'm not understanding. Are you defending
Well, no, I don't understand
what
why you have to say
happened?
Germany. Like, what do you have to say with that?
World War II?
Okay, okay, what about it?
He just said that Jewish people were white. Did the mustache man agree?
The mustache man had nothing to do with
We're
whether they
talking
were.
about cultures peacefully coexisting. He said that Jewish culture was like keep up with me, William. He
Jewish,
said,
the only reason they
"Hold
were
on, don't interrupt,
Jew,
Chris, whatever the hell your name is. Wait,
Jewish are also dark people too. There's dark, there's tan, there's brown, there's black, there's light skin, white skin. I mean, there's many different kind of Jews. I mean, if you
I don't know
consider
if
the
you're talking to
race.
me or him because that was literally my
No,
whole
I'm talking to
point.
you. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you.
That was my point. So that's I already said that.
Oh, then I'm agreeing with you on that.
That's
Okay.
what I know. So I'm like, well, I'm confused right now because
I was
the
too.
reason
Because
I brought up Germany was because he said that Jewish culture is white culture, and I'm like, no, it's not. There are multiple, like the Mizrahi Jews are not white, and so then I'm telling him in schmatzy Germany,
Lily,
no,
I
but
couldn't listen. There's three people
oh,
talking,
oh, okay,
and I
oh,
agree with you. No, Jews are
okay,
not white. They are not white.
yeah,
Like in the sense of the culture. No,
yeah.
never,
Y'all,
never.
my wife blended up a smoothie and did not clean the blender, and I didn't know until like 2 days after, and so now I got like little like fruit flies.
You're muted, bro.
You went silent on us, bro.
Your mic.
Mike probably went dead. Well, that been on.
Give us your age, race, and pronoun.
No. Oh, yes.
My not gonna really discuss my race because what does that have to do with anything really? If we want to coexist, race should not be brought into it.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. You're too yeehaw for me. I'm sorry. He's too yeehaw, guys. He gotta go. We're up here to talk about race. If you can't mention what race you are because you feel like mentioning race is racist, then why the hell are you up here? We're talking about race. What the hell? It's like we're talking about football. I'm like, what's your favorite team? And you're like, I'm not here to talk about my favorite team. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? Oh my god. Anyway, we're up here to talk about race. I asked the race question for specific reasons. Context matters in a discussion about race, and understanding what the context is behind why you're saying what you're saying allows us to guide the conversation in a productive direction. So I'm going to ask your race. Anyone that has a problem with that, please don't join. It's in the rules as soon as you join the live. It says that I'm going to ask your age, race, and pronouns. All right. Zeke, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
I am 22 years old. I am black, and him.
Okay. Talk to us.
Now, on the topic of do black and white Christians worship the same God, I want to say no. Flat out no. Now, originally, Christianity did originate from Israel and Ethiopia, but the idealists, like the idea of Christianity that everyone in America and Europe worships, is actually false. And that the image depicted of Jesus, which is a white male, was actually a picture that Michelangelo painted for the Pope of the Roman Empire after he converted to Christianity. So, like, in a perfect ideal world, if you are a true Christian and you have the original Bible written in Hebrew, or I'm not sure the language it was written in, yes, I would say you worship the same God. But nowadays, no. Are white people inherently racist? I would have to say yes and no to that. I would say they're not born racist, but because of the society that we do live in, they tend to become prejudiced, and they can definitely learn and have ingrained racism because of the society that they grow up in. For example, if they're used to seeing black people always depicted in a certain way, white people depicted in a certain way, the only God in the country that you worship is white, you tend to be prejudiced. You know, you're taught that black is bad and white is good. So inherently, yes, I would say inherently born, no. But the way they grow up, I'm not sure what inherently means, but I would say
Yeah,
yes.
that's yeah. I know
And
y'all do that a lot. People on this app. Inherently does not mean innate. So I would tell everyone that wants to join the live, please look up the word inherently before you
please,
come up here, because no one is saying anyone is innately anything, to be honest. You never know what's going to happen. Life is like a box of chocolates. When you're born, you never know. Nature, nurture, you never know what someone's going to be. But we do know how a system of white supremacy operates. And in that supremacy, racist system, there's always going to be an essential or necessary part of whiteness that needs racism in order to exist. So that's what inherently means, that it is a necessary or essential part of whiteness to be racist. Because if there was no such thing as racism, there would be no such thing as white people.
Legend, can I just say one thing? Not to you, but to Zeke real quick, just like 10 seconds,
yeah,
please.
yeah.
You mentioned Israel earlier. It wasn't Israel, it was Jerusalem. Just to clear that up real quick. Yeah, just to
Well, I
clear that
mean,
up.
Jerusalem is real, so.
No, it's not. That's a whole
No.
nother debate. That's a whole nother debate, but
Well,
That's a
okay,
whole
well,
different
I
technically,
just wanted to clear
I'll
that.
put it like this. I'll put it like this. Jerusalem is in Palestine. Israel is technically Palestine. That's what I mean by that. Like
Would you refer
before those people came, it was called Palestine, but thousands of years ago it was called Israel. Now, I'm not saying
But I
that
would
these
also say
people that's
Christianity
their
is not
country.
from there either.
You said what?
I would also say Christianity didn't start there either.
I would agree with that too. It didn't, and I'm not Christian,
I'm
but I
not
know it
saying it
didn't.
started there, but the oldest Bibles and churches we have found are in Ethiopia and Jerusalem.
Yeah,
You said it right
Ethiopia.
there. Ethiopia.
Ethiopia.
You said it right there. Yeah, Ethiopia, not
Ethiopia,
Jerusalem.
and I think like Turkey and like Ukraine is like one
I
of the
really want to
oldest.
say it was Ethiopia, but it might have been Turkey too.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just had
Well,
to get
no, the
that.
oldest is in Ethiopia, but in Ukraine and other places, there's some of the first churches.
Yeah, Ukraine just had one of the oldest. Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so inherently I would say yes. Now, can black and white cultures peacefully coexist? I would have to say no.
Okay. Because
I just feel like the way the world is and society is, too much stuff is built off of there's too much stuff that relies on oppression of other people for white people to keep the current culture that they have, because their whole culture, they wouldn't even have their whole culture if not for oppressed people.
right. Yeah. All right. I'll give them a
Yeah.
I'll give them a B minus. Appreciate you, Zeke. And everybody keep tapping like.
Sir.
The chamber is empty. So before y'all request to come up, I'm gonna let you know I'm going to change the topic soon. We got I think one more guest. Melissa, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
Of course. She, her, 32, and white.
All right, talk to us.
All right. Honestly, I'm not obviously I don't follow religion, but I do believe that black and white Christian worship the same God. I mean, if you guys all like, I'm just saying, like general, like black and white tea, if they believe that there is a God in the way that the Christians are, I mean, I would think that it would be the same. But I mean, I may be wrong. I'm not religious. I don't know what happens in a church. So if I am wrong, let me know.
Melissa, you're white.
Definitely wrong.
Say white. Don't say white tea. Okay.
Well, you have to be careful about that kind of stuff. So,
Yeah,
especially on TikTok.
on TikTok. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. You don't have to say white tea. Like, come on, bro.
You can't say if you can't say white. It's not what you're supposed to say on TikTok. Anyways,
So, do you think we were worshiping the same God when YT people were showing up having their picnic and people like me were in the trees?
now I like I said, I don't know about the God in the churches between black and white tea. Does that make sense? So I may think
I would
that
say no.
only because, well,
I
you,
agree
you
with
gotta
Zeke.
understand, I may think that because I think all Christians are the same, no offense, but, and technically my family was, raised Catholic, so, I'm agnostic, so I don't really care, honestly. I just think that, I thought that they both worship the same God. I
They
don't know.
both worship the same God. In the past, I don't know, 10 popes. Name one that was black.
I couldn't tell you because I'm not religious.
Okay. I thought you said you were raised Catholic.
No, I said my family was raised Catholic. I'm agnostic. Anyways, so are white tea people inherently racist? Yes, they are. And also I understand that when it comes to racism, it could just be any kind of racism. It doesn't have to be against blacks. It can be against any what?
You messed up.
Object. We're black people.
Okay, black people. I'm sorry. Um,
Oh my
But like I said, it doesn't have to necessarily be against black people or just a generalization. You can be racist on literally any kind of race out there.
That's not their point, though. That's not the questions. That's not what they're asking, Melissa. No offense. Sorry, I'm gonna shut up.
Well, it doesn't say. It
Hold
doesn't
on, hold
say.
on, hold on, hold on. Give me an example of how black people can be racist.
Well, I
Did
mean,
she? She said that.
She
I
said,
didn't say that. Like, I don't know where you're coming up with that. I said YT people are racist, and I
you said,
said
keep
if
going.
they can be anyone can
Hmm.
be racist. That didn't
How
say
anyone
specifically
includes
black.
Oh, you said anyone could be
black
racist.
people.
Yeah,
So
Yeah,
give me an
exactly.
anyone. It
example.
doesn't matter what color you are. You can be
Give
racist.
me an example of black people
All right.
being racist.
Okay,
Yes,
you
Melissa. Please
don't
be
pick that
calm.
out.
Please be calm. Please calm down.
Sorry.
All right. Don't. It's a very nuanced conversation. Sometimes we miss the nuance, so we just gotta just clarify.
Yep.
Go ahead. Keep talking.
Okay. Um. Anyways, can black and white tea cultures peacefully coexist? No, they can't. Because, no offense, but we live in a society where everybody is
Wait.
from
Hold on. We were still on the last question.
what?
We were talking about how white people are inherently racist, and you
Okay.
were saying that anyone can be racist. And
Yes,
D asked
anyone.
you, how can black people be racist?
They
And
can be.
so please, outside of a theoretical reason, give us an example.
Melissa, you're not gonna win. Okay.
Let her go, sir.
Why? Because
No,
I'm
because
white
I
tea
know
and
what you're
I
gonna
can't.
say. Trust me. I know
Is it
what you're gonna
because
say.
I'm white tea and I can't?
Just say white first off.
No, I
Second
Please
have
off,
don't be a
white
victim.
tea. Thank you. Is it because I'm white and I am not allowed to speak against black people
The
because I'm
thing,
not
the
and
thing
black?
the whole
about
definition of
this.
racism
Oh,
is
you know
the
what?
oppression.
Go ahead, William. I didn't know that was you. Keep
My
talking,
bad.
William.
My bad.
Go ahead.
Now, I
No.
was just, before Melissa embarrasses herself. No offense, Melissa, because I know what you were saying too, but before. Okay, he's telling me to shut up, so maybe I'll just shut up. Not you.
No, I wasn't telling you to shut up. Go ahead.
No, the people in the comments.
Don't listen to them.
I just don't want her to get embarrassed.
Nah, you're not gonna get embarrassed, William.
bro.
Talk to your people.
Melissa, the whole thing is there's a difference between racism and prejudice. So what you're speaking on, or what you're going to speak on, I assume is probably prejudice, which you're not supposed to assume, but I'd imagine it's prejudice, is what you're thinking on. Racism is the oppression against people who are under the law, essentially, or like the system. So I'm make it clear and concise. Just you're not going to win that. It's systematic racism built in the United States of America, which we all know that for a fact. Whether it's black, Chinese, even, whatever you come from. So I mean,
So are you
can't
saying
be
that
somebody that's a
black
minority
people
or
can't be
minority can't be.
racist either?
We're not oppressed, so no.
How? What do you mean you're not oppressed?
What do you mean?
White people are not oppressed.
No, I didn't say white people. I said black people. So black people can't be racist? Is that what you're saying?
They can be
Oppressed people
prejudiced,
can't oppress
yes.
other
They can
people,
be prejudiced,
especially
yes.
yeah.
No, they can be racist as well. Like I said, I've encountered it.
Give an
It's
example.
something. All right, I'm a mute.
Being called a cracker, that's
Please don't
racist.
say any racial
That
slur
word has
on this
nothing to
live.
do.
Please
Mother,
don't
let me
So
say
just
that
any
say.
word
racial
has
slur
nothing to
on
do
this
with
live.
it. But the
That
moment
has.
that you
Hold
speak
on.
of, you
Stop.
know
Stop.
what
Stop.
word,
Calm
that
down.
is
Calm down.
racist
Don't
in the
have a
white tea
conniption.
people.
Calm down. I'm gonna give you a towel.
I'm
Hold
Y'all
just
on.
have
saying.
been way too kind with these Panther balls today. I'm
I'm
just
Calm
saying.
just
down.
saying.
Calm down and let me say what I'm gonna say, because you get edged up and it's for no reason. First of all, understand that if you are saying that black people can be racist, I'm asking for example. You said the C word. I don't say that word because it annoys me, but whatever. If someone is saying that has nothing to do with your skin color, it's in reference to a job that was historically used to either whip slaves, which there were black people that took that job as well.
then that has nothing to do with your race.
They
And
didn't
I can
take
say
that
two
job. They were
different
forced to be in
versions
that
of the
job.
same thing. White people don't necessarily have a word that is in reference to their skin. It is job titles. Newsflash, welcome to America. You're not oppressed. And when it comes to racism, it's prejudice plus power. So you could be a Karen, like you're kind of being right now. If you call the popo, something might happen to me, or they'll walk up to you, even if I call and ask you what happened. So, ma'am, Black people cannot be racist. Someone hurt your feelings. That's it. Welcome to the world.
I would also like to if you're going by definition politics, we technically can't be prejudiced either towards white people. Simply because to be prejudiced means that you have a distaste for someone without reason. And given the history, Black people do have a reason.
Okay,
Oh,
so
whoa. Hold on. We got to give Rob his flowers, man. Rob. Exactly.
okay,
Prejudice is being judgmental of someone without reason or experience. Black people can't be prejudiced. We can only retaliate. So, yeah.
so the past, so we can't move past the past is what it is. I mean, I'm not saying that, because like I'm not one of those people who see color. Sorry, no offense, but I don't see color.
And about the past, oh,
But I feel like we should all move on from the past. I mean, yes, I get it. My ancestors fucked up. I'm sorry. I really apologize for that. However, I'm not them. I am
They go
not
never,
them.
brother. But okay, so this is
Listen,
the issue with people like
stop.
you. First of all, you don't see color. If you don't see color, you don't see me. You don't see
I
brother.
see
You don't
you.
see half this panel.
Don't you?
They
Next
know.
thing,
She knew we was
there
black when
you go,
she came up
Sean.
here.
Bye.
Oh, what? Y'all took her down? Lisa, y'all took her down?
Why y'all scaring my people
The
away?
Panther Balls was coming in, though, man. Shout out to the Panther Balls. Shout out Clarissa, who else we got? Francesca. Who else we got, man? My wife got all these little gnats flying around. I'm so tight, but it is what it is. Because I got a ring light right here, so they just. Anyway, all right, y'all. Thank y'all for the Panther Paws. Y'all. I was wondering where y'all was at. We even had all type of yeehaw nonsense up here today. What is that guy that used to have the banjo? Anybody ever watch that cartoon? He used to have a banjo. He's like a horse with a banjo. I forgot his name. Anyway, we had a lot going on. I'm gonna change the topic. If any of the panelists want to stay up, maybe y'all can answer some more questions for me. Let's see. We're gonna change. Just a moment. Everybody down below, if you're in the chat, please tap like as we continue to, give you what you need as we
Take a
proceed.
pause for the cause. We are in commercial. Let's flip it out. Brother is gathering itself, and it will be a new title. Welcome in, you guys. Tap that screen. We want to get to 100K. Let's go, Leisha. In the chat, hit 100K, you guys. Share the live. Invite your friends, your frenemies, and your enemies. Come on, you guys, tap that screen. Don't forget to subscribe. Subscribe to Brother's channel, and don't forget to subscribe to his YouTube. Join B first. And also, while you're down there and you're thinking about it, when these idiots get on the stage and you know they're for pullery and coolery, send those paws. Rare. If Speak comes in, send the lion. And guess what, you guys? We are back in Tune in Touch. Welcome in, you guys.
5 Panther Pause Kid, guys. I hope y'all can read that. But anyway, this is the live. We're talking about interracial relationships now. And it's kind of further into that conversation about culture. Some of the divide between those that look at context and those that choose to ignore it. Can interracial relationships be problematic? Can they? No one says it's wrong. No one says it's right. We're just saying, can it be problematic? Is it a preference or a fetishization? What I mean by that is when someone says they prefer a race, for example, a frosted female says that she prefers black men. Is that a preference or is it really a fetish? And she's fetishizing me. Can a black man slash black woman marry a white T person and still claim to be pro black? Can you say you're pro black and not have a black woman or man that you're committed to? Can black and white cultures fully coexist? This time, we're asking in a healthy relationship slash family. So, usually in interracial relationships, you'll see the black individual maybe assimilate a little bit, speak a certain way, put aside some of their culture, maybe shave down their hair if they're a man, or you'll see Becky with the braids come to the cookout with some raisins in the potato salad and try to dance to the words instead of the beat. You know how it goes. So, can we fully coexist, or do they tend to lean one way or the other? Let's talk about it. Who wants to go first?
I'd like to go.
All right, go ahead, talk to us.
All right. Now, can interracial relationships be problematic? Of course. Of course they can be problematic. And
Did we lose him?
That was weird.
Probably got a phone call.
Good shit.
Zeke, are you here? You cut out, Zeke. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you fine.
Okay, cool. Damn, Zeke cut out, man. He was about to go on a tangent. He's about to go in. Oh, maybe coming back. Zeke, you here? We can't hear you, brother. I'm about to go down and come back up.
Hello?
Oh, we hear you. Go ahead.
All right, there we go. Now, can interracial relationships be problematic? I would say, of course. And I honestly have an example of this because my grandmother is white. And I know some people on their side of the family that is racist. And I just feel like oftentimes in relationships like that, it not only puts pressure on the people in the relationship, knowing that people in your family that you've grown up with don't have the same viewpoints as you. It can affect it. It can affect your relationship with your family, and it can also trickle down onto your kids. Now, would I say, is it a preference or a fetishization? Realistically, I want to say that a lot of times it is a fetishization, but it is also a preference. But I also want to clarify why it becomes a preference. Most of the time, I feel like white people, now I could be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong. A lot of times I do feel like white people either grow up in a black neighborhood or have bad experiences with people of their own race. So they're not able
Trauma
to.
bonding.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like a lot of it is trauma bonding. I feel like a lot of it is fetishization. Now, if that's the case, I feel like that feeds into, racism and prejudiceness as well. And can a black man / black woman marry white and still claim to be pro-black? Sadly, realistically, the answer is no, because if you are truly pro-black and, you love your people, why decide to be with a white partner?
Damn. Okay.
Can black, yeah, and people are going to say, well, I have a white partner. I do this for black people. I'm part of this. But, nothing is as real as the actions and the things that you actually do and the example that you set for the people around you. Just like with the Christianity thing, people can say this and that about Jesus, this and that, but
damn, we lost him again. Yo, man, Zeke is cooking with hot grease, man. Hey, Zeke is cooking with hot grease. I ain't mad at this brother. I was confused for a moment when we first started answering. You back?
That's me. This is my friend here, buddy.
Oh, that's your friend?
Yeah, he probably ain't put his phone on D&D. Y'all put your phones on D&D so your audio won't cut out.
Thank
People
y'all
call
for
you.
helping me reach the live goal, y'all. Hey man, shout out to Zeke, man. Zeke gets an A, man. Zeke gets an A, man.
We try to hold these types of conversations all the time.
Word. Well, y'all gotta send me some invites. I be gifting, trying to help boost the live and stuff. You know what I'm saying? People send me all these gifts, I just give them back to y'all. So let me know.
Yeah, he broke that down.
Yeah, nah, he did his thing. Oh, he's back. He's back. Come up, Zeke. Come and land your plane, man. We waiting for you. It's his connection. Oh man, hope he can come back up. All right, you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Talk to us.
Now back to this. Yeah, like I said, nothing is as.
Oh, you got muted. You muted yourself.
Either somebody calling him or he got a connection.
Yeah, but it said you muted this time.
Somebody's me.
Might be the signal.
Probably the signal.
Signal.
This dude keep calling me. But can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Damn,
I bet. Yeah, but
okay.
But yeah, this is real.
Damn, somebody on your heels.
It's real. And can fully exist in a healthy relationship.
Somebody on your heels.
I know,
now
man.
you got an echo.
Hop on the game.
Oh man. Damn, now you got an echo. Everybody tap like. Don't forget to tap like. I appreciate y'all helping me reach the live goal. We got 5 more to go.
Tap. Let's get 150K, you guys. Tap it out. We're trying to pull our numbers up today. And just remember, you are in Brother Legends Live.
Tap it out.
We're trying to pull our numbers up today. And just remember, you are in Brother Legends Live.
Hey, you got to bring your screen down. If you got an iPhone, bring the top of your screen down and put it back up. And now unmute.
All right, there we go.
All
right, bet.
Mm-hmm.
But and can black and white cultures fully coexist in a healthy relationship / family? I would say no. I could say you could have a good relationship, and you can do the best that you can, but just 100%.
Dang, they got him again. But now we got his answer, so now he gets an A+.
But just 100% soul to soul, I would have to say no. And I also want to speak on some examples of my own life that I have went through with these topics. Even me trying to be a Christian, it is just so hard to try to conform to a religion that deep down in your heart and soul has been used against your people and doesn't really seem right. How am I supposed to believe this when this has happened and this has happened and these people are doing this in the name of somebody? Or even being in a relationship, I have talked to somebody that was, well, they weren't fully white. They were from Kazakhstan, but basically white, kind of grew up in white culture. It just, it's hard for me to bond with them. I just feel like, and you can try, especially when there's emotions and feelings there, but it's just, how can I put this? I'm about to break this down. It's hard for you to be on the same page with them, and it's hard for them to really understand you, what you go through in life, how you're raised, the conversations you have, the mood you may be in, the way you talk to people, the people that you're around, the influence on them. I've worried, am I even this girl's true preference? Does she even like black guys? Or is she just not really getting the guys that she really wants of her own race?
Hey, that's a big one right there. Yeah, no, you touching on it.
And I feel like that's a lot of instances with black guys that date white women. I feel like a lot of them are just not getting the men that they want of their own race.
Absolutely.
Or they've, went through something traumatizing and they're rebellious to their own race. They want to prove a point.
Right.
And so I just feel like that feeds into it. I feel like there's a lot of fetishization in sports growing up. But I would say it's very rare, if it is out there, to really find a true heart-to-heart, soul-to-soul connect between black and white people. You would have to grow up in a place where none of this exists. And sadly, I don't think there's a place like that on Earth. Chances are they wouldn't even want to talk to each other.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, man. Women tend to marry up. You know what I'm saying? Especially in the European community, they still look at it as a business transaction or a financial institution. So marriage is something where she's going to look to do what's in the best interest of herself. And I'm just realizing those sirens might be coming from me. I don't know, but anyway, she's going to do what's in her own best interest. It is not in her best interest to get with a man that can't get pulled over by the police without fearing for his life. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's like it just
No.
it's
And
so yeah.
even somebody like me, like I'm light skinned, like I talk proper. Like I was told I talk white in middle school. I've grown up around white people. Even somebody like me, I was born in Michigan. Even somebody like me, that was born in the country, been around white people and stuff. It was I still struggled trying to be a Christian. Still struggled trying to be with a white person. And
Yeah.
and
I
it
never
was
even
just
thought
like,
of that. What you just said. I struggled to be a Christian because I went to a white Christian school, and I was Christian. I was fine being Christian at church. I really did. I never was too into it, to be honest. But
yeah.
and I played
Especially
I
when you
played the
learn.
organ. I played the
That's
organ, and I just kept to myself. But in the church, in the white at the white Christian church, where how
yeah.
great is our God? They're singing like this, as opposed to like my church, they was shouting all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm with them, and yeah, you're right. I did struggle. I felt like a bad man in a good place. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So
Well,
yeah.
all right. Thank you for your answers, man. I'm going to give you an A+. Did your thing. Appreciate you. Feel free to come back up here. Rashad said you are part of the family, so
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
yeah, man. Feel welcome to come back up.
Man, I appreciate y'all too.
Absolutely. One love, brother. You
One
can
love.
stay up if you want. But what's up, Rashad? You gonna say something?
And we just try to replicate the conversation we have in real life, man. Like
Yeah, we talk
brother
about this a
always said,
lot.
man.
Yeah, no, I mean this discussion needs to happen all over TikTok because brothers like us are the ones that kind of take the fall, take the L a lot because of this topic.
Uh,
Look at Jonathan Majors. He done no matter what happens to him, no matter how unfair anyone thinks it is, like it's like, man, that's not right because he's a black man, so it's just not right. She getting away with it and like all that. He ain't had no business being there. If you know who he is, if you know the context of us being in this country, he should have known better. So all falls back on him. Of course, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing says that she is the aggressor. However, a black man with Stockholm Syndrome, we can't do nothing with him. Stockholm Syndrome is when you start to love your kidnapper. And although we ourselves was not kidnapped and brought to this country, our ancestors were. So, you know what I'm saying? That's Stockholm Syndrome or self-hatred at best, probably. But we'll keep it pushing, man. We're going to talk to some more people. We got someone new up here. I think it's Light Creator. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please? Light Creator.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
All right. What were you looking for?
Your age,
50,
your race,
and I'm white.
and your pronouns.
Him, he.
All right, thank you. Talk to us.
So, to give you a little bit of background, I'm 50 years old, and About a year ago, I got married to a Nigerian woman, and she's black, and we've had a great relationship over the past year. So I kind of wanted to look at your list there and give you some of what my feedback is from my personal experience. Let's see, can interracial relationships be problematic? I'm sure they could, but it didn't feel like any more so than any other relationship I've had. We've had our little quirks here and there, but for the most part, this has actually been the best relationship that I've had in my life. Um, a preference or a fetishization, I don't see it as either one. It just kind of happened. Like I wasn't like looking to find like a black woman, or it wasn't really of looking for any specific thing. More or less, it
So
just
then
kind
why
of
would you say it could be both? Because the reason we don't like tokenizing is because it makes it so that we're talking about your specific anecdote. We're not. We don't want to talk about you, man.
okay.
Is it a preference or fetish when someone says that they do prefer a race? You know, so in your scenario, if she didn't have a preference for white men and you didn't have a preference for black women, then it's not a preference or a fetish at that point. It's neither, to be
Right,
honest.
right, right, and that's
But
what I was
when
going to say.
but what the question is asking is when someone does prefer a certain race, is that a real preference or is it a fetish?
It feels more of a fetish to me, though. If
Yeah.
it's just like I'm only going for that other race, like it almost seems like I kind of want the unobtainable, something that's a little harder to get, or something that's different, maybe, as opposed to just looking for the right person.
Mm-hmm.
Where did
Okay.
What's that?
Go ahead, D.
where did you meet your wife?
We met online.
Where was she at when you
We
met her? Was she in
What's
America?
that?
Was she in
No,
Nigeria or was she in America?
she was in Nigeria, and
Okay, I'm
then
done.
she ended up coming. She was coming here. She was coming here for her uncle's wedding, and then she came here, and then we spent some time here. She went back to Nigeria, and I since had gone. I had went to Africa, and we had actually spent some time there, and we had our honeymoon in Ghana, and then I came back here, and then she's coming back here to the U.S.
That's
She's
some.
gonna end up. She's gonna stay with me.
I'm not gonna say nothing. He answered it.
So where was the wedding in Nigeria?
What's that?
Where was the wedding?
Ghana.
What tribe is she from?
What tribe is she from? No,
Mm-hmm.
Ruby.
Wait, where?
I think it was called. I'm not good with the names there, and that's one of the things is I'm starting to learn her culture and stuff like that. I've met her family once. They're very nice people. And your point of can black and white cultures fully coexist in a healthy relationship? Fully, probably not, because there's things that like that's hard for me to relate as far as the with the culture and stuff like that. And I understand that, and she understands that, and we're okay with that. We both respect each other's culture without having to be fully enveloped, and we're both
What
okay
is
with
your
that.
culture?
What's my culture?
Mm-hmm.
I guess American culture is the only thing that I can think of. Is when I say my culture, it's American culture is very different from African culture in general.
I would say it isn't,
You don't think
but
so? Like when
I
I
know
was in
that.
Africa, things were very, very different there. Just the way that they do everything seemed very, very different. I mean, it was very
I think the
interesting.
culture you're talking about is white culture
What do you
because
mean?
American culture is black culture.
Okay.
So everything American came from black people, pretty much. I mean,
Well, I live in a pretty
popularized
mixed
by black people.
neighborhood. In fact, my neighborhood's probably about
I'll be fine.
60% black and
I need
40%
to know
white.
how do y'all find all these black people? Because I need my neighborhood to look like chocolate. How do y'all be finding all these black people?
You tokenized again. That's what she's talking about. You don't have to tell us what you have for breakfast in order for 2 plus 2 to equal 4.
No, I get that. I'm just trying to give you some context about, you're saying I grew up in a white culture,
Yeah.
but I'm not necessarily always surrounded. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm just like protected, like
You don't
I'm
have to
never
be you
around
don't have to be
anything.
around white people to be in white culture,
Hmm.
because just because you're in a city of 50% kidnapped Africans and then you decided to marry an African whose land was colonized by people like yourself, it's pretty much like you found someone that you could colonize and bring. It's
Hmm.
that's really funny. But
I
anyway,
just I found
do you
someone
know
I
the history
connected
of
with.
Nigeria? Do you know how Nigeria became a country?
I'm starting to learn about that actually. I've been reading about because there's some things going on there right now with some violence and some stuff going on. So I'm trying to inform myself, but I don't know all the history of it. But it's
Hmm.
something that I need to learn.
Damn. So you married her and you didn't even know. Wow. That's white
The history
privilege,
of
by the way. That's white culture. It doesn't matter what your I don't care. I love you, okay? And it don't matter
mm,
about nothing to do with your people and your culture, where you're from. Listen, I don't care about none of that. I am welcome everywhere. I have an American
mm.
passport. That's white. That's white culture. You participate in white culture. You call it American culture, but American culture is blues, the rock and roll. You know,
Mhm.
hip hop. Everything black people like started. Like macaroni and cheese, apple pie, rodeos, cowboys. This is all black people that started all this culture. So American culture is black culture. It's just,
I'm not
you know,
disagreeing with you.
what
I'm not.
you're
I'm not.
talking
I'm not.
about is more than American culture. So that's the thing.
How old is your wife?
How old is my wife? She
Yeah.
is 43.
Does she have children?
What's that? No,
Does she
she
have
doesn't have
children?
any children.
So you got one of the best. He got something he can't get here ever.
I'm sorry.
So it's quite an interesting tale to
Well, she can't medically have children. She's got some medical reasons why she can't
well,
have
that's
children.
okay.
But
We don't need to know all that.
I wasn't speaking to
no,
that at all.
well, she'd ask
Um,
about children, but
Here's
no.
the thing. You live in a system where your people have oppressed another people. And generally speaking, throughout history, relationships and relations with those that were oppressed by your people were non consensual. And now you show up and you find them and they're willing to marry you. Anyone else would call that Stockholm Syndrome. But let's say it's not, right? I mean, let's just move past that rather. You having the proximity to a privilege or power that was granted to you by your ancestors, your forefathers, that subjugated people like her and her country specifically. That can look like a way out of an oppression that the rest of your community is complicit in. You see what I'm getting at here? It's like if I take all the medicine from somebody and now I'm the king of the medicine and I'm the reason that people are sick and dying, and then I go into the place where people are sick and I say, "Hey, come with me. I love you.
But you're
Come with
putting
me."
that weight of my ancestors or my ancestors on me. It's like I'm not that person.
If that never happened, you would never have met her.
Maybe not. But that's stuff that's out of my control. I'm not gonna, I love this woman with all my heart. I'm not gonna turn away from that just because she's another race and comes from something, a different
But
background
you're
than me. Like
taking
you
advantage.
know, and,
You're
and she
taking
wants to be
advantage.
in there too.
But you're taking advantage of your power over her. It's like when someone that's a secretary marries their boss. And I hate to
Yeah,
make it
but I
seem
don't
like
agree with that.
it is, because she's from a country that has a much lower GDP. She's from a
I
place that
understand that.
is heavily colonized. Her country was created to not be a country, but a factory, a business for the palm oil trade. And it was a British company that they turned into a country. They didn't care about those people. They had them working like slaves. They literally they were slaves. So it's just kind of like, for you to go back to the plantation and pick someone is still pretty wild. You know what I'm saying? It takes a lot of lack of caring about context and caring about history, and maybe that's also why you don't care about the culture. You know what I'm saying? Because you're choosing to like ignore and push it into a closet, a dark closet, because you don't want to feel like you're taking part in the same thing that your ancestors did when they went to Nigeria and would pick them a woman and do things. You know what I'm saying?
Can I,
Hey, I'm listening to you.
for a
I'm not
second,
closing my mind off. I'm listening.
please mute up?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. But yeah, so it's quite a privilege you wield, and I would tell you to best of luck.
I can tell you that we're both very happy together. Like, and
Stockholm syndrome makes
we're
people look
still
very
learning.
happy.
Well, this is the thing, brother. The key thing is she's not here. So there's a process that's going on right now, right? So
Correct. Yeah.
I love to ask these particular questions because 90 Day Fiance and what do they call y'all? Like, it's all those different shows where people are in other countries and they come here.
Hmm.
I love it. I love to watch it because sometimes you get to see karma in full time when these people get here. So by all means, sir, she
Listen,
not
I know
here.
it's not going to be easy, but I mean, I'm telling you, I love this woman with all
That's
my heart.
good. I bet you
All
do.
right.
And
So
You got the
Here's
best
the thing.
options.
Your definition of love. You know that's based on Europeans, right? Like that's like the people that oppressed her people believed in this definition of love that you're using right now. It was popularized by a man named Jean-Jacques Rousseau. He popularized the term romance and romanticism, which was created in the mid 18th century. Basically, it's a type of love where you put feelings above all logic. Romeo and Juliet is a good example. You know what's going on with the Capulets and the Montagues, but you decide, screw this, I love you. Screw the context, screw everything around us and what's going on. Even though your people are still oppressed by my people, and I have a privilege that you probably would like to get next to for safety. However, that safety from harm only comes, only becomes appealing because of the harm being done to your people by my people. So that's the reason why I would seem like a good choice, because they're doing all the harm and I'm showing up to be the savior. But you know what I'm saying? Like, that type of love, romanticism, is not the type of love that is an African form of love, like Ubuntu. And so that's what I'm saying is, it sounds like she's someone that's got a little Stockholm syndrome.
I mean, I appreciate your point of view. I mean, I don't know if I agree with it, but I respect it and I appreciate it.
That's probably something you'll be confronted with by other black people later on as you continue
Hey,
down
and
this path.
listen, we understand there's going to be criticism. I mean, we both know, but we're
You
we're
knew
happy
as soon as
together.
you saw her that you had power over her. And that's what I was saying about a secretary and a boss.
I don't. No, I don't.
Please
It didn't go like that.
mute, sir, at the bottom. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to keep pushing. We're going to go to the next guest. Thank you, Mr. Light.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good night.
Right.
Hey, y'all. We talking about interracial relationships. We're talking to the original passport. But shout out to the original passport bros. The original passport bros, man. The Mayflower men are in the building. I know y'all in here. We're just talking about how you wield your privilege in order to entice women. We know you do it. You know you do it. You know you do it. Don't play with me. Everything is about power. Everything is political. There are 10 areas of people activity. Sex is one of them. So let's keep it pushing. We will go to the next guest. Who we got? Leisha, Georgia. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Hello. So my age is 25. Race is white British. And pronouns is she, her.
All right. Talk to us.
Okay, so I'm kind of glad I didn't speak as soon as I got in because it was interesting to listen to you guys talk on the topic. And I think regardless of whatever opinions we're all going to have, we're going to 100% see it from a different point of view because we're of different races. We have families that have been through different things because we're in different races, like we're from different races. So you're going to see it from your side and your history. And then because I'm not as exposed to that and have family who have gone through that, well, I do, but down the line, we're never going to understand to your perspective.
It's not because we're different races.
Okay, so can you explain? My ex-girlfriend, she was Jamaican, and I did not see me being in a relationship with her as any sort of representation of Stockholm Syndrome.
It's not because we're different races. It's because of the context and how white people have treated black people for 400 years. It's literally the treatment to this day that we are treated differently. So it's not just that my skin is brown.
Okay. So do you think people should be in relationships with people who are of the same race?
I don't care who people are in relationships with, but I could talk about Stockholm Syndrome because if you know about the history of Jamaica and you know about what the British people did to the Jamaicans, how the hell do you say that there's just nothing there but love when you know what your people did to the Jamaicans? Like, do you know?
No.
You know? See, it's so convenient you don't know.
How's that convenient?
Because now you get to sit up here and tell me that I'm, maybe making something up, that I just see things differently. When someone knows something,
no, I'm
and
also
they see,
up here to
hold
be
on,
educated.
hold on.
So
When
you're on a
someone,
platform to
hold
share
on,
education.
relax,
So
relax. Please don't. Come on now. When someone knows something and has a different point of view than someone that doesn't know something, it's not that they see things differently. It's that one person knows what they're talking about, the other person doesn't know what they're talking about. That's the difference. It's not one person is right, one person is wrong, because one person don't even know what the hell they're talking about. So it's not. And even if you want to look at right and wrong, one person has more context behind their answer, and the other person maybe has, even if they're not religious, a religious version of love, romanticism in their mind, where they don't see why they can't be with anyone they want, go anywhere they want, be in who cares about what happened in this country? I'm here now. That's literally what colonizers did for hundreds. They do it today. For hundreds of years, they do not care about the harm they cause when they go places. They just think, if I love them and I have good intentions, then whatever. And it's like, and I'm not even Jamaican, but I know enough of the history of what was done to the enslaved ancestors in Jamaica by the British people. It's just wild for you to say you were in a relationship with a British woman, and I'm sorry, a Jamaican woman, and you don't know. And then to say that this person, Stockholm Syndrome only happens when you ignore context. If I lock a woman in my basement for long enough, studies show that she will fall in love with me. That's literally studies. Studies will show that. Like in 30 days, after 30 days locked in somewhere, people fall in love with each other. And if that did happen, how can I say that this is love when I know that the context in which we met was non-consensual? Her ancestors didn't choose to be in Jamaica. Your forefathers brought them there. And now you show up with all the privilege that was rewarded to your people by the subjugation of her people, and then you conveniently now, just like someone with Stockholm Syndrome, forget all the oppression and just go to the good feelings of today and say, what? We just love each other. What's wrong with that? We are not far enough removed from our oppression for people to start saying it's not Stockholm Syndrome. It's still going on today, and I'm sure Jamaicans will agree. I talk to 2 Jamaicans almost daily that tell me what goes on in Jamaica. So, I'm just saying.
Okay. I've listened to what you said, and I can't sit here and say I'm entirely educated in absolutely everything to do with what you're talking about, okay? You're hosting the live, you know a lot about it, okay? I'm also here to learn. But when I've scrolled past this live and seen can interracial relationships be problematic, of course they can, because there's, as I said, when I come straight onto the live, we're going to see it from different perspectives because you have a wider understanding and I have less of an understanding. Will they be problematic? Yes. Do I think people of different races shouldn't date each other? Not at all. Not at
That's
all.
that's not a question on the live. Don't do that. Don't do that, darling. Don't
Does
ask
the
questions
question
right
not
there.
say right there, can interracial relationships be problematic?
Yes, but it doesn't say that I think people shouldn't be together if they're of different races. Don't do that, because
Okay, so when there was
it's
a white man
disingenuous
up
and trying to make me look
earlier
like
saying, so
some
when there
sort
was
of
a white
villain,
man
really.
up, when there was a white man up earlier saying he has a partner that's black, you said to him,
Y'all have the same issue. Neither one of y'all are educated about any level of where these people come from or who they are in regards to their historical context.
Because they can't be. Don't you see,
Yep.
D? They
It's a
have
conflict.
to
Okay,
ignore
what
that
was
in order to do what they do. They must ignore all context and
what
then
was
tell
the
themselves that
problem?
there's nothing wrong with what they're doing.
What was the problem? But you've just stated that there's not a problem with people of different races dating each other, but you clearly think there is a problem. What has it being an ex got to do with it?
2 more.
The hell up.
What does her being my ex-girlfriend have anything to do with it?
Woke the hell up.
She woke up.
I don't know what that even means. That doesn't even make sense. But anyway, is it a preference or a
To the people that matter.
Is it a preference or a fetishize? Go on.
She gone. Hey, man, at least y'all ain't make me struggle to that one, too, man. Shout out to y'all. Goodbye.
Hey, hello?
Thank you for the Panther Pause. Shout out to everybody that sent the Panther Pause in, because we was doing some work up here. I really didn't feel like having the same conversation twice back to back. But do y'all see? Hey, brothers and sisters that's in here, man. Tap like if you're getting something from the live. Tap like.
They really hit us with that Drake.
For real. But everybody that's in here, listen. brothers and sisters, they have to ignore what's going on with you in order to be in a relationship with you and feel justified, feel validated enough to even say that they have to ignore it to some degree. And there's no way y'all brothers and sisters are in relationship with these folks and talking the type of talk that we talking right now. So y'all know it, they know it. We just bringing it up because I think some of us, we don't realize that we in Stockholm Syndrome. I'm hoping this live can help, some of y'all understand. But we just seen two of them come up here, talk about they didn't know nothing about the culture or the history of the people that they with. I can't imagine that. And then they're going to say that, they love them. I love them with all my heart. No, you don't. I know everything about my wife, man. My wife is from Philly. I done been there. I met Grandma. Grandma's 96 now. Shout out to Grandma, man. Shout out Grandmama. Mama. But, yeah. I met Grandma. We done had Thanksgiving together. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know about her granddad. I know about her father, her mother, stepfather, all these people. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you love somebody with all your heart, you're going to know all about their culture. I know what plantation, my wife's family, and we only been married for 1 year. We've been together for 5 years. We've known each other for 15 years, but we only been married for 1 year. And as long as we've been married, I've learned all of this stuff. I mean, well, as long as we've been together, because that's really when it started. But I've learned all this stuff about her. You cannot say you love someone with your whole heart, your whole chest, and you don't know nothing about their people. That's crazy. I'm gonna go to the next guest.
I actually want to talk on that too, because I was wondering how does he love
You hear
his
me?
Nigerian wife without actually knowing anything about her history?
You don't even know what tribe she's from. He said Nairobi. That's in Kenya. So I'm like, what? What the hell? You said she was Nigerian. I think he meant Yoruba. She's probably Yoruba. I think he meant Yoruba, but it's just like, whatever, bro.
They love their mail order brides. Let me shut up.
See what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying, y'all. So if someone says she's not real, that's funny. Okay. Who is next? Bush, give us your age, race, and pronouns.
39, human, and he, him.
Your race.
Human race.
Which human?
The human race.
Which one? You work off the structure. I've seen you on other platforms. So he's white.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's human.
Ooh, what?
Y'all got that complex.
What? What was that supposed to mean, Bush?
Sure, pull up a chart for the shades of brown and find me one person that is not on that chart.
Okay, Bush. And
what?
tighten up. That's all. Go worry about the raw meat.
Oh, you didn't know about that?
Questions, man.
I don't even want him to answer the questions. To be honest, he didn't tell us what race he was, and then he tried to make it seem like white was the only human race. That was kind of weird, bro.
Hear it though.
What?
No, I said human race.
She said you were white, and you said, yeah, human.
I don't care what she said.
We know you don't, but it's okay. Get in that tub. Get that mud
you are something else.
Opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one.
Are you up here being one? You ain't watching.
Takes one to know one.
We know you ain't watching.
Okay. So did you want to actually talk, or did you just want to yeehaw all over the live?
Well, you just kind of asked questions and I answered. So do you want me to answer the questions or what?
Either say what
I'm waiting for you to answer my questions. See, that's the thing. This is my life, so you answer my questions. I feel like you and this marshmallow have a lot in common. You're gone.
Oh, so you wrong, because that marshmallow was clean.
Yo, thank y'all. Oh, somebody said that was 3. I think that was 4. I think that was 5. We're going to let it be. You can't come up here if you can't answer the 3 questions to introduce yourself. Age, race, pronouns. We're not doing that. We are not doing that. You got to answer the questions because we're talking about race. You cannot come up here and say you're human because that implies that there's other people that aren't human. I don't know what that means. That's kind of interesting. All right, so
We know you ain't getting that tub either.
Smiley, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
I'm 18. I'm black, and my pronouns is he, him.
Thank you, Smiley. Talk to us.
All right, so the first one, right? Can interracial relationships. My fault. I can't read right now. Relationships be problematic. In all honesty, I don't. But there is problematic in the outside world, if that makes sense. Does that make sense?
No, but yes, at the same time. You're speaking from a Eurocentric standpoint, individualism and romanticism, that only my feelings matter, and if I only think about how I feel about the other person and not how her people feel about me, or my people feel about her, or what I'm doing to my people just by being with her, or what I'm doing to my children by being with her, or what I'm not doing with my community by being with her, then yeah, I can just focus on us too, and everything's not problematic. I can barely. I mean, I'm gonna have to ignore a lot of microaggressions in context. When even like if your wife says something like "you're my boy," like I might have to be like, "Yeah, darling, I am your boy." Like I don't know. Like you're gonna have to ignore a little shit like that where she just doesn't know that boy is a white racist word, but that's not problematic to you. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Anyone can ignore their pain. Does that mean that it's not problematic? I still say it is, but okay.
The reason I say it's not problematic, right, is because it's crazy how your parents. Okay, I'm gonna assume you're black, right? You're black, right? So I'm gonna assume you're black, right? Well, you are black, since you said but your mother was like, "Oh, I'm gonna raise you to not like a white woman, right?" Or I don't know how you was raised. Like I said, I don't know how you was raised and shit like that. And I'm saying like, how I think about it is, my dad always told me, like growing up, do not date a black woman. Like for me. So I'm like, why can't I date a black woman, right? And he said, you'll see. Now, here's the thing. When I dated a black woman, I didn't understand what he was saying, but it was like at the same time, it was like I kind of feel what he's saying, because first time I dated a white woman.
How old are you again?
I'm 18.
Boys, hopefully you don't be strange fruit soon. Go ahead.
You said what?
Don't say that, D. Go ahead, keep talking,
No, what you
Smiley.
say?
She said she said if your girlfriend ever tries to take you hiking, don't go.
Why should I not go?
Do you like picnics?
To a certain extent. I don't like outside for real.
I see.
But I mean, I'll go hiking, like with my girl and stuff like that. I'll go hiking.
I would say don't go hiking. Don't go on any boat trips. Especially boat trips. Can you swim?
Yeah, I can swim.
Okay. Can you swim like away from sharks?
What does that have to do with anything?
Hunting is another one. Don't ever go hunting.
I went hunting before.
Yeah, don't go with her.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another one.
What you mean by that? I'm confused what you trying to say.
Yeah, I know you are.
Yeah, I'm mad confused.
So you're 18, and your dad told you. Is your dad black?
Yeah, he's full black.
Where's he from? He's monoracially black. Where's he from?
We're all well. I'm from Atlanta. He's from Alabama.
Okay, so your dad had a very interesting upbringing if he was raised in Alabama. So your dad told you to avoid black women, right?
He didn't say exactly, but
What was the reason?
because in all honesty, like this doesn't matter. But like all my life, like
Mm-hmm.
the only people that treated me down, like that talked down to me, was black people, and the only
Interesting.
people that lifted me up was white people. And I'm not gonna lie, I have a white family that I live with, but I don't live with them.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah,
And
savior complex.
I'm gonna tell you why. Well, I'm not supposed to say this out here, but I don't have a father or a mother figure anymore. So the white family took care of me. It's not like on some what's that called?
Definitely get out. But anyway,
No, not
biracial.
You said what?
You're a black biracial person?
I'm not a black bi. I love black people.
No, sir. Is your mother YT or is she black as well?
She's black as well.
Okay, so you're a black man being raised by YT people, and in society, you're 18. You really haven't got your feet wet. The anti-blackness is taught in society. Since the day I was born, I've been taught to be anti-black. For the sounds of it, not only were you taught to be anti-black, you only see the microaggressions and issues with your own people. Sometimes looking in the mirror saves you, but you like swimming in the sea with sharks. So you keep swimming, and like Brother asked you, can you swim well?
Swim good, swim good.
Sharks have to do with anything.
Metaphor, baby. It's a metaphor.
Oh, my fault. I dropped out in high school, so I didn't know what you was talking about. But like I was saying,
because sharks, they call them great white sharks. So you might go over there thinking because they're white that they're your friend, and I'm just trying to make sure you don't make that mistake.
You dropped out of school, so you're 18, babe. Like you should get someone in your belt to educate you. Like you can't. You're a black man in society. You're already. What makes you think without a high school education you have a chance to actually succeed in life?
That you do have a good point on that one. I can say that you do have a great point.
So
on that.
you live with YT people that let you drop out of school?
No, they didn't let me. I don't live with them. I live with my brother. But I'm just saying, I used to live with YT people. I dropped out.
You live with a black person now?
It was the stuff that I used to do.
Do you live with a black person now?
Huh?
Do you live with a black person now?
Yes.
Why are you not with a white person?
Because he's my brother. He's my
Why
brother.
We're brothers.
Leave that family.
No, not leave that. I didn't leave that family. We still live in the same town and everything.
So why don't you live with them anymore?
Because I'm 18 now.
So you are no longer valuable because they're not getting a check anymore for you.
It's not that. No, that's what I'm saying.
Then why don't you live?
It's probably that.
That's why. Let me explain.
You're still their son.
Yeah, to them. I'm to.
But why don't you live with them anymore?
Let me explain.
Okay.
They wasn't getting a check. My aunt was, and my aunt, and she's black, and she took advantage of it. And then as soon as I came, when I turned 18, that's when I came out here, and then that's when I started living with them. And that's when I started living in my own apartment. It's not because of a check at all.
Me love, you were property of the state, and you were living you were homeless.
I wasn't property of the state. I wasn't property of the state.
If you're a minor, and you don't have parents, did the government or did the state know that you didn't have parents?
Yes, they did.
So you were somewhere in the system because someone was getting a check for you, correct?
Yes, ma'am. You're right.
So you're telling me this YT family just came in and saved you for no reason?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
When I turned 18,
you're confusing now.
Okay. Let me tell you. Can I talk, please? What I'm saying is, my aunt has the checks. She was getting the checks. The YT people was not getting the checks.
How did
they cared?
Check, sir.
What?
How do you know your aunt was getting the check?
Because she literally showed me. She literally showed me and told me I'm getting the check.
So then why and how did you meet the YT family?
because we was longtime friends with them.
And you got to stay with them until you were 18 and they said you got to go.
No, what? No, okay.
Why did you leave their house?
We just went in our own apartment.
And why, when you left the house, did you end up with a black person?
Can I please talk? I'm just saying though, like, I'm trying to explain, and y'all not, you know what I'm saying? Y'all not letting me explain. You feel what I'm saying? All right. So what I'm saying is, my brother knows him from school. Correct? My brother knows him from school. This is when my dad was still around. Then my dad got married again. We went back to Atlanta because we used to live in AZ. We went back to Atlanta. This is the time that my dad was still getting the checks, but my brother was living with the white tea people, but he was already like 21, so he wasn't getting the checks no more. And you know who took advantage of it? My dad took advantage of it. Spent it on his own stuff. You know what I'm saying? That he wanted.
I think you just have a hatred for your family,
I
and
don't
it's
have a hatred
manifest.
for my
No, you do.
Yeah,
You
you
do. 'Cause
do.
you
I
haven't said
do. I
one
ain't gonna lie,
positive
you're right.
thing.
You're right.
You do.
I
Yeah,
do
that's what I'm
have a
saying.
hatred.
So own that. Talk to a therapist, man.
No,
Talk to
I'm
a
just saying.
therapist,
No, I'm
because
saying.
the more hatred you have for your family, the more hatred you have for yourself. It plays out a certain way, man. It's something that when you grow up, things start to make more sense. You gotta talk to a therapist, man. That's what I'm
Smiley's a
recommend.
happy guy, and you tell him he needs therapy.
You need to go on mute. But you need to finish your education. And this is not being funny. I'm not going to be funny with no young brother. You need to finish your education, and you need to actually go talk to a therapist. And that's no joke. I'm not being funny with you because I'm a clown. But you sound like a young man that does not have any level of direction. And I am telling you now, the arrow that you're pointing towards is really leading you to danger. The proximity in which you want to be so close to is really dangerous. And I can tell you're 18 because you don't even understand the historical context of even where your father is from. And obviously he don't either. And books are essential. You need to go finish your education and focus on that more than worrying about putting yourself in some tail.
But I'm
Because
saying I'm
you
about to
are
own
a
my own
black man
business.
in this world, and you ain't gonna get to walk away from that. So while you worried about a savior and you want to thrive and defend this family, so they didn't even care if you had an education. They don't care if you thrive. Black men have the lowest, little black boys have the lowest literacy rate. You need to focus on you and help you.
Yes, I am focused on money.
But you worry
I'm
about
about
coming
to,
up here and defending something that you obviously do not understand. You're 18.
I understand clearly because look, I'm about to own my own business and stuff like that. So my education really doesn't matter at this point because I'm getting money instantly. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm not.
Damn.
Yes, it
Man.
does. It
It really
matters so
doesn't. I'm getting
much.
money.
All right, all right, all right. Hold on,
The
hold on. Let me
education
talk
stuff
to the
doesn't
let me
matter.
talk to the young man here. So, what you gonna do with that money?
Save it up, stocks. You invest.
And then what you gonna do with that?
Just have money and then have a family one day.
That's how I know that they didn't raise you, that you don't have a plan. So, because
I do
you're
have
a
a plan.
man,
I love cooking. That's my thing. I love cooking. I have a cooking business. I'm
that's
about to
not a
have a cooking.
plan. That's not a plan. That's
That's
not
my
a
plan. I've
plan.
been planning that since I was 5 years old.
That's
Cooking
not
is
a
my
plan.
thing.
That's a hobby. I understand what you're saying, but I'll tell you now.
My plan was
Like,
own a restaurant. That's what my plan is. I'm going forward towards that plan. I'm succeeding.
First year,
but
how does it do? The first year you open your restaurant, what do you expect?
it's still not a plan. It's still
Still
not a
not
plan. I'm telling you, I'm a man that actually has a plan, and so I know what men that have a plan sound like. And this is something that a lot of even sisters don't understand because men need to have plans. We can't give birth to children. We have to give birth to dreams. So that's why a lot of the sisters, even when you get married, like they look to you to have the plan, like how are we going to raise the child? Not how we going to raise the child, but like what are we going to raise the child to become? Like what tools are we going to give the child? I feel like right now you haven't been given enough tools, and that's a shame. But at the same time, now you need to get yourself the tools. And saying that you want to have a restaurant and all that other stuff is cool, but you need to have a reason behind that stuff. Otherwise, it's not going to work the way you think it is.
Yes, sir. You're right.
And you talking to someone that's been an entrepreneur since he was your age. I've been my entire adult life. I've been an entrepreneur. So I done had businesses that worked. I done had businesses that failed. I'm starting a new business now with my wife. I got a nonprofit, be1initiative.org. We're a technology startup. I'm doing a lot of stuff, but I'm telling you now, everything that I do, I don't do it just to do it. I do it because it's leading me to what my overall plan is. Making more money is not a plan. Doing what you like is not a plan. Knowing what you want from life and getting that shit is a plan. I'll end there.
Yes, sir. I understand what you're saying. I completely understand what y'all saying.
Yeah.
But it's just like, in my own opinion, how I was raised. And, like I said, like my own people, you know what I'm saying? That's my color, like treat me badly than other races. That's what I'm saying. Like, so that's why I was like saying, like,
they didn't treat you badly than other races. They just treated you. You had people that treat you badly, but it wasn't because you were black that the people that treated you badly. Because I'm a black man, I'm 30 plus years old, and I've done had pew-pews pointed in my face by black men. I done been in squabbles and fights with black men. I done been robbed and all different types of stuff by black men. But never once did I say that was black men's fault. So the reason that you're associating their race to their treatment of you is because you have that idea about yourself and how you view your own race. So you're projecting that onto them. It has nothing to do. It's just, yeah, right. Someone said those are individual circumstances. That happens because of proximity. But that's not something that you project onto the whole race. And then you turn around and you look at some white people that have privilege, that got resources to share with you. Black people don't got the resources to share with you. So of course, white people are going to treat you nicer up front and in person. But you don't know that the reason that white family was able to take you in is because they have privileges you will never have. Because of the oppression of your ancestors, they were given these privileges. So literally, for the same reason that you get pulled over, they don't. So that's for the same reason that you may never have the level of wealth that they have in prevalent in their communities. The average white family has 15 times the wealth of the average black community. We think 100,000 is a lot of money. If most white families had $100,000, there would be a mass unaliving, self-unaliving, self-deletion, whatever you want to call it. They'd be hopping off bridges all across America. So we got to understand that's if I took everything from you and took everything from your family, and now I got all your stuff, every time you see me, you gonna be like, man, every time I'm around him, he got stuff to give me. He give me food, he give me eats, give me sleeps. I love him. But when you're around your own people, they don't got nothing to give you. So you see what I'm saying? Like you can't use that type of thinking when it comes to your people.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
You realize why or when he left that house. I'll tell you one thing, you're a benefit until you're not. And in particular communities, you'll be used until you're not able to be used anymore. So although you feel as if somebody won on you and this, that, and third, you need to look deeper within. And brother, I'm glad brother said it, because sometimes y'all don't hear what others said. And knowing that your daddy gave you such a sour taste of women, then yeah, you probably...
Black women are the shit. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't date, but I messed around. I went on dates, but I didn't bring none of them home. But I messed around. I dabbled when I was your age, and when I look back at my little black book, all of the sisters that I took seriously, all the people that I took seriously, all the women I took seriously, were black women. And I didn't even notice that. It was subconscious. Because there was a time I was not as woke as I am today. I did not read John Henry Clark and Shake and the Jump and all this other stuff. But when I look back, the ones who I cried over when they left, it's because we had a connection where I could talk about anything with them. You get you a thin-lipped woman, you cannot talk about anything with her. If another George Floyd happens and you want to talk about it because that could have been you, she gonna look at you and say, "This is sad. I don't want to talk. It's such a heavy topic. It's so sad." I used to hate that shit. Or I don't know, different things, cultural norms. Let's say you get passionate. You're in a passionate discussion and you raise your voice a little bit. Your voice is kind of deep. You're talking. They get afraid. They get kind of like, "I don't know why you're angry right now." Like, I'm not angry. What are you talking about? I'm just really excited about the Giants. So that's a whole nother thing. It's a lot, But I wish you the best, man. Thanks for coming up. I gotta go to the next guest.
Yeah, I appreciate you for opening my eyes, though, for real.
Yes,
I didn't
sir.
really think about that. I appreciate that.
All right, brother. One love, and feel free to come back up.
No problem, man.
All right, peace.
All right.
Trey is next. Everybody, don't forget to tap like. Let's go to 200K. Let's go to 200K. I got another hour, 20 minutes up here. I could do another hour, 20 minutes. So we got time. I'm waiting for my wife to get back. Let's go to the next guest. Trey, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
My name is Trey. I'm 22 and I'm Black American, and my pronouns are she and her.
All right. Thank you, Trey. Talk to us.
Let's see. Can interracial relationships be problematic? Yes. I do believe they could be problematic. I think it depends on the individual, but it's a very small amount of, I guess in this case, when black and white people date, it's a very small amount of white folks that can understand the black struggle. And not only that.
Go ahead, talk. You going? I wanted to ask you a question, but go ahead.
Like, it's internally and externally. Like, you have to worry about the person that you're dating and their family, because I actually been in a situation where I had to worry about that. So
all right, so if I say we're not friends and you say we're friends, are we friends?
I don't believe so. If it's like a one-end thing.
But what if you say, "Man, you know what? It don't matter that you don't want to be my friend. It doesn't matter about the context of what you said, how you said you would never be my friend. I still see you as my friend." Are we friends if I say, "No, you're not. We're not friends"?
No. I don't believe so.
So that's what I'm saying is, just because the individual says that they want to ignore the oppressive system that you are subjugated to, does not mean that it doesn't exist. Because in order for that system to be dismantled, they would all have to agree to be our friends.
Yeah, I said that. Like, I didn't say I was saying earlier, I don't know if you heard me, but I'm like, that individual, it's very rare when like a white person understands that or can handle that, if that makes sense.
But even that rare white person, right? Because I would say that they're so rare they don't exist. But let's say that there is 1 in a million. Somebody literally tried to really come up here one time and say that there was 1 in a million, because they said that there were 200 anti-racist or non-racist, anti-racist white people in America and that they were allies. And so there's 200 million of them. So that's 1 in a million. So anyway, let's say that they exist. Them saying that they are not taking part in an oppressive system doesn't make it no longer problematic, because even with that individual, as long as the rest of them still say, "Nah, we still prefer this white person over you, and we still see her with privilege. We're still going to give her access to power and like, you know, the upper ups. We're still going to allow her to, get pulled over and assume she's innocent till proven guilty, and you not so much. Then it doesn't matter about whether that person is quote unquote problematic or not. It's still inherent to the system that there's going to be problems. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel like low key like my mindset. I look at like history and some people of part of history, like near Malcolm X era, like Viola Luzo or James Weave, who were white, but their life got taken for trying to break down the system.
So you think of them as allies?
Yeah, they
No.
were.
Okay, so that's interesting. If I make a mess in your room, like I just pour red paint all over your room, and then I have my sister come to your house and clean it up, is she doing you a favor? Is she your ally?
Wait, what do you said again? I don't understand that.
If my dog, let's say my dog, takes a big old crap in your living room, and I help you clean it up, am I doing something to improve your house? Am I your ally?
I mean, I feel like you're improving the condition of that space.
So if somebody had their dog take a crap in, let's say even your bed, and they cleaned it up, you'd be like, "Oh, thank you so much. I'm so grateful to you." Like you'd be grateful.
I mean, yeah. I mean, most likely I'll clean it up myself, but I don't know. Like with me, I don't know. It's I seen like especially like in America, I don't know. Me and my dad talk about this all the time. He does not agree with interracial relationships because he has the same
I'm gonna tell
like
you this right now, sister. I don't know
uh
where you was raised, in a barn or what. Somebody's dog take a crap in my bed. I'm pissed off. I don't give a damn. They clean it up. I don't care. They call a maid. I'm gonna have to burn my sheets, number one, and they gotta buy me new sheets before I even go back to not being mad. I'm not gonna get the grateful. I'm just gonna get to, okay, I'm not so pissed off anymore. You kind of set that straight, but I'm pissed off that you even like you even put your dog in a position where they could do that to my bed. But I would say in this case, when we're talking about racism, this person isn't directly at fault. However, them working to fix something that their ancestors built to benefit them is not them being an ally.
So what is that them being? Are you seeing them as like a savior or something?
Um, Opposite of that, they're cleaning up their own mess.
Okay, well, I'm confused now though with the dog analogy because I don't think my dog can clean up his own mess.
I didn't say your dog.
I
What
thought you
what
said
he's
dog.
If
saying
someone's
is
dog takes a
we're
crap on
taking
your bed,
Oh,
responsibility.
someone else's.
yeah, someone else's dog takes a crap on your bed. You said if they cleaned it up, you would smile and be grateful. And I'm
Oh,
like,
I thought
that
no.
doesn't make any sense.
I thought you said my dog.
No, someone else's dog. Someone brings their dog to your house. Their dog takes a shit in your bed and then they clean it up. Are you grateful for that? I'm not grateful. I'm just back at zero. If they burned the sheets and gave me new sheets, then yeah, I'm back at zero. I'm not at yay, thank God. Like that's what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is white people being unalived, dismantling an oppressive system built to benefit them is not them doing us any favors. When it comes to anti-racism, we're the allies because racism is a white problem that affects black people. It is not our problem to fix. We can't fix it. We marched, we prayed, we tried to interracial love them, and it doesn't work. We can't stop it. It still exists. We tried to get rich to get away from it. We try to be Native Americans and Hebrew Israelites and everything else to get the hell away from it. And none of it works. None of it works. It's still here. It's still oppressive and it's still targeting us. That being the case, them being unalived in that endeavor is just them doing something to fix something wrong with their own society. When we're by ourselves, there's no racism. So that's their problem.
Okay. I mean, I misinterpreted the whole scenario, so that's my fault. So I didn't mean
It's
to
it's kind of my fault too, though, because this is my first time even trying to like conceptualize that into a metaphor instead of explaining it all the way out. I was just trying to like, I don't know, try to make it simpler, but yeah.
But I would say in general, I do believe it's problematic. Even with my whatchamacallit, I do believe it's problematic.
What's your
But I
whatchamacallit?
also my idea that I said, like my opinion, I do still believe it's problematic. And me and my dad talks about it. He definitely believes it's problematic. He does not believe in interracial relationship because he feel that white folks won't change and they're not really helpful. So I understand that too.
The context of interracial relationships is the reason that it's problematic. The context. We can sit here and ignore the history. That's what they want us to do, don't they? They want us to ignore history so bad because it makes that way they can feel better. But the truth is, we were kidnapped from Africa and brought to this land. Unfortunately, if you're an African American, you're not speaking English because your ancestors chose to come here and learn English. They didn't see this as a land of opportunity.
I know we learn English because the British.
No. We learned English because it was whipped into our backsides.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like colonizers they brought that on us like without consent. So
Toby. Kunta Kinte. Toby. You ever seen that?
Yeah. My dad loves that movie.
Okay. So your dad sounds like your dad's trying to teach you. I would say listen to your dad, to be honest. But what I'm going to tell you is the context, right? If I take a woman and I tie her up and I kidnap her from her place and I tie her up, put her in my basement, and I then one day come down and decide to tell her that I love her, and she says I love you back.
That's Stockholm Syndrome.
That's Stockholm Syndrome, right? We did not choose to have white people come into our communities and marry us. They decided after kidnapping us and bringing us here that they were going to marry us. They decided that in their courts. When we started talking about black power and power to the black woman and power to the black man and unity between ourselves, they thought, you know what? It's kind of problematic it's problematic for our white power structure that they are only allowed to be with themselves and they're now unifying. We got to break this unity up. You know what? Interracial marriage, and because now anyone that says we want to marry ourselves and stay unified in our households, anyone that says we want to put our people first or disagree with people that chose to come into our communities, whenever we have that discussion, we now sound like bigots. Now we sound like the jerks. When this is something that we could weaponize to our benefit, it's now, that's wrong to say. Because the oppressor has decided that they can do it to us, even after they brought us here. So that's the context that makes it problematic. Things that aren't problematic don't have like contradictory, like there's no problem. It's conflict free. You see what I'm saying? Interracial relationships are not conflict free. They're full of conflict.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
But I had a good question. I think you brought it up. Like, I think it was the other guy. I don't know. He was something with a Nigerian chick. But I had a good question because you said like, of course, with him, like he's a white guy, so he should have known his wife's culture. But like, I also look at it in my way. Like, if I was to date a Ghanaian or a Jamaican or somebody, like, even though I know of that culture a little bit, I still would have to learn it. Like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I thought you didn't
But you wouldn't
believe
have
that
to learn. You wouldn't
too
have to
much.
learn that. I don't know. You wouldn't have to learn that chicken tastes good, or I don't know. I'm trying to think of something else.
So you're saying I
Coconut
wouldn't?
shea butter in your skin is a good thing. You wouldn't have to learn about box braids and dreadlocks. You wouldn't have to learn about. Somebody said jollof. I mean, you might have to learn about jollof. I don't know. We call it paella
Yeah.
sometimes. You wouldn't
So
have to learn about macaroni pie. You wouldn't
There
have
would
to
be
learn.
far more commonalities than there would be things that are
yeah,
different.
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't have no like deep naiveness, basically.
And then on top of that, just like you said, that is the humanity there. You would have to learn. This man married her, didn't learn shit. Don't even know the name of her tribe.
Okay.
Yeah, well, he's not. That woman is something he would have never got here ever in his lifetime.
That's
Listen, I
crazy.
don't even know what the woman looked like, but I'm looking at him. I'm gonna say this: it's very interesting how we are. What Black people don't realize is y'all are the cream of the crop. You are going somewhere else, and they know they're getting the best of. The options are slim in regards to their pickings. When they come to us, for some reason, brother said it, we have this level of moral understanding and acceptance that is to our own detriment so often. But even in your conversation, like understanding oppression across the diaspora is one of the biggest things that Black people have a commonality of seeing, but also morally understanding that we are all human and treating each other as such.
Yeah.
He's gonna get her over here and treat her however he feels like treating her, and he has the upper hand. And that's what brother was trying to explain. He is in a position of power, not only being a person that has brought this woman to another country where she's not familiar or might not have a safe space, but also being a YT man in this society, in this country, which was built for him.
Right.
I want to also add, I know like with foreigners like in Nigeria or Asia or Puerto Rico, like, or just parts of Africa, a lot of some of the Africans, they like a lot of people were brought up that white guys are good and
Yeah.
all of that. So yeah, I think that's
It's a
also,
survival. It's a way of surviving
and
in
it's
an
like a
anti-black
weird
system.
stereotype.
Yeah. True.
But yeah. But also I need like advice also. I know I sound dumb, right? I don't mean to bother you or
You
anything.
don't. I would never call any sister dumb. But go ahead.
So what do I do? So with me, it might sound ignorant, but I usually attract white people and I don't date them. Like I just don't want to be bothered by, like, what should I do about that? How do I change the
I'm very rude. I always attract white men. I've had white men get mad because I would not give them time and attention. I've had my brother step in and get real assertive. I'm rude. I'm not attracted to you, sir. Sorry, move on. They start saying smart shit. Okay, well, go get a tub. I don't got time for
I've
that.
I've had white women just come up and start squeezing my arms, touching my hair. Yeah. Honestly, I've embarrassed a few of them publicly. Like, just like, ever see that video clip where the girl tries to rap for Waka Flocka? You ever see that?
Yes.
Yeah, that's me all day. I embody that spirit sometimes, like especially at the club when they try to come up and dance on you, and you just like, all right, I'm out. But yeah, I don't know. I would say, if you were dying of thirst, right? You're locked in a room and you're dying of thirst. There's only a toilet. The toilet is full of pool water. Would you drink it?
no?
All right. So you know what I'm saying? You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So even if that's your proximity, you're only what's for you, you are going to have. What is going to cure you is going to be for you. That's what you're going to pay attention to. That's what you're going to choose to drink. What is going to help you. So you know what I'm saying? So even if you surrounded me with, all the Taylor Swifts and Iggy Azaleas, all they can do is point me to a sister.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah. Thanks for coming up, Trey.
No problem.
Appreciate you.
Mhm.
I'm gonna go to the next guest. Y'all keep tapping like, man. We trying to get to 200K. 353 folks up in here. That is amazing. I appreciate y'all. Please check out my content. Check out the videos. Check out I put all my replays on YouTube. I got a YouTube button on my profile. And don't forget to tap the notification bell also on my profile so that you can be notified when I go live. We're going to go to the next guest. Tap like as you listen along. Let's try to get to 200K. I really appreciate y'all. If you're getting any value from the live, send a little gift, man. Send a little rose. Send some gifts to D. That's my co-host up here. We just talking, man. The next guest is Alicia. Hey, we wish the live goal. Shout out to Francesca. Appreciate you. Robin, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
I am 31. I am Irish white. And I'm a woman.
I'm be honest.
So her.
Why do y'all say your countries?
Pardon?
Do y'all do that? Why do y'all say
because,
your countries?
I said what my blood is.
All right, I don't want to get into that. Go ahead, talk to us.
I am in a biracial relationship. And I believe that we have healed each other's trauma.
Lord have mercy.
I know we have.
You coming in hot. Tell us how. We're so curious.
Forgiveness.
That's easy on one side, I'll tell you that. I forgive you for all the things white people have done.
No.
Okay.
I know all the things white people have done.
What did you forgive him for?
Pardon?
What did you forgive your spouse for?
That's personal.
Okay.
This whole thing is personal. We ain't asked you who you was with. You the one that took us down personality lane.
He didn't need to forgive me.
Let me say it like
being
this:
white.
when he forgave you for the things, the atrocities.
I didn't need to forgive him for being black. I did not need to forgive him for being black.
Exactly. You don't have to. So
that was not a forgiveness that I had to give him.
So
there was other things.
Listen to what I am saying. You said this, so I'm saying what you said. Y'all basically made it work being in an interracial relationship because y'all based that on forgiveness. About
no.
Interracial relationship.
That was the end result. That was new.
Then you should have never used it that way. Those two don't even intersect.
All right, D.
But I'm here now. I'm not there.
Hold on. We gotta let her get this out because I'm so confused right now. I don't even know what you're talking about. We talking about forgiveness now. Let's just reset. No one asked, and you gave it to us anyway. You told us that you were in an interracial relationship with a black man.
Yeah, I am.
All right. And
I'm sorry if that makes you feel uncomfortable. I can hear it in your voice, and I'm sorry.
How about not talking till I'm done? All right.
Copy.
So you said that you were in an interracial relationship, and that's why I'm trying not to look at the comments. Oh my God. Okay. I'm sorry, ma'am. You have a lot of gall, but we're gonna keep trying to talk to you. Do you prefer to date black men? Is that, how did y'all end up together?
We met playing games during COVID. He's from the New York Bronx.
Okay. And so y'all were playing games.
Yeah. Life is a big fucking game.
Yeah, well, for some, not for everybody.
Yes, the Bronx. CC.
And so, what? What'd you say?
I was talking to somebody who said not the Bronx. So I was like,
Oh.
yeah, the Bronx. He was very proud of that.
You might not know
So,
much about the Bronx. That's not
well, I
something to
do
brag
because,
about.
well,
Are
that's
you
not
in the
very
Bronx?
nice. That's where my love is from. So I
You
don't
don't
think that's very
know
nice.
what we talking about, so don't say what's nice and what's not. We're not being mean. The Bronx knows. People from the Bronx
It's
know what
where
we talking about.
he grew up. That
I
is
know.
his home.
Okay. Yeah, but
that's disrespectful.
It's not. You just don't know what we're talking about. It's an American thing. Please relax. So, do you prefer black men?
He is the first black man.
Mm-hmm. You didn't answer the question.
I prefer him.
Why is that?
Because I love him.
Why do you love him?
Because he's my soulmate.
How do you know he's your soulmate? What is he like?
Because he's taught me so many lessons, and I've taught him so many lessons.
Interesting. So that means that he does things for you.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
I do things for him.
And so, so you do things for him as well.
Of course.
Sounds very transactional.
It sounds very balanced. You sound like you're projecting.
No, when someone says that they love people because of things that they do, that's a transaction.
What do you mean? No.
I asked you why you loved him.
I've always loved him.
I asked you why you loved him, and you said because he does things. He teaches you, which is a
yes,
thing,
lessons.
A verb.
That's what life is for.
Yeah,
lessons.
But a verb. No, don't interrupt me. That is a verb that he does for you. So whenever someone mentions that someone does something for them, and that is the reason that they love someone, and then
because they taught me something
without prompting, without anyone asking you, you say, "Oh, well, I teach him things too," to like,
of course,
make it even. But I didn't ask you why does he love you. I asked you why you love him. So
you can ask him why he loves me.
You love him because of what he does for you. Then that is a very shallow form of love. Where
you do
it's all
not
about
know
self-gratification.
Over him. Stop
it's about
talking over him.
Self-gratification and what he does for you. And that is very sad because there are many reasons to love someone that don't include them doing things for you.
I only gave you one answer. I love every single thing about him unconditionally.
Unconditional?
Unconditionally.
Really? Even if, I don't know.
Every single answer is going to be yes.
Okay, so what do you love about him then?
Everything.
All right, stop being so broad and vague and tell me 2 more things.
2 more things?
Just one.
His smile?
No, just one. His smile. So what do you love about his
heart,
smile?
his mind?
His heart and his mind. These are all very broad. It's almost like you don't know him at all. I can say I love anything because of its heart and its mind.
You don't know how important those things are if you don't think that's important.
This is crazy. We are down a deep, dark path.
Right now.
Yes, I love his brown skin. Of course I love his brown skin.
Here we go.
Why are you writing that in the comments like that?
We're getting there. I think it's coming out.
It's not because he is brown.
It's the only black man
I didn't even know what he looked like when I met him.
You didn't even
played games.
Well, he could have been a Chucky. Wow, you know.
He could have been anything, and then we started talking on Discord, and
not my Discord.
No.
No, I know it wasn't my Discord. Cause I'll tell you right now. Oh man.
So, you
That's
know what's
crazy.
interesting is when she says she loved everything about him, and no matter what you say, it's going to be a yes. It's
Yeah.
always this idea that even the person that I'm with, I know there are things that I don't like about them because I
Oh
know
no,
they're
I've dealt
human.
with the things I didn't like about
No,
him.
no, no, sweetheart. See, that's the problem. You got the answers before the question or even the conversation begins. That's how I know you lying. Because to be a human is to have.
Yes, your opinion. You
Listen,
might be a
it could
liar.
be my
You
opinion.
keep
It could be
talking
whatever you
over
want.
people. That's
But
Projection.
you keep talking and you
you
just
keep
showing yourself,
talking.
Karen. That's all. It don't bother me. You just maybe you found yourself a poon, and I mean they exist. So
What
at the
does
end
that
of the
mean?
day,
Sorry.
it means a ass like you. So at the end of the day, when you're
You know
sitting
what
up here and
assumptions
you're
do
going
though?
anyway, yeah,
What
you
you're
look like
doing,
you look
assuming
like
it makes an
like an
ass out of
ass,
me
like
and
you like
you.
ass. Now you look like an ass by yourself. It's probably what you ain't washed today. But at the end of the day, you came up here and you made these
Definitely
broad
washed.
general statements. We know you didn't. These broad general
I
statements about
definitely
something. Oh,
did.
I know you didn't. I know you ain't scrub either. You definitely didn't use a towel. You know, you brought yourself up here to make
I'm
these
not the one
broad
to
general
project. It's
statements.
so funny.
Oh, you
It's so
projecting?
honest.
Well, I wish you project your ass into some water and don't forget the soap.
Oh yeah,
Like
I
that
walk
cave
on water.
coochie up here to drag it around the floor. It's probably itching. How many paws is
Thank
that?
God. Thank God. Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
All
thank
right.
God.
Yeah. Have fun with Batman, Robin. All right, y'all. Thank you. Thank you. Shout out to everybody that sent them Panther
We were
paws.
just talking about that earlier.
Yeah. It's very weird, man. It's very weird, man. When people say that they love people for something that they do for them. Now that I don't know, I have found true love. I hear
Love
stuff like
how she
that,
said
and
it
I'm
was
like,
unconditional,
damn.
but the first reason was a condition.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. True.
If y'all gonna date outside your race, that's not an issue. Like, do what you do. That doesn't bother me. But it's white women like that go out their way to try to think someone's gonna be jealous. And I think there was so many black women in chat saying like, she want everybody to be so mad. Girl, you said the Bronx.
The Bronx. She said it like it was Beverly Hills, didn't she?
Baby, listen here. Let me tell you something, Susie. You brought yourself up here, unwashed and uncleansed, because you felt like you could talk down on black people. And the reason you felt so entitled was we are rude. And I like being rude, but I also like to wash, and I use a washcloth. You brought yourself up here, and you not only did you go out of your way to center yourself, but you made these broad general statements. Everything is just. Not everything is just when you're truly pairing with the person. That was the biggest problem. But you go get that towel and scrub a little bit, and don't
The
forget them
Bronx.
ears, and definitely don't forget them feet, because they be black as hell. But you have some tea and crumpets.
Yo, everybody that knows the Bronx and knows dudes from the Bronx know what type of timing Robin's man is on. Like, he like, come on now. Like, come on, man. From the Bronx, bro. He got them all. Irish. Yo, man. Shout out to brothers from the Bronx, man. Y'all know what I'm Yo, I dead ass. I knew somebody from Brooklyn. He's from Brooklyn, not the Bronx, but I'm just talking about New York dudes in general. I used to know this dude, man. He was clapping this old mother, like this is somebody's mother. Like he used to bring her to this hangout spot. My friend owned a restaurant in Brooklyn, and we used to be there, you know, eating and whatever. And this kid would bring, like, he was young. He's like 21, and she must have been like 50 something. And we're like, yo, this somebody's mother, bro. And she would bring him like little food. Like, it was crazy. Like, listen, I'll be honest, the New York dudes are different. Like, be careful in the Bronx, y'all. Anyway, let's go to the next guest. I believe it's Bloom. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Hi, yeah. My name is Bloom. Nice to meet you all. I am black. I'm 30. I'm black, mixed race, capital B black, though. I identify as a woman, but all pronouns apply. If I'm out in public, it's like she, her, but like I'm a tomboy, masculine, so all pronouns apply. Anyway, let me just speak to.
Oh man, hold on. I'm sorry, Bloom. Somebody up here making all this noise. I don't know
You're
what
good.
that was. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just gonna stick to the questions, and I took some notes.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, the questions. Yes, back to this conversation. Okay.
Okay, okay. So I want to start with racism is a psychosis. It's a mental health issue. It's false superiority appearing real. That's my sincere belief about what
Facts.
racism truly is.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm coming from a place of having personal experience with interracial relationships. And I do want to just say that I think that the relationship that I was in was inherently problematic. And I do want to point out here that many relationships are, whether it's between different races, between men and women, just most things between men and women, or men and men, or women and women, they're inherently problematic because of the differences in ideals, modern living versus traditional roles, misogyny, and like there's a host of problems happening. But specific to interracial relationships, for me, it was an issue. And in my personal experience, someone presented themselves as an educated ally and still showed their ass through seeking validation from their friendship group. So where we were having already these problems of traditional roles versus modern living, where we're both in school looking to get an education, then coming out of school, and he's, working toward becoming a breadwinner, and I automatically must default to being the cook, cleaning person, blah, blah, blah. So that was an initial issue already.
That's problematic, I agree, but that is not inherent to men and women coming together.
Oh, well, I guess it's just what I've seen.
To assume that is Eurocentric. So that's part of patriarchy, a white patriarchy. So,
well, yes, but I must also say here that the structures that I grew up in were largely Eurocentric, unfortunately.
Yeah, but see, the thing that makes that problematic is the same thing that makes interracial relationships problematic. So you're still addressing racism. And so, you see what I'm saying? Because you said, it's kind of like if I say, is grass green? And you say, anything can be green if you paint it green. And it's like, okay, so we're diluting the conversation a bit.
Well, no.
To me, that's like a bit of a red flag. But
so let me just go ahead and finish my point here. I can see what you're saying. I do want to say here that I saw this between my grandparents first, and they're both mixed race and black. The Cajun Creole, but identifying as black with a black father in the home. Grandma, same sort of situation. So I can see what you're saying, but it's like they both had the Eurocentric thing happening in their own lives and have dealt with racism. So whatever,
but why was that happening in their lives?
Patriarchy.
Where
racism,
did they learn patriarchy?
Superiority.
Where did they learn patriarchy?
I just said it.
Where?
Whiteness. White supremacy.
No, but like literally who? Like who in their life taught them patriarchy? Like
so specific
their parents, right? Like it's passed down. So who passed it to their great-great-grandparents?
Still parents in patriarchy.
A lot of
supremacy.
Right, I'll point you to a resource. Who was it? Damn, who was it? I'm trying to see their face. It was a lecture. Who was? Oh, Bell Hooks. Bell Hooks did an interview with the man that interviewed Tupac. I forgot his name, but it's in my Discord. I don't know the name of the interview. Bell Hooks. You know what Bell Hooks is?
Yeah.
Okay, so she said, well, basically she breaks it down, and I believe it's in one of her books. I'm just not sure which one. But she says that patriarchy was learned by our ancestors because they had been disconnected from the customs and cultures of Africa and how we formed our families, and they had no knowledge of where they came from. You understand?
Agreed.
The only blueprint that they were given on how to form families after they walked off the plantation as freed people was from their oppressors. So that is the reason why a lot of our grandparents and parents tried to assimilate into these gender roles and patriarchal structures, not because they chose that as a preference, but because literally the violence that was done to our ancestors gave them no other choice but to look at their oppressors as the role models by which they should form their families.
I agree. Okay, so
No, I'm not debating you, sister. You didn't have to agree. I was just saying. I was just sharing some knowledge with the audience. To be honest.
oh, I see. Okay. Well, I wasn't taking it to be debate. I was just in agreement with what you were saying.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and move on because that was just a small point that I was going to make, if that's okay. So, yeah, I was getting to the point to say that subconscious racism is still racism, meaning even if someone is considering themselves an active ally, an educated ally, it doesn't mean that unconsciously they don't have the ideals and understandings that align them with white racists. Those things can still float around amid all of the other issues that exist there. And it really does take a true form of justice for there to be any kind of shift and the ability to coexist healthfully. Like here I said, I don't know if Black people can marry white people and be pro-Black. I don't know. I really have no clue. I did say also that whatever justice is necessary, justice must give the empathetic understanding of oppression. And this can only come through ugly justice. Genocide, abuse, public terror, mental training, they're all necessary to have the necessary shift. If there's going to be an empathetic understanding of oppression, that has to take place. There has to be a given understanding of exactly what Black people have gone through, and that can truly only take place through terror, through horror. And if that's not the way, it has to be major subconscious reconditioning. And truly, I don't know if that will ever really give the necessary like structures and foundations for white people or any other people to understand what Black people have gone through. I just don't know. And then I wanted to say that active and intentional education is great and wonderful, but it doesn't change the mind truly. Reading and learning is great, but active work is necessary and active support is necessary, and those things only come through true justice. That's it. That's all I had. So thank you for having me.
So if you're not sure if white people can have, I forgot what word you use, empathy?
Oh, I said.
Or understanding of Black oppression, then how can a Black man marry a white woman that doesn't have this knowledge and still say that they are pro-Black?
Oh, I specifically said I don't know if Black people can marry white people and be pro-Black.
But I'm saying, how do you not know the answer to that question, and then the way you answered the third question is the way you answered it? That's like saying, I don't know if that car works, but I know that cars generally work, and, you know, like, if you put gas in it, it'll probably run, but I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was a bad metaphor. But what I'm trying to say is, the way you answered this one with I don't know, and the way you answered with this one with they're not going to understand, means you should have been able to answer this one easily. Because if they're probably not going to be able to understand, then how would marrying them be pro-Black?
You know, I think it just comes from the personal experience bit. Like, I want to believe that people can have that shift, and maybe I just haven't experienced them.
Why
I want to
believe
those
that?
people. Because I want to believe in the best of people, just generally.
Why do you want to believe in the best of white people? Because we're not talking about
No,
people.
I want to believe in the best of people.
We're talking about race between Black and white people. We're talking about, can a Black person marry white? And we're talking about Black and white cultures. We're talking about interracial relationships. Got a picture of a Black man and a white woman.
Yeah. Oh. It is. It's just hopeful that like something beneficial can come from the years of people coming together. I guess I'm just looking at my own lineage and the mixed race people that have married. I don't know. I can't speak for everyone else.
Was Creole. So you understand that there was a level of mixing and whatnot. So do you understand the history of this particular group of people?
You know, I feel like I have a sense of it, but I'm sure I don't know everything. Bottom line.
I mean, you understand how they literally protected the black community? They would go to meetings and sit-ins and tell families like to leave or this was about to happen or just protecting their community because they were YT passing?
I have a limited understanding.
I'm gonna say
gotta
this.
be real.
Yeah, I know. Do some more research. I would say this. It's easy to have hope and faith for the world. I'll have hope and faith for the world. And I have all the investment in my people. But I do not expect YT people to show me anything that they have not shown me in the last 450 years. And that's no shade of tea towards any people. But historically, y'all have shown that y'all don't care.
If you just met a man for the first time and he just smacks you mad hard, and then you say, you know what, maybe he was made a mistake, maybe he thought it was somebody else. You walk up to him, he smacks you again, and he does this 50 times. Maybe let's say he does this for 400 years. You walking up to that person talking about you believe in the best of humanity, you want to have hope for humanity, is what you said earlier is a form of psychosis. It's like this has been going on since we were taken off the continent of Africa, yet we're the ones that have this hope that whiteness really does mean innocence and goodness.
No,
You know what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying, but I don't agree with that ideal of what I'm saying. But I understand what you're saying. I do.
I'm trying to understand where I'm going, where I'm missing you at, sis.
What has your family being so entwined with YT people? What has it helped your family?
It's not really about helping. It's just that some of my lineage is white, some of my lineage is black.
Do you feel like they extend this amazing olive branch in making sure that you benefit from your lineage? Because YT people do that for their children, for their grandchildren, for the generations to come.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't think that our family was connected all the way in that way. So from your point, I think that I don't have an answer for you, and I don't think that the olive branch was offered in that way.
So it's all the more reason to lean black. I don't understand any level of not understanding. If you know you're not, just not even bothered by you because you're no longer white. It's insane to think, okay, well, I have this grand hope that one day we'll just all be. That's 450 years old.
Psychosis.
If we sat on hope for the last 450 years, we wouldn't even have half the things we have now. Black people have always been innovative and motivated and pushing forward. But the issue here that I'm seeing more than anything is that y'all have a lot of hope and praise in people that don't even care if your life is here or there, or if you have anything for that matter. Because they keep burning down or destroying everything we've built. What'd you say?
I don't have hope or praise these people. I don't have praise for these groups of people. These are family members. These are, people that have.
We got all that in our family too, love. My family is very, very mixed.
Yeah, having YT family members has nothing to do with your experience or your blackness.
It does.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, because most black people have a white family member. It makes no difference. No, but it makes no difference because most black people, there's no such thing as pure black. Most black people have a white family member somewhere in their family. It's not special. What makes you black?
I'm not saying it is. I'm saying that because of the stories of my own lineage, because of the stories of my own ancestry and the way that they've gotten along, and I am black, I don't proclaim to be any other thing aside from the things that I know. When it comes to...
So then why are you bringing them up is my thing. It's like, why are we tokenizing white people? Like, what is the point of bringing them up, because we all can have family members in our family that are white. Like, what does that have to do with what we're
I just have
talking about?
one question. Is
You
your
asked
mother
about race, so I wanted to be clear about what I was presenting
But that
as.
just still makes you black. I mean,
is your
I
mother
what
black?
it is.
that.
Is your mother black?
She doesn't present black, but yes, she's black.
So your mother is YT passing. See, this is why I asked. This is why I'm gonna ask this brother, because there is a disconnect in the need to not leave particular people behind. And we had a conversation. I said when they have a certain mother, they don't want to exclude that parent out of the conversation or the community moving forward. Listen, when I tell you I've raised 3 black biracial children, I have every kind of member or race you could think of in the family, from Asian to Caucasian. Like, at the end of the day, I know and they know, and I don't mind having these conversations with them, that black people still have to move for black people, just like every other group does. The need to keep pulling other people in to praise or hold this great hope is insanity, and you are literally setting yourself up to be unalived. Because you think at one point they're going to wake up and save you when you have been treated like you are not human. You have literally been classified as non-existent or not human for their comfortability. I just don't have no great white hope. That just don't exist.
Okay, so I don't. I can understand why you might say that. I just don't have a great white hope. I'm hoping that people can get their shit together. That's what I really am hoping for in the long run, in the scheme of things.
You won't be alive when they get their shit together.
Can I say something?
That would have to mean that not only did black oppression stop, but we are now hundreds of years, many generations from it happening, and it is still currently ongoing. And probably, I'm gonna go as far as to say, to be honest, looking at the numbers, the millions around the world, even, if you want to look at the Congo, you want to look at what's going on the continent, you want to look at what's going on in Haiti, you want to look at what's going on here in the United States, the incarceration rates, I would say it's going on a lot worse today than it ever was back then. And we're still sitting here talking about hope. There's some cognitive dissonance here, and I think that's some of the pushback that you're feeling from me and D. There's a little bit of cognitive dissonance.
Talon, could you mute, please, sir? Thank you.
Can I interject here, if you guys wouldn't mind?
Yeah.
No, we mind. Please, wait, hold on. We go one at a time. We'll come to you next.
That's fine. Y'all can have your cognitive dissonance. I fully understand where you might be coming from.
You're the one having cognitive dissonance. You
just said that you and D have cognitive dissonance. I don't have.
I'm saying the cognitive dissonance is what you're feeling in our pushback. You're the one with cognitive dissonance. We're telling you how things are, and you're saying, I still have hope that they'll be different. And we're like, that's literally cognitive dissonance. When you see what things are with your eyes, but you act as if they're not that way.
I don't act as
that's cognitive dissonance. Like, you're not. Your words and what you say are not aligned.
Okay, so you're beginning to attribute my words to how I behave in life, and to be frank, we don't know each other, and you don't see how I act with people.
Your words and like what you keep saying don't connect. That's why I said when you answered the third question with I don't know, and then answered the fourth question with like there's no way that they're going to understand black oppression, I'm like, well, then that's cognitive dissonance right there. How do you know that they won't understand, but still say a black person can marry someone that doesn't understand black oppression and still be for the black community? Like that's right there, the cognitive dissonance I'm talking about. Like, you're not. So somewhere your wires aren't connecting. So it's like.
I think my issue is that I went into an interracial relationship feeling like I was pro-black and feeling like I was the person who was needing to teach, train, and move this white person through an educated understanding. So that dissonance that I might be experiencing is coming from having that experience of seeking to create this love, not quite understanding this fact, and then having the thorough understanding that justice, true justice, non-pretty justice is necessary for there to be some kind of reckoning and understanding. So I don't know. I don't know how to quite.
Okay, no, you can land it there because
Yeah.
honestly, that's the realest you've been this whole time. To be honest, that was some real shit you just said. So, like
It's
that
the
was
free
pretty real.
labor for me though, bro.
No, I know it took some labor, but she did just
No.
keep it a
I'm not
buck.
talking about us. I'm talking about she's okay with pairing herself with someone and giving all that free labor to make them understand instead of getting with a black man who is well to do and understands what black people have experienced.
Well, I think she was talking about her past as she saw it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
She was okay with the free labor of it, and that's insane.
Yeah, I just didn't know. I'd never been with a white person before. I'd only been with every other group of people. So yeah, I'd been with black people. I'd been with Asian. It just, the labor was different and looked different. So.
All right.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming up.
I think Rob is next, bro.
All right, y'all. We're gonna go to the next guest. Oh no, Rob is not next. Rob been up here the whole time. Y'all keep saying
been up here both waiting.
Oh, you want to say something, Rob? Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. So since you have a new topic, I would like to go down the list.
Oh wow, you haven't talked since the old topic, man. Rob been quiet this whole time. Go ahead, talk to us, Rob. That's crazy.
All right. So to the first one, yes, they can be problematic. Simply because 9 times out of 10, one of the two has to basically negate who they are. And by that, I mean they have to basically water down their culture to basically appease the other one. Is it a preference or fetish? Honestly, I'm gonna say it's a fetish. Straight up. Because you can have your preference. Your preference can be, oh, I like people who are tall. I like people who are fit. I like people with whatever. But when you come down to, I want someone who is black, white, this or that, it's more of a fetish. Why are you fetishizing that? That is not a preference type.
Yeah.
Can a black man or black woman marry a white and still claim to be pro-black? No. You can be black supportive, but you cannot claim to be pro-black.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a whole conversation in itself. I'm trying to do this as quick as I can because I would like to spend some time with my fiance before we try to go to bed. So
I'm waiting for my wife to come back now. I hear you.
So I'm just trying to do like a whole speed blitz. And can black and white culture fully coexist in a healthy relationship? Family? No, because it then falls back into what my previous statement was of, again, what is white American culture? We cannot coexist with something that is based off of thievery and murder. And there I go.
All right. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
I'm Rob the God. Thank you for having me.
Is your wife black? I mean, your fiance?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We super appreciate you. Rob gets an A+, y'all. All right, man. I'll go to the next guest. Tap like, tap like, tap like. Thank y'all for putting F1 in the comments. I'm a black love extremist. I love to hear black love. Joining my live. I'm gonna go to the next guest, the African superstar. What's good, sister?
Hello. I am 40, black, one and only pronouns. I think pro tip before I get into these questions. I think that we cannot generalize these questions based on our own personal experiences. Like, I think that's kind of what the young lady was doing, was like, well, I have these people in my family and I want them, I want to hope that they can be better. It has nothing to do with your personal interactions. Oh, I've got a classmate from 6th grade. I know one good black white person in my office. You know what I'm saying? I know a couple people that came to the protest. It's not about that. Okay. It's about the overview. And actually, if something is more than 50%, as far as equations go, as far as math goes, if it's over five, then it goes to the majority end. Okay. So if the majority of these things don't work, it don't matter if your one situation appears to work. Furthermore, black people that happen to be swirling are sellouts anyway. So you not getting a real bona fide black person in those situations because they would never be in that situation. So to start with number one, interracial relationships are problematic. I think somebody else mentioned this while I was waiting. I was trying my best not to come in here. I was going to just be supportive in the chat, but Alicia put me up here. So can interracial relationships be problematic? Most of them are the product of either rejection from their peers, trauma, objectification. You know, people got a point to prove. For a lot of, I'll say black women, especially like women I know, it's a last resort. It's the result of desperation. You know, the list goes on, and none of these attributes are anything positive. You know, it all resorts to there is some type of dysfunctional root cause that leads these people together. And that is why they're problematic in so many ways. And then I think also that young lady was a great example of the confusion that it creates for the children. Because in all reality, she knows, it seems that she knows and she's experienced, and she even dealt with it in that interracial relationship where she felt, you know, maybe her perspective was, well, he's just unaware, and maybe I can, you know, educate him and bring him up to speed and all that. And then she realized that, oh wow, this is deep rooted. My efforts are falling on deaf ears, you know, and that's what it is, because most of these people that inflict the racism are part of the system. They benefit from the system. They're not interested in equal the playing field. It's not like they're unaware. And, you know, we want to cap for them because our people are very sympathetic. And because of all this religion, we want to believe, no. There's some kind of antecedent to the way they're treating us. No, it's inherent in them. Okay, that is what they are. That is who they are. And you got to face it. And there was a sister in the comments. She said, being naive about racism will get your life cut short. And that's the reality. You can try to befriend the dangerous enemy all you want to. You will be the one who ends up suffering from those interactions. Number two, is it a preference or a fetish? Rob the God he knocked it out. It's totally a fetish. I would say that white tea women that I hear, you know, they have this whole I like black men. And to me, that's not, oh, I like an athletic man, I like an intelligent man, or it's something unique about you. That white tea lady that was up here, you know, it seemed like she struggled to articulate what she liked about the man. You asked her multiple times, what is it you like about him? He teaches me things, and I like his smile. I mean, so anyway. Can a black man or black woman marry white and still claim, no, you can't? It's an oxymoron in itself. You know, creating the foundation of family is the largest representation of what you believe in. And furthermore, again, if you are a self-aware, confident, you know, person who believes in their people, you again, you wouldn't even be in that situation because you would seek out your own partners. You know, we have such a variety of black people around the world to choose from, whatever flavor that you want. You know, you can be under that black umbrella. So when you actually go outside of that, it says a lot about where you are in your frame of mind. And again, it's an oxymoron. You can't say, oh, I love, you know, if you put it in a context, let's say like a shop. Okay, I love going to, let's say, Foot Locker. I love going to Foot Locker. That's my favorite shoe store. But you never shopping there. You always at Payless, you always at wherever else you go, you always at Macy's, you always at Saks. How do you expect Foot Locker to stay in business? How do you expect them to grow and prosper? It's the same thing with our people, which is why if you believe in our people and you want our people to exist in the future, you have to invest in self-preservation. You have to sow in your community. You have to build families, not just having children all over the place, but actually bringing up your children, investing in your children, guiding them and all that, and being a family unit, providing them an example of how they should live and the way forward. Can black and white cultures fully coexist in a healthy relationship or family? No. Multiple reasons. Again, Rob the God talked about, you are going to have to overcompensate to be in these relationships, and so therefore you're going to do that, but you can't peacefully coexist. And then second of all, we have the historical examples time and time again. Like you said, Legend, it's been centuries.
Yeah.
It's been centuries of tumultuous interactions with our people. And again, I preference that your little, anomaly situation that you feel is the example of why this thing can work. When you're a swirler and you guys are based off of trauma and the whole situation is dysfunctional, it's not the status quo. You cannot use that as the baseline as to, oh yeah, we can peacefully coexist because me and Jill is homies since third grade. No. So yeah, that's what I wanted to contribute to the topic. Shout outs to the panel, shout outs to D, shout outs to Legend, everybody sending me love in the chat room. I appreciate it so much. So, I really love what you're doing here. And I do think some people, they are very curious and they want to have more of an understanding. So it's really nice how you try to be, gentle. Me and Diva, we probably a little bit more. We a little bit more, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, but I think in the case, like, again, she was kind of the epitome of that confusion that goes on, wanting to, lean to the reality of things. However, being in a situation where that means you're going to have to examine the people in your family, maybe people you love. Like, she said her mom is white tea passing.
Right.
So if she's going to go ahead and make that generalization about interactions with white people, then it's going to have to include that parent or that family member or those people. And they don't want to never do that. They don't ever want to say, because at the end of the day, if you're ethical, you can say like Muhammad Ali said, if you get bit by a dog, the next time you don't have time to analyze if these are good dogs or bad dogs. You're going to now have that fear. And if you're wise, you're now going to protect yourself and say, hey, it could be a good dog. It could be a bad dog, but I'm going to take provisions. They don't want to get to that point. They never want to get to that point. So they rather just have this cap and say, I hope it could be, I hope it's going to, it's not going to, it's never going to, it hasn't done it. We as humans literally have less than 100 years to live, the vast majority of us. So if it has, if 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 of our own lifetimes, it has not ever been evident.
Right.
What is the likelihood that it's going to change now? And the provisions are not even there for it to change.
Right.
So yeah. So anyway, I've talked
Appreciate
a lot.
you, Queen. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Yeah, she's definitely getting the A+. We giving our grades now, sister. You got an A+, of course. Every time you come up here, you share so much knowledge. I really appreciate you.
I just be trying because I think the questions are very straightforward, but people want to really complicate it, and it's like, look, it doesn't matter if you have an anomaly situation. You cannot override. We're talking about in the grand scheme of things, not your one thing. If you are one couple, that's not going to, how is that going to impact our community and our people and our future? It doesn't, and that's just the bottom line. So I think, and somebody said, oh, so you should just mixed race should only date black people. No, I mean, for mixed race people, it's complicated because either way you go, you're going to be in between. You know what I mean? You're
Some
going to
of
be
them.
in between.
Some of them,
You
because
know.
some of the mixed race biracial brothers and sisters are just as black as you and I. You know what I'm saying?
I
Because
know. Yeah.
some
Yeah.
of them,
Some of
but
them.
it's on an individual basis. Some of them got to stay the hell away from us.
And
So
I think our
yeah,
people generally, accept them in and embrace them in as one of us.
generally, yeah, until they show us,
Generally.
yeah, until they
Yeah,
show us
so
something
if they
crazy.
want to lean to the black side generally,
Yeah,
that would be a lot easier for them than when they want to go to the white tea side.
yeah,
It's complicated for them. But I would say for our own people, for people that are not really confused about their ethnicity and all of that, they should just stick with their own people. And that's not just for black, that's just across the board. Matter of fact, all the other ethnicities know it. They do it in mass. When
right,
they date outside, it's a very slim minority that dates outside. Arabs and Chinese and
yeah,
even the whites. The vast majority of these ethnicities will have their people dating and procreating with their own. We're the only ones that are confused about
yeah,
preserving our own.
right.
So I would say it not only it just makes life more simplified.
Hmm.
It's additional hurdles you don't have to get over. Now, our people have a lot of things going on that makes even just black on black relationships complicated. I'm not saying it's rosy, but I'm saying that you don't want to kind of compound additional um, factors that may make your relationship fail and ultimately make your children be in compromising situations. Because if you have a mixed race child and they are not white passing, then they will be largely seen as black,
Hmm.
and so that's going to be the reality of your child. So you're coming in and bringing them into that confusing situation. So I mean, I think we
Yeah,
should just kind of try to alleviate it as much as possible. But that's just my opinion, because obviously a lot of our people going to do what they want to do, and they already doing what they
right.
want to do.
Stockholm
You
syndrome.
know,
Yeah,
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 facts. So, but anyway, thanks again for having me, and thanks for
yes.
everybody being patient as I try to articulate those things. So much love
Hmm.
again to the chat and the platform and everything.
I'll
Appreciate
say.
you.
Appreciate
All
you,
right.
Queen.
Bye.
All right, one love. Everybody, thanks for getting us over 200K likes. Appreciate everybody that's been contributing to the live goal, sending gifts to my co-host D and my sister up here, African Superstar. I really appreciate y'all. Let's keep that energy up. How much time I got left? Let me see. Oh man, I'm supposed to be leaving soon, but my wife ain't back yet, so we can still kind of hang out. Keep sending those likes. Appreciate you, Isis. Um, let's just get let's get to 250 if we can. Let's get up to 250. I noticed, and a brother on TikTok, Speak, actually kind of put me on game now. um the lives have more people in them when I get like over a certain threshold of likes, so it kind of secures the bag for the next live that we'll be able to have a decent amount of people in here. That's really necessary because this type of show is not just me talking to y'all. I need people coming up here so that I could talk like to them, but like talk, I guess, through them to y'all so that y'all can get some value. Unless it's a sister like, African Superstar D, certain people come up here and they're able to give value. I don't really got to say much. But, everybody else is kind of like an interview, but I'm hoping to get some value out to y'all, some knowledge. We're going to keep it going. The next guest, I'm not sure who it is.
Hold on. Right. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong.
Who's the Alicia?
It's Trey Leon.
Okay. Trelion, could you give us the age, race, and pronouns, please?
Oh yeah, my name is Cornelius. I'm 29 years old. I am black, and they, them, he, him. It's fine. So I just wanted to start off just by saying that I really appreciate this platform, and I am gay actually, And I always see like these topics and conversations. However, I never really see like a gay perspective. And I actually really think that that's really important because gay race-based dating in the gay community is rampant. It is so rampant, and I think that it is problematic. I'll just go ahead and start off with like your first question,
Yeah, talk
and
to
it's
us.
that yeah, can the interracial relationships be problematic? And that is, yes, they can be problematic. Not always, but yes. And just specifically in the gay community, there are definitely lots of men of color, specifically South Asian men and Black men, who will specifically date outside of their race as a way to like align with the white community, or not necessarily align with the white community, but try to get away from the community that they were born in. And it's very common. So let's say I went to this one club, right? And there's this black guy. I didn't know his name, but he only hung around other white men, only dated white men. And I just go up to him and say, "Oh, hey, what's up?" And he just refused to talk to me, just like gave me like a head shake and just turned away. And it's just one of those situations where, like I said, it's where Black men and other men of color try to align with whiteness or try to disalign themselves with the community that they were like pretty much born in. So, and in that way, I do think that interracial relationships can be problematic, unfortunately, when they are trying to align with the oppressor. And your second question is it a preference or a fetishization? I think race-based dating is just a problem all around. So it doesn't matter if it's a preference or a fetishization. If you're dating based on race, I think it's a problem. I'm from the South, so people there's not a lot of interracial dating happening here, just because there is still like a lot of racism happening here, and there is still like a lot of segregation happening here. But yeah, for me, race-based dating, it's not a preference. It's just racist. Your third question, can a Black man or Black woman marry? I think I might skip this question. No, I'll go ahead and answer it. But I'll try to give you the gay perspective. I personally do think that you can be pro-Black and be outside of your race, or date outside of your race and marry outside of your race, as long as you're not race-based dating or race-based marrying. And because for me, when it comes to being pro-Black, what pro-Black means to me is, are you out there marching for people, or marching for us? Are you out there voting for politicians that are going to help us? Are you speaking up when you see that I guess, how do you say it? Are you speaking up for us? Are you, like, if we are being attacked like by the police, are you pulling out your phones for us? Like, that is what it means for people to be pro-Black for me. Like, it's not just this I don't know. I don't know what African Queen said. I wish I would have wrote it down. But for me, to be pro-Black means to speak up for us, to vote in line with us, and it means to protect us. That is what it means to be pro-Black. It doesn't mean that you have to marry us, and that doesn't mean for anyone. Like I said, race-based dating for me is problematic. And then your final question, can Black and white cultures fully coexist in a healthy relationship and family? And that is hard. And I think that's a really difficult question, because I know what I think there are examples where there are interracial relationships that aren't problematic, where they're not going around and harping about them being interracial. And I do think that they do exist. However, the examples that I've seen in real life, with gay men specifically, have been them just really just trying to separate themselves from Black people and Blackness. And I don't think that's healthy. And I don't think that's a healthy way to start a relationship or a family. And so, yeah, I think that's just all I had to say about that. I hope that was clear.
Yeah, let me jump in real quick. So, hi dear, this is African Superstar. So in regards to the pro-black question, I'll put it this way. If we're not talking about pro-black, let's go ahead and say pro-choice. So
Okay.
if we talking about pro-choice, like in regards to abortion, right? There's pro-life and there's pro-choice. If you're pro-choice, that means you believe there's a choice whether or not you want to carry your pregnancy through. If you're pro-life, that means you think anytime a person gets pregnant, they should bring that baby in. That means for. So when you're pro-black, you put your people first, which makes dating outside your race a total oxymoron. The simple fact that you have chosen a partner outside of your community means that you would be pro people. You're not pro black, because pro black would enable you to choose your own people, which means the person you share your house, your bed, and potentially have children with, invest your finances with, would be someone from your own community. That's what pro black means in regards to relationships. The fact that you go to a protest, or maybe you patronize some businesses, that's surface level
No, so that's not what
interaction.
that's not what I said. So for when I said for pro-black, I mean to be pro-black is to vote in line, and like when I say to vote, I mean these are actual laws and policies that are placed that are either
So,
against us or for
okay.
us. So
So I
it's
want,
it's it's,
hold
it's
on a second.
voting. It's speaking up for us. It's
Listen, just stop right there, because I heard what you said. And
Mhm.
okay. So this is the thing, because I love brother's definition, right? But I just want to say this before brother get a definition, because I know he's finna get the definition. So first of all, I want to say this to, I think it's Blade in the chat. First of all, over here, we're pro-black. We love all of our black people. We don't care about sexual orientation. We
Don't
respect
y'all
all of
start.
our people. No, because he went with the don't do chat thing, and I
No,
don't
I'm
like.
not talking to you. I'm talking to whoever in the comments.
I'm
Don't you
talking about
start.
I don't like YT people trying to come and tell black people how to. We love our people. So you in the wrong chat. Think we finna blaze somebody up about how they choose or who they are. That's not a thing here.
Mm-mm.
If you pro-black, and I don't care where or what, look, you welcome. We love and accept you. And understand
Mm-hmm.
this. I think what you said, T, I'm going to say T because I'm sorry, I do not want to mess your name up, is the most important thing that you said was you kind of looked at it as a sexuality thing. And when you are a black person that is a part of the community, I'm sorry, I have so many black friends and family members that experience so much racism from that community. And I think sometimes to their detriment, they align themselves with those communities, not realizing they're hurting themselves even more, because they are just as racist and hateful, no matter their sexual orientation, than anybody else. They still put their color first. But in reference to the pro-black, I'm gonna let brother read that definition because it's so well put.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Do
So
you mind if I just say like I think that's just sort of the difference when we talk about heterosexual people and black people, because not black people, I'm sorry, and gay people, is because our lives look different, and in the gay world there are so many gay people that are ousted from their families, and so we have to make our own communities, unfortunately, and so it doesn't like look the same. It's like for me, luckily, I wasn't ousted from my own family, but there are lots of black people, lots of other people of color, and even white people who are ousted from their own communities because of who they are. And so it's like in the gay world, it's like it's not how do I say, like it's not necessarily so
But you gotta think about the
segregated.
bonding that you're speaking of, the trauma
What was that?
bond, and then you think that it negates these people still being YT or still being other that are anti-black. That's what I am saying. They still show up who they are, even with the bonding based on the horrified things that a lot of people experience. I would never negate that families or can be the worst in regards to that community. But I find it very, very, very scary if you think just because y'all have commonalities in that sense. That's the same way as the hood. Just because someone is poor and y'all both poor and that person's YT and you black and y'all in the hood, once y'all walk out of that, y'all are experiencing two different things in life, in the real world. And
No, no,
one
no.
thing,
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I was just saying that the way that
no,
our
I understood
communities
that
look.
part though. Like I
No,
don't
no.
think. Okay.
Yeah, no, no. I was just no. I'm sorry. I was just trying to explain to you how, or African Queen, like how I guess gay communities look, and then like how heterosexual communities look, because how we have our houses, and like if we're like gay people, and mostly gay people of color, will come together, like that are homeless, and get together and live in one house together, and that's like how our communities might look in some places, like maybe New York or maybe like
That's
LA.
black people too.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
that's really just
Yeah,
that's black
yeah.
people, you know.
Yeah, but just like in large, that's just like how gay communities tend to look, because what we do tend to be like ousted from our families and communities pretty frequently. And I was only hoping to, I guess, just paint a better picture of what gay communities look like versus heterosexual communities look like, because I just wanted to give like a gay perspective on it, and not necessarily like detract, I guess. But I'm done. I'm done answering your
Because you still
questions.
showed up black. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't detract anything because you're still showing up as a black person.
Right.
Mm, sure, but I only meant to just tell you how the communities, and
That,
I was
But
yeah, so
responding
that
Trey,
completely.
as the
there's lots
African
of
Queen was
there's
saying.
lots of gay black men. So I mean, you still have an option to pick a partner from your,
No,
racial
no, no,
community, even though
No,
you
no,
guys
no,
are,
no, no.
you're
No, no,
saying
no.
that
I
your
love my
community
black
is like
men.
blended.
I date my black men. I've only dated black men. I have nothing like that. That's not my issue. Like, I'm good. I love my black men. No, ma'am. I've only dated black men. Like when in response to that, I was saying that I have met other black men who refuse to even acknowledge my existence because they are trying to align like with like whiteness, or like trying to disalign with the communities that they are born in. Um, and then when I was just trying to talk about our communities, I was only hoping to paint a
So
better
they
picture.
cooning. They cooning
Yes,
in your
ma'am.
community as
Yes,
well. Yeah,
ma'am.
see?
No, I know I'm not cooning. I don't coon, but
No,
yes, they
not
they
you,
black.
but
cooning.
them.
Yeah, yeah,
It,
they
the,
cooning as fuck.
they cooning. They cooning.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, ma'am. They are.
Say it
But
one
yeah,
more
I was just
time.
trying to paint a better picture, I guess.
Listen to what I'm saying because I want you to get this. There's
Hmm.
no separation in their blackness. No matter their sexuality, we have heterosexual people, black men, black women, that do the same thing. And I think sometimes it's to your detriment to think that there's this level of difference when it comes to how we both move in these European standards to survive, or how they want to conform to think they're going to fit in better or be treated better.
Oh no, I understand. I guess what I was trying to explain to you, or you guys, was like just how the communities are formed, not necessarily how I move through them, or how black men move through them. I was just like how they're formed. Like they're not necessarily, I guess, traditional. They're not traditional forms of community, I guess.
Since it is
But yeah,
traditional,
I
huh?
would
y'all
say
create your own family.
nothing about black family structures is traditional at this point. I honestly, before we were brought here by colonizers, you wouldn't say our families were traditional either. You know, even the fact that there was more gender fluidity on the continent with our
That's true.
ancestors made things less traditional. But the definition of pro-blackness that Dee was talking about comes from the philosophy and opinions of Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X's Organization of Afro-American Unity speech, where we can sum it up as prioritizing one's actions and values with what's in the best interest of building the black community. So that's making a priority with your actions and values what's in the best interest, not self-interest, not your immediate friend group's best interests or the interests of other communities, but what's in the best interest of not just your community, building within your community. So some of the examples that you were given for pro-blackness and what can make someone pro-black is anti-racism. And that's something I like to highlight in my live because I understand a lot of brothers and sisters, family members, we confuse pro-blackness with anti-racism because we're so affected by racism that it's stripped a lot of us of the selfishness necessary for survival to think in ways of self-determination to where we're not just fighting off our oppressors all the time, but actually thinking about what we're going to do as a community, and where we want to go, where we see our future headed. So when you talk about pro-blackness and being in an interracial relationship, you can think no further than what's going on in South Africa, for example, where the Dutch Boers have colonized Africa. And even though they're only 10% of the population, they own 70% of the land and most of the wealth of South Africa. I say most because I can't think of a number, but it's really high, like really, really ridiculously high. And I don't want to misquote anything, but y'all can look it up. 10% of the people own 70% of the land, and 10% is the white people that colonized South Africa. Right now, there's a movement, the EFF, Economic Freedom Fighters, led by Julius Malema, that want to kick out the Dutch colonizers from South Africa. It would be very pro-black. It would be an action taken in the best interest of building within South Africa black communities. So it would be very pro-black to do that, to take back their land, to take back their resources, and give it back to the indigenous people of South Africa, black people. However, if you were married to one of the Dutch colonizers' daughters, what would you do? Because you can't be pro-black now. Would you kick out your significant other, your Dutch significant other, with your people and just not be in an interracial relationship? Or do you leave and go with them? Do you fight to defend them? You see what I'm saying? When it comes time for us to do what we got to do and have the selfishness necessary for survival, that's when it's going to be really problematic to be in an interracial relationship. It compromises you.
I do think that you can be pro-black and be in an interracial relationship. I mean, it has been documented. There have been relationships where we have married outside of our race and have maintained like pro-black.
Name one pro-black scholar or leader that married outside their race and was pro-black. And I'll show you how they were an anti-racist and not pro-black.
Eartha Kitt. Why not?
Did you
Why
hear
not
her?
Eartha Kitt?
Have you listened to her interviews?
I have. I love Eartha Kitt.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm just gonna go on mute because that was a horrible example.
Yeah.
Why is it a horrible example? You said, have I listened to her?
Again, prioritizing. I just gave you an example where you would have to choose between prioritizing your significant other or your community. Which one can a pro-black person married to a frosted flea male or Mayflower man prioritize? Like what do they choose? If they're pro-black, what do they do?
You can do both. I don't.
How do you do both? How do you prioritize two things at the same time when there's contradiction? You have to choose whether or not to align with your people and what's in the best interest and kick your significant other out of the country,
You live
or what?
okay. So I don't know anything about the Dutch colonies, but living here in the States, like you just live in your community, you support your community, and you help build your community up. You vote in line for your community. You speak in line.
Voting is not pro-black, number one. Number two, speaking up for your community is not speaking up to who? Who are we talking to?
So there are multiple platforms that we can speak up on, right? We have city councils. We have even
City
TikTok.
councils in states that we do not own in a country that hates us is not pro-black.
So
that's anti-racist.
So I'm giving you many ways that we can.
They're all anti-racist reasons. They're all anti-racist. I'm just trying to guide you to the truth, and I feel like you're rejecting it.
So I'm not rejecting any truth. There is no one truth that simply isn't true. There is no objective truth that simply isn't true. I do believe that you can date outside.
There is no objective truth. I'm not going to let you bring that bullshit to the live. To be honest, what are you talking about? There's no objective truth. Are you serious?
There isn't an objective truth.
So do you believe we're all made of stardust? Are we Martians?
So in regards to this question, there is no objective truth. However, but I'd like to finish.
You just destroyed the whole nothing you say matters now, bro. You just said everything is subjective.
Right.
No, I didn't. I didn't. So
yes, you did. I don't care now. Everything you say is subjective. Like, what are you talking about? You just said there's no objective truth. So if that's the case, we're just flapping our gums all day. That's all we're doing.
About this question, I'm talking about specifically this question. There are objective truths. 2 + 2 is 4. All right.
Right, and pro-black is pro-black, and anti-racist is anti-racist.
Okay, so I'm just gonna continue to just try to just nail down and hammer down. I think that if you live in your community, you help build up your community, you help to educate your community, you vote in line and help to bring in resources for your community. It doesn't really matter who you marry, because your children are going to be black, right? Like they're going to be black. I don't.
So what about black couples that can't have children?
Black couples? You mean like gay couples?
Yeah.
Well, we can still adopt, but you can still help build up your community. Like I don't see why someone dating.
But you only date black men, right?
Wait. Let me finish. I don't see why someone dating outside of their race prohibits them from building up their community. I don't see why someone dating outside their race stops them from committing actions that support their community. It's not like there's
all right. Here, I'll give you the. I mean, I just broke it down how that could be a reality for people in South Africa. You didn't answer my question. You said all truth is subjective. I don't even know where to go after that, bro.
Well, why y'all doing us like this?
What?
I answered your question. I gave you several reasons, and then you begged.
No, you didn't. What would you do if you had to prioritize? I just said pro-blackness is prioritizing one's actions and values with what's in the best interest of building the black community. You just said the people the scholars that dedicated their lives to making these definitions, the people that have given their lives to be pro-black, you're just going to dismiss all of that, say it's subjective, and say we can vote our ways to freedom.
I'm not dismissing anything.
When brother, hold on.
Wait, I'd like to respond.
No, wait, okay. Because you keep doing this, and at this point it's getting annoying. When brother's talking, you want to talk over brother, but when you talk, you want everybody to go silent. We don't have a problem respecting you and giving you the respect of going on mute, but we need you to do the same thing. When brother is saying something that you don't like, you immediately cut him off, and this is brother's live.
Okay, so like I said, you begged the question. You said pro-black is pro-black. What I'm saying is that
Thank God.
Hey, he out of here. Shout out to y'all. Thank y'all for the Panther Lisa, you better block him. He gonna report the live. You better block him. You report the live. Thank y'all for the Panther Paws. Oh man, Lisa, you gotta block him. I don't know how you gonna find him.
TRELON.
Oh, there he is. Y'all better. Yeah, it's not censorship. It's a democracy. All right, we got him. Okay. Whew. All right, thank you, Leisha. Appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for the Panther Paws. Wait, it was one person that sent all them Panther Paws. I'm trying to see who that was. That was Jean Dolly. Appreciate you. We got to move on with the conversation. I only have until my wife gets back. I don't know where the hell she is. I mean, I do know where she is, but she just taking a long time. Let's go to the next guest. D, could you give us your age, race, and pronoun?
Hey, my name is Destiny. I am 25 and I go by she, her.
All right.
So.
Your race?
Oh, black. Sorry.
Thank you. Talk to us.
So I feel like a lot of the answers here have been more generalizations. Like, oh, well, majority of the time, this is what happens. So this is kind of what has to go. So like, can interracial relationships be problematic? Of course, regular relationships, black relationships can be problematic. So it's like, I'm not sure if these questions are geared towards like, what is it problematic to?
How are black people coming together problematic? How could that be problematic, please?
No, the relationship can be problematic. Like them coming together won't be problematic. That's why I was like asking like,
but how can black relationships, because you're saying black, you're not just saying can any old relationship be problematic. You're saying black relationships. So when you add blackness to it, that means that you're giving us the context that we're talking about black people. So in black relationships, how could two black people coming together be problematic based on their blackness? Because that's why you mentioned it in the sentence. What about their blackness makes two black people coming together problematic?
So no, that's not what I intended.
Then why would you say two black people could come together be problematic if you're just saying two human beings coming together can be problematic? I would even say, I can kind of see that we're diluting this to the most extreme, but okay, two human beings coming together, just you pick any two random human beings on earth, I guess, yeah, it could be problematic if one of them's black and one of them's white. But we're talking about interracial relationships. If I ask you if the grass is green and you say if I paint anything it can be green, it's like, okay, but why are you taking it all the way there? We're talking about interracial relationships specifically and how they can be problematic.
Okay, because that's actually where I was going with it. And I chose black specifically because this is a pro-black conversation. So that's why I use the example black. So actually I was going to say also, because Asian couples can be black. So that's why I was asking like because I just joined the live. I actually just saw
How can an Asian couple be black? We're talking about race. Are you talking about?
No, sorry. Asian couple be problematic. But like I'm just now finding your page.
What are you talking about? How could that be problematic?
No, I'm saying the relationship can be problematic. I'm not saying two people.
But how could the relationship be problematic because they're Asian?
That's where I'm going with my question. Like when we're saying problematic to what? Because when I joined the live, it was mid-live and
we're talking about race. So think of how black people exist in the world. Think of how white people exist in the world, and think about how that can be problematic. Can that be problematic? You understand? Like our ancestors didn't choose to be in interracial relationships. Even today, we don't all the way choose to be in these interracial relationships. They chose to make interracial marriage legal. We didn't decide for them to come into our communities. They decided they were going to make it legal for them to come into the communities of people they kidnapped from Africa and decided to wield their privilege in our communities over us. That's problematic. How can you come together with people that benefit from your oppression and not see how that's specifically interracial relationships can be problematic? Like we're talking about two groups of people here.
So for one person in the comment, no, I don't date white people. For two, like when I joined the live, I was really just asking for clarification on the context because I joined midway. So I really was trying to get
Clarity.
clarity of what this live was about. So when I joined the live, I was really just coming here to ask questions. So that's why I was like,
Okay.
problematic to what? So you're saying basically problematic to the Black community, correct? Is that what the question is asking?
Problematic to the Black community, problematic to the problematic could be in general to both communities involved, I guess. But I did mean specifically problematic to the Black community. But the reason I didn't say to the Black community at the end is because it depends on how you answer the question, whether or not I'm going to agree with you, to be honest. The reason that the questions are the perfect amount of vagueness is because you can answer these questions any way you like. And I might agree if you say
If y'all not
yes
talking,
because this
please.
or no because that. I don't know. But problematic just meaning that it's prone to having problems. I feel like that's pretty straightforward, to be honest. I mean, patriarchy is problematic between men and women. But I wouldn't say that men and women being in relationships could be problematic. It's not that they're men and women, it's that there's patriarchy involved that it can be problematic. Race is not a neutral term. Race is not a natural way of categorizing people. Interracial is racist. We're all human. So we forget sometimes that race is a caste system, a hierarchy of oppressing Black people. So interracial relationships are problematic just because they're interracial. So that's already contradictory to any sort of progress for either race. It's problematic.
Okay. Because I mean, like, that's truly all I joined the live for, was to get that type of clarification, because I'm really here to learn. I'm really not here to answer all those questions. I was
Oh,
really
okay.
here to get just kind of like perspective and feedback. And to the people in the comments telling me I date white men,
Don't listen
y'all
to
are
them. Don't listen to them.
y'all are hilarious.
Can
Like,
I say this though? So you were in the chat and you were saying love is love and people should be able to love each other. No one up here said any different. The issue here is that you have a group of people that are pro-Black, and understanding how the displacement of Black people. If y'all aren't speaking, can y'all please mute? Like, what is it? Like, that's weird. I can hear myself echoing. When we're talking about pro-Blackness, it's sad that brother has to have these kind of lives where Black people can preference themselves, and understanding that the building and displacement that has happened to Black people historically and present day is a real thing. And to be pro-Black is to focus on your community, something we've never really been allowed to do. So in 2023, we're still seeing how we're being displaced. Our communities are being interrupted, and even in conversations, our conversations are being interrupted because people are feeling uncomfortable or they feel like they're being left out. Don't you think it's sad that white people feel so entitled to Black people in Black space that they're telling us that we're creating segregation by choosing our own people? You have gotten so comfortable being the preference and being the priority in the world that you have an issue with Black people talking amongst Black people about choosing their own people.
That is wild. And it's especially wild when you understand the context of interracial relationships. I said it earlier and I'll say it again. We did not choose to be in interracial relationships. They imported us here like products and then decided it was time for them to love us and invite themselves into our communities after we started talking about Black power and unifying Black men and Black women, decided to do for their own people. Right after that, they decided, hey, let's give them interracial relationships so that now they don't know whether or not they want to prioritize their community or their lover. And we see it today. I mean, it happens strategically. Those that have the most wealth to give back to our communities tend to marry non-Black people. think that's by accident? Are we still gonna be that naive? But
Can they not mute? Like, are they deaf?
I'm not sure what's going on. I think it's Bible study. Could you give us a moment? You're muted. I mean, you're not muted. We're just going to mute you,
I'm
please.
trying.
I got you. So, yeah, that's the thing. You can't just steal people from their land, bring them here, oppress them for 400 years, then decide you're going to love them and that they have to allow you to love them. Otherwise, there's something wrong with them. And I understand the whole love is love thing, but it kind of isn't, because it's kind of Stockholm syndrome when someone is doing like harm to you and you're still choosing to find the love in them. That's something else we can talk about. I'm gonna go to the next guest. Thank you for coming up, D. I hope you got the answer you were looking for. Everybody keep tapping like. We almost at 250. We're gonna keep running it up. I appreciate y'all sending gifts, helping me reach the live goal. We're gonna go to the next guest. Who we got, Leisha?
You see, is your chat moving for you?
Yeah, it's moving. Black Void, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
How you doing, Brother Legend? I just want to say
Well,
hello to everybody on the panel. My name is James. I'm a man, 36 years old, black.
yes, sir. Appreciate you. Talk to us.
So, can interracial relationships be problematic? I would definitely say yes, because you guys know Tina Turner, right?
Yeah.
Tina Turner just died, and I think she was worth $85 million.
Yeah.
And all of that wealth just went to her white husband.
Yep.
And this is what a lot of pro-blacks keep talking about. When prominent, rich, and wealthy black people marry outside their race, that those resources, those finances, those wealth, they do not go back to the black community. They just go straight to their white spouse. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, they don't really care about they don't really care about helping the black community. They're just gonna take that money for themselves and integrate it into their I would say communities, their white communities or their Asian communities and stuff. They're really not thinking about black communities and how to help us, right? So that's very problematic in that sense. It's also problematic too because given the context of history, it's just kind of weird now where black people were kind of separated. We were kind of like, the family unit took a major hit for the black community.
Yeah.
It took a major, major, monumental hit. So now it's just like we're trying to relearn how to love each other in the midst of this divide and conquer mentality, in the midst of this whole gender war. And now this it's being magnified when black men date outside their race or black women date outside their race. And the thing is the media too, that's another juggernaut that we have to deal with because it's just like we're trying to heal each other, but then the media, portrays these mixed families, and they think it's like acceptable,
Right.
and it's like that is not like an everyday norm, but they trying to force it down our throats because they know the kids is watching this,
Yeah.
and the kids are gonna think, "Hey, love is love." So this is why I think it's like very problematic too.
Yeah.
And as far as I think it's a fetish. I don't think it's a preference. I think it's a fetish. Um, that I hate to bring it back to like the whole jungle fever thing, like with Wesley Snipes, but it was never. I don't think that love is like a genuine type of love. I think it's more so they're interested in us. They have some curiosity, or sometimes they want to rebel against their parents. Sometimes I don't think it's like a genuine type of love.
Sometimes they want to have the illusion that they can produce melanin, such as when
Right.
they say they like mixed children. Mixed children are so pretty. I want to have mixed children, mixed babies. They know
Yeah.
they have a deep insecurity for their lack of ability to produce melanin. It's why they get tattoos all over their skin. It's why, like a lot of these rappers, they get tattoos all over their face when they want to be black. They tan, things like that. They really are insecure about the fact that they don't have melanin, and having a black child makes them feel like they contributed to producing a child with melanin.
That's actually deep. I never even thought about the tattooing all over their bodies. That's actually
Yeah,
pretty deep.
they want to put color on colorless skin.
Yeah, I can definitely see that.
Dr. Frances Cress Welsing talks about this.
Mm. Oh yeah, she's dope. I like her.
Yeah.
Um, I was gonna say something about it's a another thing too. I think it's another form from a black perspective. I think it's a form of self-hatred. Like when you said they marry to try to have lighter skinned children. I've actually seen. I think it was like a Instagram video or a YouTube video where a whole bunch of black football athletes and their white wives. They were like, I think, eating brunch or dinner, and they made a toast to lighter skinned babies, and that was crazy to me. It was all over. It was pretty popular. And recently was there. So that for that reason alone is problematic. Um, and I don't think you could be pro black. It's just like you can't say you're pro black but then you sleep white.
Yeah.
It's
Because
it's
that
kind
the
of
reason. Yeah,
weird.
go ahead. Talk about it. Talk about it.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of weird and um, that's like a contradictory statement to make. You're pro black, but you don't want to replicate yourself. You're pro black, but you want to move away from your community. You're pro black, but you're not willing to invest in your people. It's I don't think I've ever seen an interracial like a black person who dated interracially like really give back to that community. I don't think I've ever seen that. I've always seen them completely disassociate themselves with black people from afar, you know. So that's what I think.
Okay. Well, I heard that.
What's the grade?
I'll give him an A. I think he did pretty good. Yeah, I'll give him an A plus. Honestly, what you think, D?
I'm gonna definitely give you an A. I just think something, damn it, and I had to get up and go to my car. Oh God, let me come back to it because you said something that made me like take a pause.
I don't know what it was, but I appreciate you coming up, James. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. You guys have a wonderful night,
Yes,
everybody.
sir. You too, man. One love. All right, y'all. Keep tapping like. We almost at 250. We got 6K left. Let's get to 250, man. Appreciate y'all. This keeps the lives going. Like I said, it like basically confirms that the next live will have a decent amount of people coming in and coming up to talk, popping up on people's FYP. Don't forget to put hashtag free Congo, hashtag free Haiti, and hashtag free Sudan down in the comments. I really appreciate y'all. Whenever you see me live or even if you see some of my videos pop up, man, don't be afraid to put hashtag Free Congo. I really want to get more brothers and sisters from the continent to see, the platform and be able to come up here and have these discussions with us. I really appreciate y'all. Shout out to my Haitians, Canal La Pop Campe. I can't say it that well. I'm not a native Creole speaker, but I like what I see going on in Haiti right now. All right, T, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
Kia. Yeah, your turn.
Oh, okay. My age is 35. I am black and I am she, her.
All right, thank you. Talk to us, sister.
Oh, okay. I had to write some notes to make sure I didn't forget anything. For one, I do think that interracial relationships can be problematic. In fact, I think they usually are for a number of reasons, but primarily I think they're often weaponized to cover for YT, in this case, people's biases and prejudices. And examples of that would be things like, I can say this or do this, or I'm not this because my significant other is black or my child is black. And which I particularly hate because it implies that you have a certain care politic for a community of people when it's really about the individual person that you're attached to or that you gave birth to. And that is a different type of care.
Okay.
And people often get duped by that. The second, is it a preference or a fetishization? I think for the YT person, it's definitely a fetishization, 9.8 times out of 10. However, I did want to say, I think for the black person in the scenario, it's often a tool. And the reason why I said that, or I say that, is in part due to the guy that got kicked off the stage, Trey Leon or whoever his name was, when he brought up the Eartha Kitt example. Because as she talks about in a lot of her interviews, she wanted to be with a black man, but a lot of the black men of that time, her peers within the industry, spoke to how they basically couldn't get anything from her. There would be no benefit to being with her or any other type of black woman because they could not propel, those black women could not advance their careers because they were black. And so I think a lot of black people who put themselves in interracial relationships often are doing so because they think that's the best or easiest way for them to ascend socially and socioeconomically.
Right.
And that there's
and the white people in
social
those
capital.
relationships also know that.
What'd you say?
The white people in those relationships also know they wield that power and that privilege.
Yes, absolutely. There's a Ooh, I have a personal relationship with someone that I tried to open their eyes to with that, and they were very offended because they felt like I was saying that the access that they had to certain things and places was not due to their own merit, or could not have been due to their own merit, but because of who they were next to, and they just can't see how those two things are different, which is unfortunate. But
yeah,
you talking about school?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll tell you in a message. But he is a good example of that, I think. And then what was I think this kind of touches on that topic, but I personally hate, if I could just deviate for a second, I personally hate when people say love is love. And I hate that because it allows people to escape from the accountability of choice. Because who you partner with is a choice. At the end of the day, you may have affection for people, but you still have to make an actionable decision to be with someone, to procreate with someone. And it grinds my gears how people just act. I hate the phrase fall in love because you're making a choice, and you're making a series of choices regularly to be with someone, to stay with someone, and to choose that person for whatever the reasons you chose them for. And I don't like when people don't take accountability for those types of choices. Act
you know why?
I can't stand that.
Your ancestors speak through you, sister.
I appreciate
because, I speak about it. I don't know, maybe not too often, but often enough, where that version of love that you just mentioned is a very individualized version of love. It's a very Christian version of love, and it was formed as an ideologically. It was kind of like formed in the mid 18th century by a philosopher named Jean-Jacques Rousseau. He was Genevan. He basically came up with the idea of romanticism, and that's why the mid 18th century is called the Romantic period. It's when people started to think like Romeo and Juliet was a romantic story. Roman is Europe. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes we use that word romance, don't even realize we talking about white love. And our ancestors believed in all throughout Africa. They didn't have one unified language, but they did have common themes in their civilizations. And for Bantu people, a unifying form of love, a communal form of love, was Ubuntu. So that means I am who I am because of who we all are, and all throughout Africa, love was usually, I mean, there's maybe 0.1% where they didn't believe this, but for most of them, love was about not just yourself, but love for the tribe that you come from, the culture you come from. It wasn't just about what was best for you, but it was about what was best for your tribe. Meaning, if they were going through a drought, and women, retain less water, so women need more water. They're going through a drought, and the women are, being unalived because of lack of water. The men would all marry one woman. If there was a battle that went on and they lost a lot of men, then the remaining men would marry more than one wife. Whatever was the needs of the tribe is what we would do. And that's community love on a whole nother level. I understand that, that sounds so foreign to us, and we've been around romance and Europeans for so long. But I think when we talk about pro-blackness, we're talking about Ubuntu. We're talking about community love. We're talking about love for each other, and that's why, what you're saying is instantly rejected in our subconscious, because it's just like that don't fit the version of love that we grew up with, where you got love for your people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I also think that something particularly that Black people who date out grapple with is like a lack of self-love. And you hear it with certain people who like clearly don't want to like replicate themselves in that love. Like they don't want to see another version of themselves. I think Kodak Black has made some comments around that, like he would never date a dark-skinned woman because he doesn't want to make children who look like him.
I know a few Kodak Blacks.
Yes.
Personally. Yeah.
And then the third question, absolutely not. And, like absolutely not. And the way that I like to like explain this to people in my mind is like reducing a fraction to its simplest form. And communities at their simplest form to me is people. The foundation is the people. So if you are creating people who are not Black, how can you be pro-Black? Like that doesn't make any sense. And not to mention, like, I think also the thing to me that's very telling about who people partner with is, to me, it's the one thing that is free. Like it doesn't cost you anything, and you're not like restricted by resources.
And it helps the community.
Yes.
It actually helps the community for the next generation to have a Black father and a Black mother in an anti-Black world.
It does. But what I mean by that is like the person who has like absolutely nothing still has a choice over who they connect with and who they procreate with. And so when people make excuses about who they choose, to me it's like that's the one thing you don't get to make an excuse about. Like the system isn't forcing you to pick somebody who's not Black. Like you know, all of these things are not forcing you to like choose someone that's not in the image of yourself. That's a choice that you have
Right.
total dominion over. And if you
Absolutely.
choose it to do something else, it says a lot about you and your consciousness to
Talk
me.
about it.
And then 4, no, I don't think so. And the reason why I don't think so is because whatever white culture is, and please don't ask me what I think it is because I don't have an answer for that. But whatever it is, I think I think it's inherently violent and predatory. And it you know, Jamaicans have this saying where like if I don't shit, you can't eat. And I think that's like white people are, because if black people don't produce, they don't have anything to steal. And therefore they and their existence is to commodify black communities and black bodies. And so we can't be in proximity with each other and as black people and as black communities be healthy, because it will always be at the expense of ourselves, like for their own survival. So
All right.
and I have one last thing I wanted to say.
Go ahead, sister.
The guy who was talking about like the difference between the gay communities or whatever else. I was thinking about it when he was talking, and I think this may not be true for all of them, but I think what happens a lot is they move their sexuality to be first in their identities.
I know.
And I don't know if it's because like in some cases their sexuality is what makes them most vulnerable, or if it's because it's what makes them most special. And so for a lot of them, the trauma bonding, that like their relationship connections or choices is trauma bonding over their sexuality at the expense of their racial identity. And I think you also see this with like other intersections where it's like some black men put their male identity in front of their blackness, and
True.
where
Absolutely.
often most of the time I think black women tend to put their actually that's not
Black
even true.
women do it
Sometimes
too. They do.
yeah.
They do. I know
Sometimes
some
black
black
women put
feminists.
their identity as a woman before their identity as a black person. And so I think that's telling when we're looking to match to sync consciousness with other people, like find people who are on your same wavelength, basically, is to figure out if their black identity comes first, because that leads a lot of like your decision making and how you show up in society and how you also connect and bond with other black people and how you like carry your community, so to speak. And I feel like I'm ranting, but the last thing I want to say is I love my DD. I love her so much.
This is my baby, sis.
I could tell because she got an A+ easy, man. She got that A+. Y'all set me up with this one because she got an A+. A+ now is reserved for people that teach me something, because she like it's not often that like
Her brain is
you know what I'm
beautiful.
saying. People come up here and I hear so much mayonnaise and I get tired. Even when they tell me that they black, I'll be wanting to say yes, someone black, but then I'll be like, I don't know. And nah, that's real. What she just dropped was crazy. I might have to. Oh man, that's crazy. Cause
when I tell you Tia is so intelligent, well traveled, and just a well-rounded book. She's an engineer, by the way, y'all. There are black women engineers. Hello, wake it up. When I say I love her, this is one of my favorite people.
That's
Hearing her
crazy
talk
what she
is
said.
like, listen.
Cause she
But yeah,
said,
y'all give my people.
I be in the goo listening, but I really felt compelled to come up today because like we just heard so much BS, and I was like, maybe I could just be a little palate cleanser a little bit, because some things were just a little too egregious, and I, just a little sprinkle, sprinkle.
That's some facts, man. I want to talk about. I guess I don't know if I can even talk about that, but she hit on something that Dr. Frances Cress Welsing talks about, where a lot of LGBT brothers and sisters and non-binary, family members, they don't agree with, but that is a thing because some of us put our sexuality before our people. And you wouldn't do that if the oppressor didn't prefer you to have that mindset.
Exactly.
So that's a thing. That's what Dr. Frances Cress Welsing says.
Doing that though, right?
What?
He kept preferencing his sexual.
I peeped it. I peeped it.
And I kept telling him, we don't care. You're black.
Right. I peeped it, but the way she just connected it for me just like opened my, like, the vault that I already had from all the teaching I'll be, reading and listening to the lectures in my Discord, y'all. I'll have over 1,000 hours of lectures from Pan-African scholars, doctors, if you want to, historians, you know what I'm saying? If y'all want to really get deep. But, wow, that's something I'm going to think about and probably talk to my wife about tonight. Thank you, Tia. Shout out to you. Big up yourself. Shout out to my Jamaican cousins, man. We love y'all. Absolutely. I'm going to go to the next guest, Leisha. I'm about to shut it down. Appreciate you for modding. Don't bring nobody else up here. My wife just got home. We're gonna watch this little cartoon together. We be watching this little anime thing. It's kind of dope. It's about biracial people. If y'all want to watch it, it's on Netflix. It's called what's it called? The Blue-Eyed Samurai. The Blue-Eyed Samurai. It's very interesting. The samurai is biracial, got blue eyes. It's very interesting. Go to the next guest. Miss K, give us your age. You already did. What's good, family?
Oh, nothing. You know, I do mine quick and assaultive, and I get off your live.
Appreciate you. Talk to us.
So the interracial relationships are problematic. Of course they is. You know why? Because black people know how to mind their business, and they don't.
Mm-hmm.
That's cut and dry. I ain't got to say nothing else about that one. And of course they fetishize about y'all because they not getting what y'all giving them at home in the room. So I'm a bypass that one because you know what I meant. And yes, honey, you know what I meant. And no, you cannot marry outside your race and be pro-black. That makes no sense to me. It makes absolutely no sense because they're not fighting the same fight you fighting.
Mm-hmm.
So how is they? Yeah.
Right.
So I don't understand now.
Right.
I don't even understand that question because no, we are not the same people.
Yeah.
And then can black or white call? Of course not. I just got off a live. He kicked me off because I said we was the face of God. He kicked
Shout
me
out to
off.
Shout out to the true blueprint, the goddesses, the original woman. Shout out to the face of God that we see in the black woman every day, man. Shout out to y'all, man. Don't ever let them tell you different. All my queens. Absolutely.
That's all I gotta say. You know, I'll be quick with it and let it know, let it go, get on the fire, and I'll jump off. Thank you for letting me be on your live. Love you and see you later, sweetie.
Yes, one love, Auntie. Thank you. Man, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. Don't you ever look at a black woman and say she not God. A black woman's the closest thing you ever get to meeting your creator. Shout out to black woman again, just cause. Okay, man. Y'all, this is me sprinkling black magic all over the let you know. My black woman just came in here looking like God herself. All right, y'all. Who we got next? Earth, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
I think you mean my heaven on earth.
My heaven, yes, please.
How you doing, Brother Legend?
I'm well.
Good. This is Zena. I have never been on your live before. Honestly, I have never even heard of it, but I came across it, and I'm so glad I did. I've been listening. A big up to Tia. My goodness, I'm so proud of her. I am Zena. I am a female, and I am 45 years old. Can interracial relationships be problematic? Absolutely. Only a black woman can understand a black man, and only a black man can understand a black woman. We can look at each other and don't have to speak one word, and we know what that person is thinking without any words needing to be said. So no other relationship, no other race of people will ever work outside of us. It just doesn't, and it can't. Is it, let me see, a preference? White people have always objectified us. Always, always, especially white, well, not just white women for black men, but the same with white men. They've always found us exotic. They've always objectified us. White women have always fetishized about black men, thinking, all black men penises are big and they're good in bed. So that hasn't changed. They
Right.
still do. It's the
Sure
same
do.
thing. Can a black man and black woman marry white and still claim to be pro-black? A Kanye West? Absolutely not. He to me is a buffoon and a clown. Even though I agree with so many things that he say, but because of his actions are not cohesive with his words, he is a clown to me and will forever be a clown. I don't
Right.
care how good his music is. I don't care how everything he preaches out of his mouth I may agree with. It's his actions that made me disrespect him. I
Yeah.
cannot have any respect for him. And no, he's a buffoon to me and a clown. Can black and white cultures coexist? No, they cannot. We have to be separated. We have to. Black people need to heal separately. We cannot and will not and should not ever run to white people to be our savior and for help. They cannot help us. They have always hindered and always hurt our community. And we must separate. That is the only answer. The only answer. We are better when we are separate from white people. Integration was the worst thing that ever happened to our community. The
Right.
worst. And I want to say since Barack Obama and Michelle Obama was in office, you had a perfect picture of a married black man and black woman. And that, because of that example that we saw outside of the Cosby Show on TV, which was fictional, we saw something in real life, a black successful family that did well, no scandals, nothing. And what did that happen? When we saw that example, it caused rappers to get married to black women. You had rappers getting married. Those things weren't happening before. But as soon as we had a black couple in the Oval Office, you saw black marriages happening all over the world. And ever since they got out of office or were in office, it has been an all-out campaign to break up black families.
All right now.
An all-out campaign. You cannot see a commercial on TV where there is not a black man with a white woman. Almost every commercial you see on TV now. You drive down the street. I'm in real estate. I'm driving down the street to this new project that they put on the corner. It's a black woman. I'm sorry, old white woman on a senior citizen building that they're building with an old black man. Since when have you seen that? Seriously.
I'm trying to think. I don't think I ever seen that in real life.
Exactly.
That's
But you see
crazy.
it everywhere now. You see it everywhere. So my thing is, I'm asking, why can't you put white women with Asian men? Why can't you put white women with Latino men? Because that's not a part of the agenda.
Damn.
The agenda is to break up the black family. We saw an example of a strong black family.
Damn.
They called Barack Obama America's dad. Do you remember that? That's what they referred to him to. You can't have a successful black family. We can't have that. We got to do everything in our power to break that up.
Wow.
All of a sudden, it's an all-out campaign now.
Wow.
Gotta break up that black family. We can't have that.
That's why I didn't want to watch that Spider-Man movie. My wife and I, we was trying to think of what movies to watch, and we seen it was on Netflix, and I was just like, this is propaganda for the children.
Absolutely.
It is, and so was the The Little Mermaid movie. That's for the girls. They getting the
Exactly.
boys and they getting the girls.
Absolutely. They
Like,
have to.
and then she's singing in the movie. She's saying she wants to be a part of that world, and you know what I'm saying? Like she's longing for this
Yes,
white man.
exactly.
It's crazy.
My savior. And I don't understand how black women can go, you are running in the arms of a white man, the very man or person who caused all this problem in the black community. You
Yeah.
are running to the enemy.
Right.
It is
Listen.
the bottom line is
Mm-hmm.
white men were the cause of our problems in our community. What do I
Mm-hmm.
look like procreating with a white man? Are you kidding me?
And I'm gonna say that to the gay brothers too. I'm
Absolutely.
gonna say that to y'all because you know what I'm saying, like that's wild for me to think about with Don Lemon. Like I don't know, you know what I'm saying, how they situation work out, but I can't imagine as a black man after you know what's been happening to the sisters for years is messed up. But we gotta understand this. It's the same oppression manifests itself two different ways for the men and for the women.
That's
Men
true.
are seen as the threat, and they be unaliving us. I don't know how the gay brothers do it, where they can fall in love with somebody that would have had absolute total power over them about 100 years ago. Even to this day, though, it's still. I don't know how them brothers do it. That's all I'm gonna say. Like
I
that.
agree.
That's wild to go directly to the man who deems you the most threat. That's
Exactly.
crazy.
I can't. And then the thing is, you are choosing to procreate with something that is less than you. I don't understand that. It's because it is the highest level of self-hatred. I don't care what you want to call it. It is because if you know yourself, you wouldn't want to be with anybody but someone who is your reflection.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard that.
Thank you.
Well, I
Thank you for
appreciate you.
allowing
Yeah,
me
nah, you definitely
to
getting
be
the
a
A plus.
voice for me.
Yeah, that's facts, man. Thank you for sharing that, sister. Feel free to come back up and join us. I do this live kind of often, but the reason I do is because every time I put this up here, we get a different conversation. I swear to God, there's never been this. I've been doing this for almost a year. I can't even remember when I typed this up, but every time I put it up here, it's a different conversation. But really appreciate you, and y'all, we are over 250, man. I appreciate y'all tapping like.
Let's tap out that 30 so we can get 300 before brother close out.
Yeah, let's try to do it, but I'm about to get up out of him. My wife is home, and I'm supposed to be in bed. Dang, we ain't gonna have time to watch that movie, that show. She gonna be mad. All right, but she came home late, so it is what it is. Fish-tastic, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
How's it going, guys? My name's Fish. I'm 50, and unlike you guys, I'm from New Zealand, so I'm just going to speak on what I see outside.
Are you Maori?
I'm Māori, yes.
All right.
It's quite funny you say that. So this is my face. So I'm going to show you my face so you know I'm Māori.
Yeah.
So I have traditional tattoos, and I was talking about the other guy who was on before. This is actually my whakapapa. I can go through my lineage at least 150 years.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
And I can name them all too. That's just been in my culture. So I have been thinking and listening about the questions up there. Can interracial relationships be, problematic? Yes, it can, but it also can't. So it's always going to be a problem with interrelational relationships. And that doesn't matter if you're in America or anywhere else in the world. They have the same problem. How do we fix it? You can't. Because it's a preference. It's not a fetish or anything like that. It's like a vegetarian and a vegan. They choose to eat those types of food because.
Nah, man, I'm gonna shut it down, man. I appreciate because the last sister left us off on such a good note, man. Shout out to the last sister that was up here. We're just gonna end it on that, man. Hey, I appreciate y'all, man. Thank you, African Superstar, for chilling and hanging around with us. Tia, Francesca, Black Void, appreciate y'all. Kira, Alicia, thank you for modding as always, man. You're doing such a great job. And D, my co-host, I appreciate her for spending the time, taking time out of her day or weekend. Black Swan, appreciate you. Shout out to everybody that sent gifts. Everybody, subscribe to my YouTube channel. It's on my profile. Molly, appreciate you, sister. If you look on my page, you'll see the YouTube button. DR Days, appreciate you too, brother. You click on the YouTube button, subscribe. I'm going to post the replays up there. Every night you're going to get a different replay. So I'm just going to keep this going perpetually forever. Yeah, we was not trying to hear what he had to say. I'm good. D, did you want to say anything else?
Thank you guys for stopping by. You were part of Brother Legends Live. You guys tap the screen. Make sure you come back. Subscribe to Brothers Live. Subscribe to his YouTube channel. And make sure that when we get the buffoonery and coonery and oonery up here, that you send those paws. You guys, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for showing up and thanks for showing out. Let me tell all the non-black people, make sure that you jump in that tub before you jump in black business. All right, you guys, you have a great night until we meet again.
All right, y'all. Peace. Thank you, Leo, man. Appreciate you for sending those gifts too. All right, lovely rose petals. Peace.